of any state are broken, or when the welfare of its citizens is endangered, each state has a duly authorized organization that swings into action. It may be called the state militia, or the state police, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Law enforcement agencies have rarely encountered criminals more vicious than Ralph Neal. On the morning of July 8th, he killed a guard, escaped from the state penitentiary, and paused in his flight only long enough to make a ruthless decision about his wounded companion.
Lots of traffic for this time of morning. I'll have to keep running all the way. You make it?
Just give me a second to rest this leg. The slug missed the bone all right, but it feels like it's still in there.
The arrangements for the getaway were made by Matt Parker, brother of the convict Neal had slugged.
You Matt?
Where's Jeff?
He's dead. Never made it over the wall.
All right, get in. There's some clothes in the back. This way you get out. There's about $20. Follow that highway. About a quarter of a mile, you'll come to a little town.
I'm going to the city with you.
You got nothing to say about it.
Well, now, look. You take me into the city, there's a good hunk of donut for you. You try dropping me out here, you and I are going to have trouble.
You got a gun? Well, I have. You're talking pretty big for a guy in your spot. Now get out of here before I decide to give the cops a break. Here, take this stuff with you.
An escaped convict is a deadly enemy. If he's as brutal and as cunning as Ralph Neal, he is never underestimated. Every law enforcement agency is alerted, including the highway patrol. The operation will be directed from whatever district the head of the patrol is at that time.
All units been notified?
Yes, sir.
There's a further report coming in from the prison right now.
Jeff Parker recaptured. Ralph Neal still at large. Last known to be unarmed, wearing prison garb. Supplemental description, 6 feet, 1... Here, file these. Brown, Sergeant, come over here. We'll set up a Neal on this map.
How can anyone break out of a prison like that?
Anyone can't. Neal did. Neal usually gets what he wants. He had nothing to concentrate on 24 hours a day but escape.
Well, he's starting from scratch.
And every job he's ever been mixed up with has been a shooting. He'll probably go for a gun fast. Better notify all units that any crime involving the theft of an auto, gun, clothes, or money will assume it to be Neal and follow it up immediately. He's going to move fast. We're going to have to move faster.
Neal moved fast, all right. By 7:30 in the morning, he had already stolen a car. But he stole it from a rural community where people get up early. By 7:45, the owner missed it, reported it stolen, and the license number was immediately posted. It was just one of 3 stolen cars, but the time at which it was stolen and the distance from the prison definitely marked it as a possible.
Afraid you ruined that tire, mister. Shouldn't run on them once they go flat.
Can you fix me up with a good used tire right quick?
No. Afraid I haven't got a used one this size in stock. Give you a good deal on a new one, though. $24.50 and you'll be out of here in 10 minutes.
Okay, Pop. You sold me a tire.
There you are, mister. Half a minute to spare.
Well, Pop, I'm afraid I played a dirty trick on you. I don't want to lie about it, though. I knew I only had enough dough for a used tire, and I sent you the rest of the money from town.
Okay. At least you didn't lie about it. I like an honest man. I guess I can trust you for the difference. Just give me some kind of identification. Your driver's license will do.
Well, that's why I didn't have any money. I left my wallet home this morning. Everything's in it.
Okay, mister. Just show me the car registration for your name and address.
You know, Bill, out of all the reports, there are only 3 that show possibilities. As far as time and distance are concerned, they're completely unrelated.
State Patrol, would you repeat that, please? Edgemont Garage. Now, what did he do? You say you did get the license number. Would you give it to me, please? 2N, as in Nora, 38546. How old was the coupe? How long was he there? Can you give me a description of the man, sir? Yes, sir, I quite agree. Wise guys like that should be locked up. We'll do everything we can.
Anybody near there?
Yeah, Peterson.
Get this out fast. Guy pulls into a gas station with a flat, buys a new tire, pays most of the money, then takes a powder. Says he has no identification, no wallet, and no license. Maybe this is nothing, but boy, the location sure fits in.
Dan, that license number, it's on the hot sheet.
Which one is it?
That one, just southwest of the prison.
Give me that description of Neil again, will you? Thanks. Oh, there's nothing unusual about Neil's description. This could fit a lot of guys, including this character.
Ralph Neal's prison clothes have just been picked up.
Get time and place.
2 miles southwest of the prison, 9:45.
All right. We'll start operating. Throw up a roadblock fast. I want that whole area blocked off so tight a kiddie car couldn't get through. Ask the PD to cover what we can't. Now, Neil's going to know there's a roadblock. And if we leave one tiny opening, he's going to find it and get through.
Hello, Vince. Ralph, gotta talk fast. Hit some trouble. We gotta change our plans. I might be throwing roadblocks up all over the place. Now, don't worry about me. I'll get through all right. I want to keep you on the outside of any roadblocks. But don't come all the way. There's a little place on the main highway about 20 miles north of town, the Golden Pheasant. Use the 4-door with a trunk rack on top so I can spot it real quick. Right. You see him.
$21.50 to Colfax.
$21.50. Go ahead, Pete.
Located old coupe. License number 2 Nora 38546. Location 20 yards west of Highway 27 on Mill Lane. No check yet, but cars parked on the side of the road apparently abandoned.
Pete, use caution. We believe Neil may have been driving that car.
Don't worry, Dan. I promised to take my kids to the circus tonight. I'll shake it down and call back. Stand by.
10-4.
Colfax at $21.50. How about it, Pete? What'd you find?
What's with Pete?
I don't know. He's had plenty of time to check that car.
Try him again.
Pete, can you read me?
Colfax to 2150. Come in, Pete.
Come in, 2150. Come in, 2150.
Can you read me, Pete? Colfax to 2150. Come in, Pete.
Hit your mic button twice. Maybe his radio's dead.
This is no time for maybes. I'm going up there. Have Stevens meet me out front. Send the nearest patrol car to Pete right away. If he gets there before I do, have him contact me car to car.
Attention, 2112. Peterson is out of service just west of Highway 27 on Mill Lane. Check. Code 3.
What's wrong, officer?
Get going.
What?
Get going. Drive.
Yes, sir. What's it all about, officer?
Listen, I just killed a cop. We might be stopped by other cops. If they do stop us, they'll ask questions. As far as you're concerned, everything's okay. Everything's normal. You understand that? I'm going to be in the back of this bus hiding. If you tip those cops, you'll never get out of that seat. It doesn't make any difference to me if I kill you or not. You play it smart, mister. You'll have supper with your wife and kids tonight.
How old are you, about 10? You look like a smart girl. Now, you don't want to see that bus driver get hurt, do you? Mister, you better talk to these kids. Your life may depend on it.
Margie, you get Billy to stop crying, hon. Billy, you'll do that for me, won't you? You kids are going to have to help me, otherwise I can depend on you, can't I?
Peterson was in bad shape. The disappearance of his uniform and his car served to illustrate that Neil would be almost impossible to anticipate, and that he now was in possession of a gun.
Ambulance is on its way.
How is it? Pretty rough?
He's still breathing. That's about all I can tell. I was able to stop the bleeding, but he was hit awfully hard. Looks like a skull fracture.
Anybody notify his wife?
Not yet. She's still picking up the kids at school.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot he was going to take his kids to the circus tonight.
10 to 1, the fingerprints on that jack will say Ralph Neal.
You stay with Peterson till the ambulance gets here.
Right.
Go over to Highway 21 and join Carter. He's sitting all alone with nothing but a motor.
Right.
Car 2217 to car 2210.
Come in, 2217.
What's your 1020?
Mill Road, west of Highway 27.
Have just located Peterson's car parked on highway 5 miles south of your location.
I'd stand by. I'll be right over there. Harris, did you get that transmission?
Yes, sir.
What time did you arrive?
About 8 minutes ago, just before I called you.
How long you figure the car's been here?
I checked under the hood. Motor's still warm.
I'm sure this guy we're chasing is Neil. We know he's brutal and smart, plenty smart, but this just doesn't make any sense. He's got a car in good shape and full of gas, yet he abandons it. Slugs a patrolman, steals his uniform and his patrol car, drives the car 5 miles and ditches it. I don't get it.
Sure sounds crazy.
No, this Neil's not crazy, believe me. This is the way he always operates. He's unpredictable. He's got some kind of a plan. We just haven't found it yet, that's all.
Why are you slowing down?
Kids get over the next side road.
Well, not today they don't. Keep going. What now?
Margie, look, policeman.
Okay, mister, it's up to you whether you live or die.
Margie, Billy, if anybody asks any questions, let Margie do all the talking. Understand, kids?
Hi, Dorsey. What's going on?
Hi, Les. Seen any suspicious characters on the highway? A man walking along the road or crossing it? Might have been wearing a patrolman's uniform.
Nope. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen anybody on foot. Why, did you lose one of your boys?
Just looking for a guy. Hey, what's the matter, young fella? You aren't afraid of me, are you? What's your name, Sonny?
His name's Billy. He's my brother. He's got an awful tummy ache. It hurts him awful. He wants to get home quick.
Oh. Okay, Les, take it away. Take it easy, Les.
Not so fast, driver.
Doing exactly 35.
Yeah, we'll make it 20. All right, turn left at this next road.
Good yet?
Why, do you think he's near here?
It's gotta be, and he must be on wheels of some kind. He was reported 17 miles north of here an hour ago.
I'll get it. .2214, go ahead.
Got a worried mother just off the highway, 10 miles north of you. Kid's way overdue from school. Anyone there able to break loose and run it down?
Get names and descriptions of those kids. Also get the name of the driver of the bus they were supposed to have been on. I think Neil was here and I let him get through.
What do you mean?
Well, you said Neil was 17 miles north of here about an hour ago.
Yeah.
That means at 35 miles an hour, he could have been here about a half hour ago. Just about that time, a school bus came through here with 2 kids on it. They were crying and scared. Said it was a stomachache. You heard this call?
Kids were girl 10, boy 7. Margie and Billy. Driver was Les Wilkins. Bus number 112.
Attention all units, this is Dan Matthews. Neil was reported seen in this area in a school bus. Now all units to the south break the roadblock and head north. All units east and west keep moving until you hit Highway 38. Block every entrance of the highway and stop and search every car, whether it's suspicious or not. Now keep an eye out for that school bus. And under no conditions open fire on it. There are 2 kids on board. Keep me posted. I'm going directly south until I run into the school bus or run into another patrol unit coming north. Now you fellas go south and check every side road, every one of them. Neil's only about a half hour from the city. If he ever gets there, he'll be swallowed up in 5 minutes. Take off.
Check. Okay, boys, let's go.
Okay, hold it. Put on the brake. Leave the motor running. This is the end of the line.
You getting off here?
You are. Okay, you two. You go to the back window and keep a sharp lookout for Indians. Hurry up. Go on. Right, on your feet. Get up.
What about the kids?
You don't get going, you won't care what about anything. Hey, kids, come here, quick. The driver just got off the bus and I think he's hurt. Now, you better stay with him. I'll go get a doctor and be right back. Come on, come on. Oh, you stay with him. He might need you pretty badly.
Attention all units. This is Dan Matthews. I've located the school bus. It's at the intersection of Highway 101 and Medford Road. It's parked in back of the Golden Pheasant restaurant. Close in on this point immediately. The bus appears to be deserted. All units acknowledge receipt of this message. You in the blue suit, hold it. I'm a police officer. Put your hands on top of your head and come over here, fast.
Do as he says. I'll stop you in a second.
Come on out here.
Now, I'm telling you to hold it, mister. I want the keys of that car and I want them fast. Take them out of your pocket, drop them on the ground.
Keys won't do you any good, Neil. You won't get very far in a flat. You're going to start hearing sirens in a couple of minutes. You people in the doorway, get back inside. There's trouble out here. Somebody may get shot.
Okay, Copper. Unless you want to see this innocent bystander shot, you'll throw out your gun and the keys of that patrol car. Remember, you can't get me without hitting him.
No, Neil, you won't shoot him. He's your shield, and the dead weight doesn't make a good shield.
Well, maybe you're right, Copper. Maybe I won't shoot him, but neither will you. And if you don't throw out those keys, I'm coming in to get them.
Just move a little closer. I'll be able to get a shot at you.
Play it cool, Vince boy. Play it cool. We'll be out of this jam in a couple of minutes.
Well, how about it, Copper? You ain't gonna get a shot at me. And I'm gonna keep coming in until you throw out those keys or I take them off your dead body. Now, which will it be?
Ralph, he's not kidding.
Oh, so it's Ralph now. You know this fella pretty well. You ought to know him well enough to know he's playing you for a sucker. Those are the sirens I was telling you about. In a couple of minutes, this place is going to be crawling with riot guns, and there won't be much left when they get through blasting. Play it smart, Mr. Neil's wanted for murder. You're not. Pull away from him. He can't hold you with one hand.
Vince, you try to pull loose from me, and I'll put a slug right in the middle of your back.
No, he won't, Vince. He's too smart for that. He knows his only hope is to shoot me before I shoot him. Here come the riot guns, Vince. Is that the way you want it?
You all right, Dan?
Yeah, I'm fine. You better check Neil. He's probably in bad shape.
Looks like he's all through.
Better call the coroner. That's his playmate in the blue suit. Take him down to headquarters and book him.
I found the bus driver and the two kids. Card will take care of them.
Take care of the rest of the details, too, will you, Sergeant? I want to see if I can get back to town in time to take Peterson's kids to the circus. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Broderick Crawford. I hope you've enjoyed the program we brought to you, and you'll be with us again next week at the same time.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Anytime crime follows a fixed pattern, the pattern itself helps solve the crime. But when the crime committed is original, when there is no pattern, then the job is more difficult. And it gets most difficult when the criminal himself follows no fixed pattern, when he walks and talks like any other passerby, when he apparently is just another businessman, brisk, neat, confident.
Charlie?
Yes. Put your coat on now. Don't wear that. People look in other people's windows.
Neat. The whole job is neat, Charlie.
So far.
What could go wrong now?
Everything. Supposing Ferris doesn't want to pay the ransom.
And Ferris doesn't get to see his baby again.
That's a draw, and I want to win.
Don't worry. We will. He'll pay.
That could be trouble, too.
You mean collecting the ransom?
They'll try every trick in the book, then. It's their one contact with us, their one and only chance to grab us.
But we've got everything planned, haven't we?
Everything we've thought of.
It's a crazy idea to begin with. Kidnapping a machine. Who ever heard of such a thing?
Listen, it's a great idea. The rewards are just as big, and if we get caught, the rap's nothing compared to what it would be if we kidnapped a person. Get the clothes.
$100,000. That's the cost of a new machine. They'll never pay that.
Oh, yes, they will. A new machine costs $100,000, but it takes a year to build. Waiting that year could cost them $1 million.
Hey, Charlie. One thing still bothers me. How do we know they won't unload the machine out of the trailer tonight?
Because the trailer arrives at 5 o'clock. Unloading is a 6-hour job, and the workday ends there at 5:30.
Why can't they get a special unloading crew?
We're betting they don't unload until tomorrow morning. Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
It's a pickup order. Tri-state transfer. We come for our trailer.
I just come on. I don't know whether they've unloaded that computer or not.
Well, they called us an hour ago to come pick it up. I don't understand you guys. You spend $100,000 for a machine and you worry about a day's rental on the trailer.
Well, you just made it. It's almost closing time.
Well, the traffic was murdered.
It'll be worse when you're lugging a semi. Okay. 8 miles an hour on the ground.
All these men around, I don't like it.
Another worry? Listen, when I get out, back up to the trailer. And if anything goes wrong, let me handle it.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Need a hand? No. No, I got a lick. Thanks anyway.
You bet.
All right, take it away. Slowly.
Okay, take it away.
Hey! Stop! Stop!
What's the trouble?
Your left rear tire on your tractor. The inside one. Pressure's way down.
We'll check it first chance we get. Thanks a million.
Don't mention it.
I'll catch the gate. Let's get going.
Right.
Slow down. Take your time. We haven't got a thing to do until tomorrow when they find out what happened.
You're not going to call Ferris tonight?
No.
Why not? Why wait?
2 reasons. If I call tonight, the police start looking tonight, and in a smaller area than they'll have to look tomorrow, when we could have had all night to drive.
Well, what's the second reason?
Psychological. Like at a big prize fight. The champ lets the contender wait in the ring to get him nervous, and that's what we're doing. Tomorrow, when they find the machine is gone, they sit around and wonder how it could be missing. Get them nervous. Throw them off their stride.
Oh, when are you supposed to check with the real estate agent?
I've got a 10-day option on that property with a week to go.
Tell me, is the machine assembly a secret, Mr. Ferris? What I mean to say is, would it be worthwhile stealing it just to see how it works?
No, I'm afraid not. The plans of the computer have been in every electronics publication since the idea was first conceived.
I see. Well, what about the spare parts? Would it be worthwhile stealing it for the individual parts?
No, it's not the materials used that give the machine its value. It's the intricacy of the assembly. I can't talk to anybody. What? Hello, this is Mr. Ferris.
If you want to see your machine back safe and sound, Mr. Ferris, have $100,000 in unmarked 10s and 20s by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Be at your bank at that time. You'll be contacted there. You'll be told where to take the money, in person, in your own car, alone.
The computer has been stolen and is being held for ransom.
We'll do everything we possibly can to help you, Mr. Ferris.
But what will I do, Mr. Matthews? I don't want to pay them $100,000, and I don't want to lose the machine. It would cost more to replace it.
What have you done so far, Sergeant?
I gave R&I a description of the two men and sent out an APB on the tri-state trailer.
Mm-hmm. What about the tractor? Oh, wait a minute, hold it. This is Matthews. I want a state survey map. Send her in on the Ferris Electronics plant, and we'll circle out from there. You'll mark every filling station for me. Can you get it to me in an hour? All right, as soon as you can, then. Thanks. Get me scale and weight detail, will you? Would it be much trouble to transfer it from one trailer to another?
It's a big job.
Hello? Get me a list of all semi-trailer trucks that stopped at weighing-in stations between 6 o'clock last night and 7 o'clock this morning. I'm especially interested in tri-state trailer number... give me that piece of paper over there, Sergeant, will you?
Sure.
Thanks. Nora, 57193. Yeah, that's right. Thanks. Now, what about the tractor? Anything special on it?
Left for her tire was low.
Well, that might be some help. Call all the scale house stations. Maybe somebody else noticed that tire, too. Then I want you to call the auto theft and the hijacking detail. See what they've come up with. These guys either stole that tractor or rented it. Oh, find out how far they can go in a tank full of gas. And put them in on time cards over a tri-state transfer. Find out who wasn't at work yesterday, also today. Do the same thing at Ferris Electronics.
Right.
Go into my office. How about a cigarette?
No, thank you. Mr. Matthews, do you think you'll have the machine located before 2 o'clock?
Well, that's hard to say, Mr. Ferris. I hope so. Oh, by the way, did you drive your own car over here?
Yes.
Where'd you park it?
In the back of the building, in the reserved parking area.
Radio maintenance, please. You know the license number?
1M90584.
584. Hello, this is Matthews. There's a car parked in the reserved section parking lot in back of this building. License number 1Mary90584. I want you to rig up a two-way radio in it right away. No. Use the car's regular radio antenna. Thanks. Helicopter squad, please. Now, this is Matthews. Can I have a helicopter on standby at 2 o'clock this afternoon? Good. Thanks very much. Mr. Ferris, it's about 11:30. Now, I want you to go back to your office and then arrange with the bank to have $100,000 in unmarked 10s and 20s ready. At exactly 2 o'clock, I'll send over a valise. It'll be empty.
But, Mr. Matthews, what are we going to do?
Well, we're going to pay them the $100,000, Mr. Ferris. But we'll pay it our way.
All routine police measures were in operation. The criminal had not been apprehended. A puzzled and frightened Mr. Ferris was en route to his 2 o'clock appointment. Some highly non-routine measures were put into motion.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
I'm Lieutenant Andrews of the Highway Patrol, Mr. Ferris. You haven't been contacted since you left your office, have you?
No.
That's good. They probably tried to reach me. We're going to exchange identities.
You're taking my place?
It's just a precaution, Mr. Ferris. They probably don't know exactly what you look like. Mr. Matthews didn't think it advisable to tell you earlier. It could have influenced your behavior.
Hello? I understand Mr. Ferris is in the bank. May I speak to him, please? It's very important.
One moment, please. He's right here.
We'll give him just 30 seconds so they can't trace this call.
Mr. Ferris, there's a call for you here, sir.
Hello? Listen carefully. There's a blue coupe parked at the corner of Stewart and Miller Road. The keys are in it. Use it instead of your own car. Drive west on Stewart Boulevard. The tank is full. Keep on driving till you're contacted. And don't talk to anyone on the dealer's off.
This is 2275. This is 2275. 2275, over.
This is 2150. Go ahead.
They instructed me to change cars. I'm in a blue coupe now. License number 2 Charlie 70087. They told me to head west on Stewart Boulevard. I'm now at Stewart and Maple Drive, doing 30 miles an hour.
Stewart Boulevard runs clear through to the next state. 2150 to 3156. 2150 to 5601.
This is 3156.
Andrew, switch cars. He's now in a blue coupe. License 2 Charles 70087. He's heading west on Stewart Boulevard. He crossed Stewart and Maple about 2 minutes ago, going 30 miles an hour. Try and catch up to him and tail it.
3156, 10-4.
Stand by for further orders. Come in 5601.
This is 5601.
Proceed north to Stewart Boulevard. 2275 in blue coupe. License 2 Charlie 70087. Tail him until suspect makes contact.
10-4.
Okay, take her up.
I'm at Stewart and Ashcraft. I have to break off now.
All units close in on Stewart and Ashcraft. Contact's being made.
You're covered. So don't make a move to follow me and don't try to stop me. Is that it?
Yeah. Where's the semi-trailer?
We'll find out later. Give me the keys. Remember what I said. You're covered.
This is Andrews. They're in a black sedan. License number 2 Charlie 63364. They're armed. Heading north on Ashcraft. You got that?
Better than that. We got them. 2150 to 3822.
Proceed to Ashcraft and Miller. Code 3. Cut off a black sedan. License 2 Charlie 6 3364. Heading north. The men are armed. Don't take any chances.
They're changing cars.
Well, so far, so good. The bag's empty. Drive. We're in a trap. They're spotting us from that. Drive.
Five 601. They're going west, Miller to Garden. Intercept.
All right, now your first turn is Tunnel Road. It's about a half a mile, so don't overshoot it.
Tunnel Road, where does it lead to?
That doesn't matter now. Just drive.
They just turned off Garden on the Tunnel Road, heading east. 3156, continue north on Ashcraft. .3822, return to Barton Way. Head west and intercept. 3824, proceed south to Dover Road and intercept. We'll lose them in the tunnel for a few minutes. They're in the tunnel now. Here they come. Stand by. That's the car. Be careful.
Police! Help. Back in the tunnel, I was stopped. Two men with guns. They stopped me. They took my car.
What kind of a car, Jack?
Convertible.
What color?
White.
3156 to helicopter.
They've changed cars in the tunnel. The car we're looking for is a white convertible heading back toward Garden Street.
There it is. Heading north on Dover Road.
It's us already.
Run, Joe!
Cooperative. The computer is on a farm southeast of Weberville.
Mr. Ferris is going to be glad to hear that. Why didn't you run?
I figured the odds.
Didn't you figure the odds on this job, too?
Yeah. But I didn't figure on that.
Yeah, they sure are crazy contraptions. I don't know what makes them fly. Take them away. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, it isn't the car that kills, it's the driver. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Crimes of violence add a serious note to the routine functions of the Highway Patrol. The patrol moves quickly to aid victims, to apprehend the killer. But in many cases, the victims are beyond aid and the killer is beyond apprehension. In too many cases, the killer is an average, respectable citizen, and his murder weapon is triggered by a steering wheel. The Highway Patrol wages a ceaseless campaign to prevent this kind of crime.
Where'd this one happen, Johnson?
On the state highway, about 5 miles south of the county line.
That's number 8.
That's right.
8 major accidents in 2 weeks on a brand new stretch of highway. Come on over here and take a look at this with me. Right here from the end of the divided highway all the way across to the cutoff at Overland City. 2 weeks, we've had 4 fatals, 7 injuries, and 14 or 15 fender benders. This keeps up, we're going to run out of people before we run out of pins. You know the area pretty well, Johnson. Got any ideas?
Well, there's city traffic at both ends. As soon as the drivers hit this divided highway, they really bear down, try to make up for lost time.
Anything else?
The road's still fairly new, you know. Even the habit drivers aren't really familiar with it. Sort of takes them by surprise.
All right, we'll make them familiar with it. As of now, we'll pinpoint that 28 miles for selective enforcement. 6 solid weeks of it. We'll assign more men to patrol this territory. Set up routine traffic checks on a rotating basis, covering a different section every day. Examine every operator's license. Check the conditions of every car. Brakes, the lights, the tires, windshield wipers, and the works. Give citations if the cars or the drivers don't meet basic safety requirements. But most important, I want the motorists to know of the stepped-up enforcements. I want them to know that 9 out of 10 accidents are caused by violation of the law, and that increased enforcement cuts down on accidents. Notify the papers, radio, and TV newscasters. Tell them we're concentrating on this area.
Letter for you, Harry.
Okay, be right there.
Oh, bring my glasses in with you, will you? Well, you can do better than that. Fine thing. All I ask is a little affection, and what do I get? Eyeglasses. Oh, your letter. Something wrong?
Looks like they're catching up with me at last. Notice informal hearing. The records of this department show that you have been convicted on 4 occasions of violating the traffic laws.
4 occasions? The letter you got said 3.
I got another ticket last Friday.
Oh, honey.
Under the provision of the vehicle code, you are hereby notified that this department proposes to suspend or revoke your driving privileges and any operators or chauffeurs' licenses which have been issued to you.
Harry, that's awful.
Are to impose reasonable terms and conditions of probation, blah, 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 etc.
Don't be so casual about it. Suppose they take your license away. Suppose they give you a 30-day suspension.
Then we'll stop eating for 30 days.
Honey, you're top man in the sales department. You're a cinch to win that bonus. Now, if anything happens...
Look, Mrs. Brent, let's not worry ourselves until we have to. They're reasonable people down there. I'll simply explain that I'm a salesman and I got a lot of territory to cover, and my car is essential to my work, that's all.
All right, Mr. Salesman. But something tells me you've got a lot of selling to do at that hearing.
Traffic checks and stepped-up enforcement threw a heavy burden upon the regional traffic court. Along with the great reduction of accidents in the territory, the concentrated effort added an additional factor for the attention of the head of the Highway Patrol. That of drivers whose record of traffic violations clearly indicated that they were a potential menace to the motoring public at large. The Department of Motor Vehicles made facilities available for the Highway Patrol to discuss the danger potential with those drivers and impress upon them as forcefully as necessary the need for safe driving habits.
Here, Leo Adamson.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. Go on, Adams, take it.
No, sir, I'd rather not.
It's not loaded, take it.
No, sir. Guns make me nervous.
Why?
Well, I don't know. They just do, that's all.
Well, that makes sense. Now, I'm violating every rule in the book by handing you a gun. I'd chew out any rookie who tried it, but I got a point to make. Now, it's not loaded, take it. It's harmless without bullets. 2 pounds of harmless metal.
I know, sir, but guns give me the willies.
What about your car?
My car?
Your car outweighs this gun by 4,000 pounds, and it's loaded the minute you turn the key in the ignition. Doesn't that give you the willies? Come on, doesn't it?
Well, when you put it that way, Mr. Matthews, I guess it does. Yes, sir, it sure does.
All right, Adams. Remember that when your foot gets heavy on the accelerator. Figure there's a trigger on a gun, a 4,000-pound gun.
Yes, sir, I will.
Fine, Adams, thanks.
Is that all?
That's all. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Bye. Just a little faster. A tiny bit faster, and this gun would have blown up in my face.
Next. Sit right over there.
How'd you make out at the hearing, Mr. Brent?
Pretty well.
They put me on probation for the rest of the year.
You don't seem very worried about it.
I got enough to worry about, all right. I get one more ticket, they'll take my license away from me. So old horsepower Harry is going to have to slow down a bit.
Oh, good. Well, maybe we can help each other. You drive that new highway to Overland City a lot, don't you?
Yeah, I got my last 2 tickets there.
Yeah, I know. It's right on the record here. Now, the accident rate is very high on that new stretch of road. Highway Patrol is investigating causes and cures. You got any ideas?
Well, you know how it is with a good highway. The average driver is bound to speed up a bit. Say, this gun isn't loaded, is it?
No, go on. Go on, take a look at it.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I haven't seen one of these since my Army days.
You say the average driver's bound to speed up a little bit on a good highway. You had 4 violations in 10 months. You call that average driving, Mr. Brent?
No, but at least I haven't had an accident.
You handle a car the way you handle that gun, you'll have one quick.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthews. I wasn't aiming it at anything. You said it wasn't loaded.
I could have been wrong, but you didn't even take the trouble to find out. You're a guy who takes everything for granted. You make my job a tough one.
No, honest, Mr. Matthews. I'm on your side.
No, you're not. You didn't bother to find out if the gun was loaded, and you never had an accident, so it's all right to play with guns or drive 15, 20 miles an hour over the speed limit.
No, really, I
got news for you. You carry a loaded gun every time you get behind the wheel of your car. You're a potential killer, but you won't believe it. Well, one of these days you're going to find out, and I'm afraid you're going to find out the hard way.
Harry Brent was back on the highways. His next stop was Overland City, a very important sales meeting.
Say, officer, you're not really going to give me a ticket for that, are you?
Yes, sir, I am. Your driver's license, please?
Look, officer, I've been following that truck for miles. 20, 25 miles an hour. I have to be in Overland City by 3:30.
Sorry, sir. You crossed over the double line when you passed that truck. You're going over a bridge and around a curve. If an oncoming car had been out of the lane.
But there was no oncoming car.
You couldn't have known that, sir.
Trucks like that shouldn't be allowed on a 2-lane highway.
You drive this road often, Mr. Brent?
Yes, I use it all the time.
And you should know, sir, that this road becomes a 4-lane highway just around the next curve. You're pushing your luck, Mr. Brent. This time it's a citation. Next time it may be a funeral.
Any period of selective enforcement is bound to bring results. But no amount of traffic checks or concentrated patrolling can cure the driver who refuses to recognize his own faults. Harry Brent was one such driver, and as a result, had paid his second visit to the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Well, how was it? What happened?
Suspension, 60 days.
No.
All right, baby. Take over.
Next 60 days, you're my chauffeur.
You won't cover as much ground with me driving. You might lose your lead as top salesman. That'd mean no bonus or anything.
Shush. I got me into this, and I got no influence at City Hall, so... Hey, wait a minute. Maybe I have.
What?
Well, it's worth a try anyway. Come on, move over.
Well, where are we going?
To see your husband's influential friends. Come on.
All right.
I'm afraid you misunderstood me, Mr. Brent. When I said I hoped we could help each other, I was referring to the accidents on this highway.
They've taken my license away from me, Mr. Matthews, for 60 days. Well, that's like taking money out of my pocket, food out of my family's mouth.
Couldn't you possibly drive your husband on his business trips, Mrs. Brent?
Yes, I could. Of course, Harry doesn't think I'm the greatest driver in the world. He calls me Cautious Clara.
Don't let him bully you into his way of thinking. A good driver isn't necessarily a fast driver.
Listen, Mr. Matthews, I know you got sore at me the last time, but, well, I've realized a lot of things. Things would be different, I promise, if you could just get my license back.
The Highway Patrol can't tell a motor vehicle department how to run its business.
But you must have some influence down there.
No. All this department can do is submit information and make recommendations.
Well, couldn't you recommend some kind of action for me?
I already have. I recommend that they suspend your license.
Can't you speed up a bit, honey?
Nope.
Well, the speed limit's 55.
My limit's 45. Look, Mr. B, it's only been 10 days. You're going to give me the business already?
Oh, sorry, Clara. I was just hoping we could get the Silverwood today. I'll have to make it tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow's Saturday.
I know.
I was sort of planning on getting my hair done tomorrow.
Well, it's okay. George O'Connor's going to be off tomorrow. He said he could drive me down.
Oh, good. My hair's been a mess.
Now what?
Looks like another one of those road checks.
Oh, great. How am I ever going to make a living at this rate?
Hi, Johnson.
Morning.
How much you check through today?
We clocked about 600 since 9 a.m.
Many citations?
Well, not too many, considering. Here, take a look.
Gets less every day. Accident rate's down about 80%.
That's better than you expected, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's hope the rest of the cars don't mess up our figures.
Hello. Ah, George, where you been, boy? I've been ready for 15 minutes. What? What? I see. No, I'll figure something out. Okay, bye. Hi.
Hi.
He can't make it. Mildred's sick. One of those attacks she's always getting.
What are you going to do?
Call somebody else, I guess.
Can't you go down to Silverwood on Monday?
No, I postponed this thing too many times already.
Okay. Don't get so upset.
Well, even if I wanted to postpone it, I couldn't. It's too late to cancel the appointment now. If only I could... What are you doing?
Calling the hairdresser.
Oh, don't be silly. You have a right to have at least one day to yourself.
Look, Mr. Brent, I happen to have great plans for that bonus you're going to win.
But you haven't even had your breakfast yet.
So we'll stop on the road.
Ah, you're wonderful.
Post a morning traffic check right here, Johnson.
Okay, usual time periods?
No, weekend traffic starts a little later. Let's make it 9 to 12 noon.
Okay, what about the others?
The afternoon, post one over here. Make that 4 to 7. Now, we can catch the late traffic coming to the city from here. Make this one 10 p.m. to midnight. You got it?
Right. How long we keep the highway under selective enforcement?
Well, we'll see what the weekend brings. Maybe our problem drivers will surprise you. I'll ride patrol with you. Come on.
Really, dear, if you think you're going to be late for the appointment, I can get something to eat in Silverwood.
No, there's a little place up the road here on the left. I don't want this outfit to think I'm too anxious to make the sale anyway. Bad psychology.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good for a fast breakfast, huh?
Well, we have sweet rolls, hot cakes, waffles, and... Oh, dear.
What is it? What happened?
Your glasses. They're broken.
Oh. Oh, Harry, what'll we do?
Well, we just have to get you another pair, that's all.
Look, I'm sure the management will pay you for them. It was all my fault, really, and I know they'll make it right for you.
I can't drive without them. I can't see 10 feet away without my glasses.
Well, listen, isn't there someplace around here we can get these fixed?
No, sir. Silverwood's the closest, and that's 18 miles.
That's great. Just great. What are we going to do, Clara? We can't just stay here.
Is there a taxi service around here?
Just in Silverwood. They don't like to come out this far.
Well, how about a bus? There must be a bus along this highway.
Oh, yes, sir. The next bus comes by at 11:20.
Oh, that's fine. My appointment's 10 o'clock.
Harry, why don't you call them? I'm sure they'd understand if you'd explain what happened.
Sure. Explain. That's all I've been doing with my clients. Explaining why I'm late, explaining why I can't make it today. May I please make it tomorrow? Oh, come on, let's get out of here.
Don't be silly, Harry. You know I can't drive without my glasses.
You don't have to. I'll drive.
Harry! Harry, wait a minute! Please, honey, you can't drive without a license. Suppose you get stopped.
Look, it's only 18 miles to Silverwood. We'll be there in a half hour. Chances are we won't even see a cop in that time. It's all very simple. While I'm with my customer, you can have your new glasses made up. If we have to, we'll stay overnight. Then you can drive home with your new glasses, okay?
Harry, wait a minute. Wait one more minute, please. Could I have the highway patrol, please?
Where you been? You said you'd only be a minute.
I called the highway patrol.
You what?
I called the highway patrol and I told them what happened. And the officer said that they'd call us back as soon as they could contact one of their cars in this neighborhood.
For crying out loud, how simple can you get? Sure, they'll call us back here, and they'll send a car for us. And they'll take us to headquarters, and we'll fill out a million forms, and they'll give us a lecture, and by that time it'll be 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And I'm not waiting.
Harry, please, they'll be calling back any minute.
Look, Clara, I'm going to be in Silverwood before they call back and before they find out who called.
Harry, please.
Are you going with me or aren't you? Just had a call from communications.
What's the matter, trouble?
Not exactly. Some woman just phoned in, said she and her husband are in a hurry to get to Silverwood. He has no driver's license. She just broke her glasses. Can't drive without them.
Where are they?
The Tip Top Cafe. That's about 4 miles from here.
Well, if they can be that conscientious, so can we. Call communications. Tell them to call the cafe and have the people wait, huh?
Anybody call the highway patrol from here?
Well, yes, sir. Aren't they outside? There was a man and a lady. She broke her glass. I broke them.
I'm from the highway patrol. Do you know where they went?
No, sir. The highway patrol just phoned here.
These people, they leave a message, their names, anything?
She said she couldn't drive without her glasses, and he couldn't drive without a license, so...
So they're driving now. Oh, that's just fine. They've gone. I hope they found themselves a driver.
Harry, you're going too fast.
Well, if they ever do catch up with me, I'll end up in jail.
You really fixed me with that phone call.
Harry, you should have waited.
It's too late now. All I can do is try to get to Silverwood before they catch up with me.
Riverton to 3114.
3114, boy.
3114. 1179 at Kirkwood Highway and Fuller Avenue. Station wagon. Ambulance on scene.
3114, 10-4.
Slow down. It's just up ahead.
Mr. Matthews. How's my wife?
It was her side of the car you bashed in, you know.
She's not going to...
No, she won't die. But she's not going to walk for a long time.
But it wasn't my fault.
Sure it was. If you had control of the car, it wouldn't have happened. I wish I could feel sorry for you, Brent. I really wish I could feel sorry for you.
Poor guy. He's still got the traffic court to face.
Yeah. But he's already had his punishment. He's got a lifetime sentence of living with himself. Next week's case, handled by the Highway Patrol, is a very exciting one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the careless driver isn't driving his car. He's aiming it. This is Broderick Crawford saying, see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Law enforcement officer's problem is not always the hardened criminal. Frequently, it is the good element of society that forces him to spend long hours in toil and grief, especially when that element is guided by fear. Joseph Bradshaw was one such man who, by making the wrong decision, triggered a series of events which led to serious complications.
I'll finish the lawn later, honey. Got to rush.
You bowling today?
It's Sunday, isn't it?
With the Fowler brothers, I suppose.
They'll be picking me up any minute. Oh, Grace, you're not going to start that again. Just because they were in trouble a few years back.
They were in prison.
On a farm. It's not the same thing. And besides, they've straightened out, honey. Yeah, that must be them now.
They'll get you in trouble. I just know they will.
Now, what kind of trouble could they get me into?
Charlotte, put that away, you jerk. You want to mess up the whole plan?
Okay, Tom, okay. What do we need this character for anyway, huh?
So no one suspects us. We're the Fowler boys, remember? We need Bradshaw for an alibi.
I'll be home early.
We'll see that you are. I have a nice rump roast for supper. Here, you'll need these, Joe.
Hiya, Mrs. Bradshaw. Hi, Tom. Out of cigarettes. Won't be a minute.
I got an extra pack, Tom.
Not my brand. I'll come with you. I just remembered I got to make a phone call.
Hey, it's late. We don't want to hold up the other team.
We'll make it, Joe. Where you hit, kid?
In the back. Like it's on fire.
Think you can stand?
I'll try, Tom. Crummy rat.
You took care of him.
Not him. Joe for ditching us.
We'll take care of him, too. Gotta get you home first.
How I can't walk. Not that far.
You won't have to. We'll use Benson's jalopy. It's parked out around back. He's got no more use for it. Hang on now. I'll get his keys.
Hello?
Grace? Listen, Grace, I'm in a jam. No, nothing like that. Real trouble. Tell me how much money we got in the house. That's all. What about your sister? Grace, don't ask questions. Do like I say. Meet me just as soon as you can. And bring every cent you can lay your hands on. Where? You know Summit Park, the old picnic ground? Well, I'll be there. And Grace, hurry.
Take it easy, kid. Easy now.
This isn't very much.
Well, it's the best I could do. You didn't give me much time. Look, when the bank opens tomorrow, I can...
Tomorrow? I'll be a long way from here by then.
Why, Joe? Why should you run? You weren't in on that holdup.
I was there when it happened.
Well, an innocent bystander. You didn't know what they were going to do.
Think anybody believed that? Especially now?
Well, if you just kept your head, reported it to the police instead of running.
And get myself killed. They shot at me, Grace. Don't you understand? Tom and Charlie tried to kill me. Just see, Grace. There's nothing I can do. There weren't any witnesses. How could the police believe me? They're on one side, the Fowlers are on the other. If one doesn't get me, the other will. I got no choice. I gotta keep running. Like a squirrel on a treadmill.
But to throw away your job, our home, everything you've worked for. It's not fair, Joe. It's just not fair.
Did I say it was fair? Don't fight me, honey, please. Don't make things any tougher than they are already.
Well, surely the police would believe you. If you just went to them and explained it, they'd protect you from the Fowlers.
Sure. What kind of protection? The sanctity of a prison cell? 5 to 10 as an accessory to a holdup?
Maybe not. You don't know what would happen.
Maybe isn't good enough. I'm not going to gamble on a prison stretch.
Well, you won't have to. I could go to the police. It's no risk to me. Look, I could go in and explain it and talk to them and tell them exactly how it happened. I wouldn't have to use your name. And, well, if I could get them to guarantee that they wouldn't prosecute you...
Yeah, if.
Well, it's worth a try. Joe, it's better than standing by and watching our lives go smash.
Sure, I suppose so.
Well, there's a highway patrol station about 2 miles up the road. I'll go up there.
Okay. We'll try it your way. But if it doesn't work, I'm leaving tonight. That's understood?
Yes, Joe. It's understood.
Grace Bradshaw was determined to prevent her husband from making the grim decision. Joe waited.
I'm sorry, you're not giving me very much to go on, Mrs.
Well, there's nothing more I can give you. Like I told the officer out there, the one who told me I better speak to you, my question's purely hypothetical.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I have everything straight. You want to know if a person who happened to be in the company of 2 men when they committed a robbery...
But wasn't involved himself.
Yes. And he left the scene of the crime without notifying the police, what would his status be? Is that it?
Yes.
In other words, would the law prosecute him? Well, without knowing more details, I can't say that any law enforcement officer could truthfully say that he wouldn't be prosecuted.
Even if you knew he was innocent?
If he's innocent, he has nothing to be afraid of.
I see.
No, I don't think you do.
You'd expect him to surrender with no better guarantee than that?
Look, I don't know this person's current position in regard to the law, but this much I do know. Unless he turns himself into the police immediately, he can be prosecuted for being an accessory after the fact. Now, believe me, I'd like to help you. In order to do that, you're going to have to tell me the truth.
Dan, can you come out here a minute?
Yeah, sure. Excuse me, won't you? What's the matter?
I thought you ought to know the report just came in. Hold up at Benson's Cafe about 3 miles up the highway. They lifted the cash box and shot Mac Benson, the proprietor.
How is he?
He's dead.
What do you got so far?
Nothing yet. Cather just radioed in. You want to take a run up?
I got some business to finish in the office. Hello, Robbie. You know that woman who was in here?
Yeah?
She's disappeared. Take a look around for her. She can't have gone very far.
Don't try to get up, kid. Just slide back. Take it easy.
Tom, I gotta have a doctor. Tom, I'm burning up inside.
I can't get a doctor, kid. You know that. Not with a bullet wound.
What? You just gonna let me die?
Of course not. Remember Ernie Glass? He was with the medical corps during the war. He's got a lot of surgical stuff home.
What are you waiting for? Get him.
You think I haven't tried? I had to ditch the car, but I've been calling this place every 10 minutes. He's not home yet.
I gotta have help soon. I gotta. My back is on fire. I feel I was just slipping away and going. I don't want to die, Tom.
Stop talking like that. You're not gonna die.
If it wasn't for Joe ditching us...
You'll get his. That's a promise.
You found the body?
I saw the clothes sign on the door and figured something was wrong. The 8 years I've been patrolling this stretch, Mac's never been shot on a Sunday.
What makes you think there was more than one?
I found some pretty good footprint indentations around back by the garage. More blood. It looks like they stole Max Jalopy to make their getaway.
You mean they didn't have a car of their own?
Looks that way.
Somebody took off here like a jet. Look at these tire tracks spin out. He knocked this over. Here's the paint smear where he sideswiped it. Might as well have left his calling card. Oh, what color was Benson's car?
Max's car was a dark gray coupe, almost gunmetal.
This is blue. What are you thinking? Thinking about a lady who came to my office and the story she told me. Now, the car that knocked this over might have been connected with the murder, then again, it might not be. If it is, a lot of things are starting to add up. Look, we better check this out to play safe.
You think there was a third person involved in the robbery?
There's a great possibility.
There must be another way.
You haven't pointed it out to me. You said yourself he refused to guarantee immunity.
But he couldn't, Joe. That doesn't mean he won't give you every chance the law allows.
Chin skirtings to dress up the bars of myself? No, thanks. The only break I'll get is the break I give myself.
Running away. All your life, dodging the law. You call that giving yourself a break?
Well, it might work. You read about it in the papers all the time. Guys wanted by the police who've changed their names, moved to a strange town, that built whole new lives for themselves.
You read about it when they're caught.
Okay, at least they've had a few years of freedom. I'm young. I'll buy those years. Grace, try to see the spot I'm in. It's not robbery now, it's murder.
I know.
If the Fowlers find me, I'm a dead man. If the police pick me up, I'm dead anyway. You don't have to stop breathing to be dead. Prison to me is just the same as a grave. You wouldn't wish that on me.
No, Joe, no. I couldn't stand being separated from you. Without you, I'm just nothing. I'd be dead, too.
And you do like I say?
Yes.
All right. We'll clear out tonight. You go home now and pack and see if you can scare up some more money. I'll phone later, tell you where to meet me.
At 4:20 that afternoon, a blue convertible was found abandoned on the side of the highway. There was a fresh scrape on the left rear fender, and the tires were 710 heavy duty, with a tread identical to the tracks found in front of the diner.
All right, Dan. This looks like the car, all right. Check that paint scratch on the fender. Back tires are 710. Same in the front. If that's not enough, this ought to cinch it.
38s, same caliber they dug out of Benson.
Registered owner of the car is Charles Fowler, which is kind of interesting. But Charles Fowler and his brother got mixed up with a gang of hijackers a couple of years back. Did time together.
Get the address. 2150. 2150. I want a report from Leighton Prince on their findings at the Twin Oaks Diner. And I suggest you check their findings against the MOs on the Fowler brother, Charles and, what's the other guy's name?
Tom.
Tom. Get an APP out in both of them. Then send a team out here to the quarry cutoff to check out this vehicle. How long do you think the car's been here?
I've already quizzed the station attendant across the road. He's been tied up with an overhaul job half the day. Can't tell us a thing.
We'll get our answer from the Fowler brothers. Come on. They're a number 1 bungalow. Thanks. Let's go. You two cover the back. Come with me.
Who is it? Who's there?
Open the door, Fowler. It's the police. We want to talk to you. Come on, Fowler. Open up or we'll break it down. Phone for an ambulance. This man's critical.
Another minute and I've had the gun. Another lousy minute.
Where's your brother? Where is he?
So Joe squealed, huh? The rat squealed. He'll get his. Tom will take care of him.
Who's Joe? Who is he?
Get lost, copper.
I'm not going to get any more out of him. Get out another APB, this time on Tom Fowler alone. Warn he's armed and dangerous. Better post a stakeout. He just may come back. What's new?
Hospital reports no change. Fowler's still unconscious.
What about the bullet?
Lab test was fired from Mac Benson's gun, all right.
Cadler, the stuff that was in the car, bring it here. I want to go over it.
Right.
I'd give a lot to know where Fowler is right now.
Well, according to Charlie's out looking for a guy named Joe.
Yeah, sure, so are we, and it's no help.
It is to Tom. He knows Joe's identity. We don't.
If we don't get to Joe before Fowler does, we'll have another homicide in our hands. Let's see what we do know. Joe's married. I've talked to his wife, I'm sure of that. I can describe her from the mole on her neck to the run on her stockings, but that description would fit 100 gals in this area.
I couldn't find her. We haven't time to personally interview 100 gals.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's take Joe. Let's see what we know about him now.
This is stuff you wanted?
Yeah, thanks. Well, comic book. Suntan oil. Lubricant. 38 cartridges. 3 pair of bowling shoes.
Think you got something?
I don't know. His wife said something about an innocent party in the company of 2 men, and he had no idea they were going to pull a stick up on the way. Now, where would 3 guys be going on a Sunday afternoon? Only 2 or 3 alleys in the neighborhood. Let's check them out. It's worth a try.
Good evening, Mrs. Bradshaw. The man of the house about?
What are you doing here?
You didn't answer my question. Joe, where is he?
Well, he isn't here. I don't know where he is.
You don't, huh? And I suppose you're just packing a few things to put him in storage for the summer. I want Joe. Where is he? Okay, we'll play it your way then. I got no place to go. I can wait. Sit down. Go on, answer it.
Hello?
Tell him to come here, now.
Joe, don't come! Run! Tom Fowler!
Sure, Joe. You do, though, when your little wife gets killed. Don't get any cute ideas about tipping off the cops, either. Takes exactly 1 second to squeeze a trigger. Ain't nobody in the world can bust the door down that fast.
Yeah, sure, we keep a roster of the men on the various teams in the bowling leagues.
We'd like to know if 2 fellows with the name of Charlie and Tom Fowler bowl on any of the teams here.
Sure, the Fowlers, I know them. They bowl with a team calls itself the Corsairs.
And Joe. Guy named Joe, does he bowl with him?
Joe. Mm-hmm. Just a second, I'll check the roster. It's all there.
Not bad.
Where is he?
Behind you, kid. Easy does it. Hold it just like that.
Tom.
Save your breath. You got nothing to tell me I don't already know. It's thanks to you my brother Charlie's maybe dying in the hospital this very minute. It's no thanks to you. I wasn't at the motel when the cops came swarming.
I had nothing to do with the cops. Sure, I ran out on you, but I was scared. I didn't know you were going to pull any stick up. But I didn't go to the police.
Peddle it somewhere else.
Oh, give me a break, Tom. All we want to do is get out of here.
You'll get out all right. Feet first.
No!
Come on, get out of the way. I want to shoot you.
I was a witness. I'll testify it was an accident.
Yeah, my wife was going to believe you.
But what are you going to do?
Oh, I got to think. I'm in so deep now.
Shall I get the tear gas?
Not yet.
Stop right there. I'm warning you. Don't come any closer. I have a gun.
You Joe Bradshaw?
Yes, and I told you, don't come any closer.
Joe, listen to me. You're making a sucker play. The house is surrounded. Throw out your gun and surrender.
Go to prison? That's another sucker play.
If you're innocent, you won't go to prison.
I'm warning you. One more step and I start shooting.
I'm coming in, Joe.
I swear to you, another step and I'll shoot.
I'm coming in.
I'm warning you. I'm going to start shooting.
I'm coming in, Joe.
Have you gone crazy? You'll never get out of here. You just can't make it.
But I can try. It's better than going a prisoner to the chair.
Joe.
Get out of the way.
You'll be killed.
I'm coming in.
Did you hear what I said? Did Jimmy say I'd shoot?
Yeah, I heard you. I don't believe you. I don't think your wife does either, Joe. I met her. She loves you. She doesn't strike me as the kind of a woman who'd marry a killer.
You're forcing me.
You're forcing yourself, and it goes against the grain, doesn't it? You see what a petty crime leads to? A bigger one. It's like a snowball going downhill. Finally, you can't stop it. You should have come to us in the first place. But you wouldn't gamble on the law, would you, Joe? Well, the law's not afraid to gamble on you. I'm coming in. All right, let me have the gun. It's nothing serious. It's only a flesh wound.
I'm sorry, honey. Did I hurt you?
No, you didn't hurt me.
All right, boys. You're going to have to come with me, Joe.
But he's not a criminal, Mr. Matthews.
Yeah, I know. You're a very lucky guy. He'll be coming back to you, Mrs. Bradshaw. Let's go. See the Highway Patrol in action again next week. Until then, remember, leave blood at the Red Cross, not on the highway. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. enforcement agencies must constantly uphold all state laws. When an open violation occurs, with the community's tolerance, the operation eventually becomes bigger and more dangerous with additional vices. When the Club Bahamas opened a gambling casino against the state law, the law enforcement agencies moved rapidly to close it, a move that called for extraordinary measures.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Got to see the production this girl makes with the lipstick, Al.
Too bad we can't take pictures of what goes on in front of that mirror. Sell them as souvenirs. Hello. This is Al Sandy. Thank you. Come out and be our guest some night. Bring the wife. Bye. Dickerson, the filling station man. Just saw Sheriff Bishop and a carload of deputies heading this way. See that he and his wife have a good time when they come out Saturday.
Dickerson, right.
Sorry to interrupt your pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. We have a report there's a raid on the way.
Our floor men and dealers will buy up your chips. This room is closed for tonight. Don't worry, we have about 10 minutes, but the main dining room will remain open. As you know, it's our policy to protect our patrons in situations like this.
Let's go, boys. Sheriff, good evening. Is this an official visit?
Pronounced raid.
You have a warrant, of course.
Oh, you know I have. Here.
I assume this is in good order.
Well, you can take it up with your attorney. Good evening, Sheriff.
Go ahead, Sheriff. It isn't locked.
So you were tipped off again, huh?
Well, if I'd known you were coming, I certainly would have had my chef prepare your favorite dish. Steak and kidney pie, isn't it?
Oh, you know a lot about me, don't you?
My job, Sheriff, as a restaurant man.
I don't know. What is it?
You've been here before, Sheriff, so you know this is our private banquet room. If you and your department wish to avail yourself of it, a reservation can be arranged.
Now, one of these days, I'm going to take over the whole place. I won't need a reservation, thanks.
Sheriff, I can still use a man like you around here at night. You can do it off duty. The hours aren't bad, and the money's pretty good.
No thanks, Mr. Sandy.
What's the matter?
Your money. It stinks. Well, frankly, Dan, I might just as well write these people a letter and tell them when I'm going to raid. Well, that's what you're getting this call for. I need some outside help.
Wait a minute. Come in. Yeah, Sheriff, I got the whole picture. I'll be down in a couple of days. No, a couple of days. That's the best I can do. I'm tied up. Sorry. Okay, goodbye. Sheriff Bishop, Wilcox County is in trouble. You know that country at all?
No, sir. I've never been down there.
All right, find me 4 officers haven't been there. I'll drive down with them in the morning. No, what's the matter?
He told Sheriff a couple of days. Don't you trust him?
Sure, 100%. He's a good officer. That's why he needs help. You see, a gambling house he's been trying to close. Well, they've been tipped off 3 times running. He can't get the evidence he needs for legal proof.
Leak in his department?
No, he's checked all of his men out to his own satisfaction. His trouble is he's living in a community where most people don't realize that gambling's against the laws of the state. He can't do anything without it getting out, and they pass it along. That's why I don't want Bishop to know I'm there until I'm there.
4 officers?
That's right, in uniform, here at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll keep you posted from there.
Yes, sir.
That's right, Sheriff, right away. 5 miles the other side of Bridgeton where the old road turns off. And make sure you're alone. Right. Now, let's get off the main road. Oh, I wasn't expecting you for another day at least.
No, we got lucky. We were able to get away. Look, when you make your raid tonight, I want you to use my men. You lead them. Maybe the locals around here will have a little more respect for you when they find out what you got behind you.
What, another one? All right, Ollie.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me.
We're being raided. There's no cause for you to be alarmed. The dealers will buy up your chips.
I'm very sorry. This door is locked at the request of the private party who is using the banquet room tonight. But Mr. Sandy can open it for you.
Seems to be the trouble, Frederick. Why, hello, Sheriff. Back again?
Well, these gentlemen, these officers, they insist on entering the private banquet room, Master Sandy.
Well, of course. Allow me.
Okay, you can open this one, too.
Is it locked?
Now, stop stalling, Sandy. You know we can break it down if we have to.
Well, you're welcome to try, Sheriff, but I should warn you that this is a fire door. Wood veneer over boilerplate steel. It might be easier on you if you wait until I brought the key from the maintenance office. Sheriff?
Let's go, boys. Now, look, Sandy.
It hasn't changed a great deal since the last time you were here, has it, Sheriff?
We got past another one.
Yes, thanks to the double doors.
You worried?
Plenty worried. I'm thinking it might be a good idea to close down for a couple of weeks. Just operate the restaurant.
It cost a lot of money.
So do lawyers.
Sheriff Bishop would love to hear you say that.
Well, Barney's a sterling young officer and a 20-carat nuisance, but we can live with him. This raid tonight was highway patrol. Barney's gone outside for help. That's what worries me, Ollie.
They didn't do any better than Barney's been doing right along. They even looked pretty foolish when they broke in on that banquet.
Maybe they did, but they're still state cops. That means we're getting the kind of attention I can do without. It's something to think about.
I thought this would be a good place to talk. I don't want people looking over our shoulder.
Well, after last night, I don't know what difference it makes. All we proved was it's possible to surprise Sandy. We didn't make out any better.
Proved something else, too. If we're going to pull a successful raid in that club, we're going to have to control the two doors between the dining room and the casino.
Well, that means we have to have a man in the casino next time we raid.
Yeah, and I'm going to try and be that man. Oh, there's something else you can do for me.
Name it.
Unless we're going to make a career out of raiding Al Sandy's club, we're going to have to knock him off once and for all. Now, I can't figure it, but last night, within 3 minutes, he was able to conceal all evidence that there was gambling going on there.
Well, we have to know where he's hiding that equipment.
Well, that's where you can help.
Well, how?
I want you to go to the county engineers and get the original plans on that building.
Oh, that's good enough. Where'll I contact you?
I'll be at the Normandy Plaza Hotel, registered under C.C. Hammond.
C.C. Hammond?
Yeah, the big cattle and oil man from Texas, huh? C.C. Hammond. I've got a reservation, haven't I?
Of course, Mr. Hammond. This way, please.
Shrimp cocktail, double steak, rare baked potato, and a Caesar salad.
Yes, sir.
Keep the change.
Everything was to your satisfaction, Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, it was wonderful. Say, by the way, I've been watching those doors. I've been seeing people go in there all evening. What's going on?
A private party, sir.
How private?
I'll send Mr. Dyer to your table, sir.
Thanks.
Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Ollie Dyer, the manager here. Our matey tells me you might be interested in our private party.
Well, your club's famous, Mr. Dyer. Some of my friends said I might find a little action around here.
Your friends, do I know any of them?
Well, the manager of the hotel I'm staying at, the Normandy Plaza. Sid Burke's his name.
Oh, Sid's my boy. I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
License plate in his car checks out all right with the registration of the hotel. I spoke to Sid, and he said this man Hammond's been a happy little gold mine for the help around the hotel. Big tipper. I think he's okay.
You may be right, Ollie. Chances are you are. But we've been getting too much attention from the authorities lately. We might be stretching our luck to let any strangers into the casino until our temperature drops about 20 degrees.
I think that's smart. I'll give Hammond the bad news.
Right.
My money's not good enough, that's what you're trying to tell me.
Not at all, Mr. Hammond.
Well, that's the way it sounds.
As I told you, that's a private party. If they don't want any outside guests, there's nothing I can do about it. I hope you'll stop in and have dinner with us again before you return to Texas, Mr. Hammond.
You can bet on it.
Al Sandy had a smart operation in the Club Bahamas. There was only one way to stop that operation. A man inside the casino when it was raided. Sergeant Corey was called. It was his assignment.
I'd still rather pose as a building inspector.
As suspicious as Sandy is now, he wouldn't believe you. Climb to the top of the pole, get in your private phone booth, call the sheriff, tell him we're here.
Hello. Right, Corey. We're inside of the club now, Sheriff. You can make that call. Okay. Check your watch. I'm making the call in exactly 30 seconds. And good luck.
Hello? Who? There's nobody here by that name. No, sir. No, Mrs. Crittenden. You have the wrong number.
Well, hope this works.
It better work. Now listen to me. Till Barney hangs up the phone, the line's out of order. All incoming calls will get a busy signal. There'll be no dial tone on the line. Now Barney's going to hang up in exactly 21 minutes.
And in 22 minutes, I'll be a big success as a telephone repairman. Keep your fingers crossed.
Oh, wait a minute. Come here. Now, the measurements at the casino were very important. If you run into any kind of trouble, forget them. The important thing is to get invited back as a guest. So make them like you. Good luck.
can we do for you? Aren't we paying our bill?
I wouldn't know about that, sir. I have an order to check out some trouble on Calumet 56098. Do you have that number listed here?
Calumet 56098? Sure, that's our private line, but nothing wrong with that. I just had a call on it about 10 minutes ago.
Well, that's possible. The repair department said they only had the report a few minutes. Asked me to see what I could do before I came in. If it's all right with you, I can check it out in a hurry.
Okay, I guess. What is it?
That trouble report was correct. Listen, no dial tone.
I just had a call on this line not 10 minutes ago.
That's the way the ball bounces. You want it fixed, don't you?
Sure I do, I guess. How long will it take?
Depends upon how long I am spotting the trouble. 10 minutes, 20.
What are you doing in here?
Measuring the room.
Why? What's that got to do with the phone in the office?
Well, there's a power leak somewhere, sir. I thought maybe the electric power lines had crossed over our line somewhere.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just fix the phone, huh?
Yeah. And I better get off the dime or I won't be through in 20 minutes like I promised. I guess I found the trouble all right.
Where was it?
Relay was stuck. Caused an open circuit. It'll be okay now.
Thank you.
You really have got quite a place here, mister. First time I was ever out. Heard some big stories about it.
Thanks.
Don't suppose you let a working stiff in here when it's open, even if he's wearing his best clothes.
We're not that exclusive. It just, it takes a lot of money.
I might be willing to go it just once in my life. I thought I wouldn't get kicked out of my ear.
Oh, that wouldn't happen.
Sure be great. Sure appreciate it.
Okay, my friend. I guess we owe it to you for fixing the phone. Just ask for me, Ollie. You'll have the run of the place. Only understand one thing.
Yeah?
If you get hurt, I don't want to hear any crying.
You won't hear no crying out of me, Mr. Dyer. Thanks. A million.
How'd it go?
We got it made. Not quite. You got the blueprints?
Yeah, sure.
Now, let's take a look, huh?
Well, the county engineer steered me on to the architect that put the building up. It was originally a private residence, Dan. Sandy made it over inside. The living room here is now the main dining room. This is what he made into his office in the casino. Well, what's this tell us? What are we looking for?
Looking for a space big enough to hide some gambling equipment in.
How big a place would he need? How about?
Oh, a fair-sized coat closet. Well, from the information I get, all his equipment breaks down.
Get that sketch I made, will you? I made a scale sketch from the measurements he took at the casino.
Oh.
Attaboy. Now, this is the outside wall right here. We'll match it up to the blueprint, see what we get. It's what we're looking for, and it fits. When they remodel, they let the outside wall drift. By the time they finish, there's quite a space, enough to hide a couple of hot roulette wheels and some crap tables in. Hey, take a look over here, right in the back. Here's a door. What do you know about it?
There's no door there now.
What's out in the back there?
Oh, that's the rear of the building, just a lot of shrubbery.
No sign of where the door used to be,
No, not that I know of.
Why do you guys bet the door is still there and working?
Oh, I never gamble, Dan. Not when I'm betting against a sure thing.
Looks like we're going to have to revise our plans to take in that back door, and I think you better cover it, Sheriff.
Good.
Wrap this up. Now, look, it's 4-6. You go on about your business as if nothing happened. You'll be back at the club at 9:12 tonight.
9:12, right?
I will save the rate for 9:15. I don't want Sandy and company to know what hit him.
evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?
Mr. Dyer's expecting me.
I'm sorry, sir. You can't go in there.
Oh, tell Ollie the telephone repairman is here.
I'm sorry, sir, but I can't leave the door.
What do you mean? Mr. Dyer said I was to have to run the place. Just ask for him.
I take my orders from Mr. Sandy. He said no new faces in there.
Can't you send for Mr. Dyer?
His offices are right over there.
Okay, Hall.
I'm just doing what Mr. Sandy said, Mr. Dyer.
I understand. I'll take the responsibility for this, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer.
Everything all right, Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, it's just perfect.
Fine. That's what we like to hear. Hooray! Get that door closed.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the raid. Stay where you are and you won't get hurt. Take him in with you. Shall we go inside and see if I can find a little action?
Herd him over in the corner, boys. This time we made it, Dan.
Nice going, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Sergeant.
Oh, don't take it personally. You can't win them all.
We'll open again. That's a promise.
And we'll close you again. That's a promise, too. Take him in with a rest. Dan? We were right about that secret door, Sheriff.
Yeah. Mr. Sandy was about ready to go for a nice long walk.
Is this necessary, Sheriff? After all, we're not criminals.
You're so wrong. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, it isn't the car that kills, it's the driver. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. An important function of the Highway Patrol is to maintain the safety of the road, to prevent accidents causing injury or death. But not all the fatalities on the highway are accidents, though they may appear to be. During harvest time, the patrol encountered an accident that started with the driver looking for a hitchhiker.
Thanks. I'm just going to Collinsville. Nothing wrong here. No! No!
Was instantaneous. Cause of death was an occipital fracture, occurring when the deceased...
How do you spell it, Doc?
O-C-C-I-P-I-T-A-L. Means the back of the head. Occurring when the deceased was...
The back of the head? Maybe I'm filling out the wrong form. Doc, the guy went through the windshield. Forward.
Have you time to check the daily report?
I'll be with you in a minute. You got something hot?
Looks like a murder, only we're supposed to think it was an accident.
All right, let's have it.
Car hit a tree. Victim's head went straight forward into the windshield. But he died from a blow on the back of the head. We reconstructed the accident, and it would have been impossible for the victim to have received such a blow in the crash.
What else?
We figured he was clubbed with something heavy and blunt. Maybe a tire iron. Then propped behind the wheel of the car, which was crashed. About 4.5 miles north of Collinsville.
What's his name?
We don't know.
No driver's license?
Yes, he had one.
John Curtis. It's been erased and rewritten. It's a pretty good job, too. Not quite professional. Let's find out who this guy is. Send his fingerprints to Washington for a make. Ask the lab boys if they can bring this back with the original name and number. Anything else on the body?
Well, just this, an ID card from an insurance company.
Urban Casualty and Life Assurance. In case of injury, notify William Ferguson. RFD Box 43, Gardner's Grove.
Patrolman Garvey thinks the victim might have been a fruit tramp.
Yeah, the highways are crawling with them this time of the year.
Why would anyone want to plant a phony identity on a poor fruit picker?
Maybe someone wanted to lose his own identity, commit suicide, and live to tell about it. I think the guy that did this homicide's not going to do much telling. Could have murdered him for the usual reasons, revenge, jealousy.
If one of those were the motives, why take the trouble to plant a false identity? It's crazy.
Ever run across a killer who was normal? This could be the motive.
Insurance?
Yeah. The killer might have pulled this trick before, too.
I see what you mean.
I'll tell you what I want you to do. Get me a report on all vehicular fatalities that occurred in the past 12 months that have any similarity to this one.
I'll get the file room on it right away.
I'm going to take a run down to Gardner's Grove. RFD 43. Keep me posted, will you?
No, don't know anybody named John Curtis.
How about William Ferguson?
Afraid I can't help you.
It's funny you'd give this address.
Well, look here. Guess about the biggest unofficial post office in the whole state.
How come?
Most folks come here have no permanent homes.
What are they, migrants?
Yep, fruit pickers. They gotta have some place to get their mail.
It's good for your business, too, huh?
Sure, brings them in here. Good for them, good for me. Don't suppose I can remember everybody comes in here for mail.
Do me a favor, will you? Take a look and see if there's anything there for Ferguson.
Nope, nothing here.
I'll tell you what. If he comes in, have him call this number. Tell him I got news for him. If it is news for him.
Hold on, here he is.
Matthews here.
Got a line on the car used in the Curtis killing.
All right, let's have it. Take this down.
DMV ownership, license number 2Y7022, sold 16th of this month by A&B Used Car Company at 10213 Union Avenue, Hartsdale.
That's about 30 miles from here.
What was the buyer's name?
John Curtis.
That figures. Thanks. Let's go to Hartsdale.
The A&B Used Car Company in Hartsdale was checked out. The owner remembered the sale of the 1938 dark blue convertible, but was not able to describe the buyer.
3153.
3153, bye.
3153, what's the 1020 of 2150?
2150, bye.
2150. 2 fatality reports similar to the case you're on in almost every particular.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. I'll 1019 in about 30 minutes. Have the reports ready on my desk when I get there. Tell them to keep digging, will you?
10-4, 2150.
We better find this character and fast.
Another one.
Well, that makes number 5.
You think it's the insurance angle?
Well, we'll find out. I'm expecting Mr. Banning from the State Underwriters Association.
By the way, the lab tests on the victim's clothing showed positive evidence of citric acid stains. Now it's confirmed that he was a fruit picker, just like the others.
How are the boys making out in the lab with the driver's license?
It's a slow process restoring erasures, but they expect to have something soon.
Good.
Is Mr. Matthews in?
It's Mr. Banning, Mr. Matthews.
Send him right in. It's Banning.
I'll stay on this.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Banning. Sit down, won't you?
Looks like you hit it right in the button, Mr. Matthews. They all had insurance, all 4 of them.
There's been a 5th one turned up since last time I spoke to you.
They were all migratory workers, and though they were insured by different firms, they seem to have one very important thing in common.
Well, I'll bet I know what it is. All 4 beneficiaries had the same mailing address.
Right. Same address, different names. But I'll bet my bottom dollar that all 4 of those beneficiaries are one and the same party.
And you'd win your bet. What kind of policies were they?
Life accident. Extra indemnity for death by accident on 3 of the 4. All are what we call open policies. No medical required, no personal appearance necessary.
Oh, I see. Just fill out the questionnaire and send it in with a premium.
That's about it.
Well, let me see if I've got this straight now. Be easy for a guy to take out a policy in a phony name. Then arrange identification papers in that name. We'll say like a driver's license. And his next move is to find a victim, a hitchhiker or a migratory worker. One that would answer the description on the questionnaire. Then he kills him in what he hopes to look like an accident. Plants a fake ID card on him, then sits back and waits for the insurance company to send the check. Is that about it?
It would seem so. Of course, getting away with it is something else again. Strange that he always picks migratory workers for his victims.
Well, a migratory worker has no roots. If he disappears, nobody would care very much. It's different with a guy who works in a store or an office.
This just came off the wire from Washington. He was clean. The prints are Army. The dead man's name was Ralph Perry. Last known residence was 305 South Scanlon, an address he gave when he applied for veterans benefits a few months ago.
Well, it's a lead. They make the payoff in the Curtis policy yet?
The check to William Ferguson is in the mail.
Good.
Anything else the companies can do to help you?
Yeah, I'd like photostats on the last 4 checks.
I'll see that you get them.
I'm going to pay a visit to South Scanlon Street. Put a stakeout in that RFD number.
Yes?
Highway Patrol.
What do you want?
Did you at one time have a Ralph Parry living here?
Ralph? He ain't in any trouble, is he?
When was the last time you saw Parry?
Well, he moved out it was about 3 months ago. Went back on the road when they started the crop picking again.
You haven't seen him since?
Well, he came visiting once a couple of weeks ago on a Sunday.
To see you?
I think he really came to see Carl.
Who's Carl?
His cousin, Carl Seward.
Seward lives here?
In the back room, but he's out right now, working.
Where does he work?
At the packing house. You ain't after Carl for anything, are you? I know he's been awful worried lately.
What's he worried about?
I guess maybe it was the fight that upset his nervous system.
The fight?
Yeah, him and Ralph. First they was a hollering to beat the cars, and then they were knocking each other all over the place. On a Sunday, too.
What was it all about?
It was about some insurance money.
Carl Seward was the first important lead to turn up. As the landlady had said, he was at work at the packing house in an outlying suburb.
You got a guy working here named Carl Seward?
Please, let me go. Let me go.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Please let me go. Oh, I'll never do it again.
Do what?
I mean about the apples.
What apples?
The ones I sold and kept the money for. I don't know what got into me. I'm no crook.
How much money did you get?
$1.85. You gonna take me in?
I'll get back to that. I want to ask you some questions about Ralph Parry.
Ralph?
That's right. Understand you had a big fight with him.
Oh, we were always fighting. You know how it is with kinfolks.
You fought about insurance money. What was that all about?
Oh, Ralph, he wanted to borrow some money. Said he knew where he could get a good deal on a motorcycle. He's crazy about motorcycles. Me, I wouldn't give you nothing for one.
Go on, go on.
Well, I didn't have any money to lend him, so he got sore, that was all.
What about the insurance money?
Oh, well, I got a little life insurance. Not very much. I guess I'm not worth very much. But, well, Ralph, he wanted me to cash it in and lend him the money. I told him nothing doing, because I figure when a guy goes, he should leave something behind, even if it's just a little insurance money.
Ralph kept insisting.
Yeah, man, did he get mad. I couldn't see out of this eye for a week. But maybe next time I'll get a good shot at him.
There's not going to be a next time, kid. Well, we've had a big day. Chase a killer and wind up catching a guy who's been stealing apples.
Yeah.
Matthews.
The lab raised the original name on the driver's license.
Okay, go on, go on.
Henry Willits, the Gardner's Grove address.
Don't tell me. RFD 43, I bet.
That's it.
Okay, we'll take a run out there. Call me if anything breaks. Climb in.
Oh, hello there.
How are you?
Afraid that fella Ferguson ain't shown up yet. Letter here for him, though.
Let me see it, will you?
Yeah. I think it's from an insurance company.
Yeah, it sure is. Put it back in the pigeonhole.
Mm-hmm.
Come here, will you? I want to show you something. See that guy there with the crop duster?
Mm-hmm.
That's Patrolman Peterson. If somebody comes with that letter, you get in trouble. Send for him fast.
Always was one to cooperate with the law.
Hey, tell me, you know a fellow by the name of Henry Willis?
Hank Willis? I sure do, mister. Sooner or later, they always come around asking for Hank.
What does that mean?
He's a bad apple. Bad clean through. Why, a couple of years ago, he almost killed a fella. Straw boss over at Kingsley's Orange Grove.
How come?
They got to arguing, and Hank had this claw hammer in his hand, and, well, you can guess the rest.
Did you hurt him bad?
Sent him to the hospital with a busted shoulder. Might have killed him, only the man sidestepped just in time.
Did the man file a complaint?
Yep. Judge gave him about a year's time. Might have gotten off easier, except this was the second time up for Hank. What'd he do this time?
Maybe too much, maybe nothing. I don't know. You got any idea what part of the state Willis is working in now?
Sure. He's right here. Back behind this store building's an alfalfa field. You go across it a quarter of a mile or so until you come to the grove. You'll find him there.
Thanks.
Be careful, though. Hank Willis is a rough, tough boy.
You Hank Willis?
What am I suspected of this time? Is it $1 million stick-up? Or has some desperate character been pinching nickels off the newsstand?
If you're clean, Willis, you got nothing to worry about.
Look, I know I'm clean, but for an ex-con to try to convince the law, that's another matter altogether.
Tell me, you got a driver's license?
I had one. I lost it.
Did you report it lost?
No, I've been too busy.
Have you got a car?
No, I never had a car. Looks like I'm never going to have one now, the rate I'm going. Unless I just happen to win one in a raffle sometime.
And why bother with a driver's license then?
Well, it was all part of the course. Besides, I want to know if I was good enough to pass the test like the school said I'd be.
Driving school?
Yeah. I never knew how to handle a car before. I never had a chance to learn. So last winter, I was in Capital City, and I had a few extra bucks in my kick.
So you went to driving school? They use good equipment at those schools, don't they? All the latest stuff.
Well, sure. They were all brand new, with all the latest gizmos.
Look, you wouldn't know where you might have lost your license or who might have found it, would you?
No, it must have just slipped out of my wallet.
You think somebody might have stolen it from you?
And leave all the money? Hey, look, why is my driver's license suddenly such a hot subject?
All right, forget it. It's not important. What was the name of the driving school you went to?
The Anderson School of Driving.
All right, thanks. You better stick around for a few days, Willis. We'll probably want to talk to you again.
Oh, sure, I'll stick around. So if you can't find anybody else to take this fall, there's always good old reliable ex-con Willis you can grab.
Like I said before, if you're clean, you got nothing to worry about. But if you're not, you bought yourself a lot of trouble. Look, call headquarters. Tell them to call the Anderson School of Driving. I want to check on the equipment they use, especially the car that Willis used for lessons. I'll be inside.
Right. 2150 to headquarters.
All right, Mrs. McLean. Goodbye. Find Hank Willis all right?
I found him.
Pretty tough character, eh?
I've met tougher. It's a nice car you got out there. Is it yours?
She will be when she's paid for. Suppose Hank Willis is the fellow you're looking for?
I'll know soon enough.
Here you are, Chief. Here's the information on Willis you wanted. Hope it's what you're looking for.
Well, things are starting to make sense.
Time to wrap it up?
No. This tells us exactly the man we want, but it's not evidence. Won't hold up in court.
So we're still with it?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Unless the pressure gets too much for our boy and he makes a break for it or tries to pick up an insurance check. Either way, we got him exactly where we want him.
Think he might?
I don't know. It's hard enough to predict what a normal person will do. You know something? I think they spotted Peterson. That's why they haven't picked up the check. I'm going to pull him off that stakeout.
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Matthews, be very happy to.
Thanks. If anybody comes for that check, let us know right away, will you?
I don't get it. The only thing info I gave you says is that Willis learned to drive in a car equipped with an automatic shift.
That's right. And the car used in the killings were old ones, all hand shifts.
Well, that means Willis isn't a killer.
That's right.
In the store just now, you said that...
I said what I wanted Hutkins to hear, that's all. We know positively that Hutkins is the only man connected with the 5 murders.
And all that in the store just now is an act, huh?
That's right. Hutkins is our man, and I think he is. He's going to make his move. He's going to try and make us think Willis is the killer. Come on, let's move, Peterson.
You're closing up a little early, ain't you? Just going to town to pick up some merchandise. (2669 to 2150).
2150.
2669. Man answering description of Henry Willis seen getting into Hutkins' car and driving off with Hutkins.
2150 to 2669. What is your 1020?
2669. Northbound on Highway 42, a half-mile north of Hutkins' store.
All right, stay with him. We'll catch up to you. And let's go. There's a man's life at stake. Send all units north to Gardner's Grove Township, south on US 42. Units south of Hutkins Store are to proceed north. Intercept a green special sedan 1955, license number 2Z33201. 2 men in it. Use caution. Repeat. Use caution. One of them is a killer. (2150) to 2669. We're approximately 3 minutes behind you. Don't lose them.
2669, 10-4.
He was trying to kill me, to keep me from telling that it was him who came after that insurance company letter.
What's your story?
Well, I go into the store after working, same as I do every night, to buy some cigarettes. He says he's got to drive into town after some goods. Do I want to go along? Maybe taking a movie or something. So I say, okay. We get in the car and we're driving along. After a while, he says he thinks the front wheel is wobbling. So we pull off the road and stop, and I get out to take a look. The next thing I know, he's taking after me with a tire iron. So I fight back. Now you guys showed up.
It was him trying to kill me, to keep me from telling.
You're lying, Hutkins.
You must be crazy.
No, you're crazy. Crazy enough to kill 5 men for their insurance. You were going to make it 6 because you thought with him dead the investigation would end.
Look here, I don't have to take that from you.
You were going to kill Willis exactly like you killed the others. Plant the letter on him, then go back to your store and make it look like a robbery had been committed. Later, you were going to call me and say somebody broke in and stole the letter.
That is so. Nobody can prove I did any of the killings. Nobody. See? Nobody.
We've got enough proof. And this, too. When we check your handwriting against the endorsements on the other checks, we'll cinch it. All right, take them away. Next week's case, handled by the Highway Patrol, is a very exciting one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the careless driver isn't driving his car. He's aiming it. This is Broderick Crawford saying, see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. The Highway Patrol is engaged in many ordinary activities. Apprehending criminals is not ordinary and is occasionally given increased urgency by the nature of the crime involved. On the morning of October 3rd, Herb Williams, a sneak thief, stole an expensive radioactive oil indicator. The Highway Patrol swung into action to save Williams and any innocent victims from the danger of exposure to the radioactive mechanism.
Car 3760 to headquarters. I picked him up. He's going north on 126, about 4 miles north of Graniteville. He's doing 90.
2150 to all units. The sedan has been spotted going north on 126 out of Graniteville. 2169-3760, head south out of Brenton Road and cut him off. Now, when you contact the sedan, use caution. The stolen instrument is radioactive. Allow nobody to touch it or disassemble it until I arrive. Mr. Hoyt, which is the business end we have to worry about?
The tube, Mr. Matthews, here. These are beryllium pellets inside. They be made radioactive by the atomic energy at Oak Ridge. Exposure to the pellets for only a few moments can be fatal.
The casings are lead, right?
Yes. And it can't be opened here, but it can be opened here. Once this thread screw is loosened, the tube can be unscrewed. This step-out plug is only tin foil. You see, Mr. Matthews, when we lower an indicator into a new
Mr.
well...
Hoyt, would you come along with us? I'd like an expert to dismantle this thing if we find it.
I'd be glad to.
All right, fine, let's go.
That's what they are. Wailing banshees.
Come out with your hands clasped behind your head. Turn around and face the car. Now turn around.
The oil indicator in there?
No.
Where is it?
I got rid of it.
Where'd you get rid of it?
At a junk pile, back down the road.
Bring him with us.
Are you buying the drinks today, Mrs. Wright?
Hello, Mr. Adams. Drinks are on the house. Got anything in that grab bag I could cheat you out of today?
You can't cheat an honest man.
I can't even find one.
By the way, Mrs. Wright, do you happen to have a screwdriver handy?
Oh, sure thing. Work table's around the side.
Thanks. I'll buy the drinks next time.
junkyard?
Okay.
Did you fix what you wanted to with the screwdriver?
No, I'll get to it at the next junkyard. Thanks for everything, and thanks for the lift.
Here when you tossed it out?
No.
Excuse me. Mr. Adams was here. Oh, I'm Mrs. Wright. I run the grocery store over there. I got curious.
Tell me, Mrs. Wright, who is Mr. Adams?
Well, he calls himself a wandering industrialist.
What do you call him?
Just a rag picker. He looks for junk, actually.
I mean, he picks over the junk piles and sells it for second-hand and scrap.
That's right.
Mrs. Wright, did he mention finding an oil, a metal gadget that was square on top?
With a long pipe coming out of the bottom?
Yeah, did he have it with him?
Yes, he was trying to do something with it with a screwdriver. Open it, I think.
Did he open it?
No, he got the ride into town then.
Whereabouts in town?
Well, I'm not sure, but he said something about going to the junkyards.
Which junkyard, do you know?
Well, he usually goes to the ones on Hughes Boulevard on the way in. He says he gets the best deals there.
Take him in and book him. Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Hughes Boulevard, let's roll.
Can I help you?
I'm selling, not buying.
Well, I still might be able to help you.
Better than the yards down on Hughes Boulevard? I usually trade down there.
Yeah, what happened? You run them out of business?
No, my ride only took me halfway to Hughes. Say, do you happen to have a screwdriver handy?
Help yourself.
Thanks.
Mr. Adams was at a junkyard, but not on Hughes Boulevard. While the patrol was speeding to that area, Mr. Adams continued to tinker with a potentially fatal oil indicator.
None of those screwdrivers fit.
I got a whole set inside. Hey, what is that?
Oh, it's, well, sort of a Geiger counter. It's complete with batteries. In the tube there, I think. It's practically new.
Yeah? Where'd you get it?
Oh, junk pile over near Brenton. It's pretty valuable, all right. It comes apart if you take out that screw in the side. It's okay with me if you want to open it up.
Why bother? You probably want too much anyhow.
$2.
What can I have?
Sold?
Hello? Ballinger's Junkyard? Who? Oh, yeah, I remember. Hey, hold the line a minute, will you? There you are.
Thanks. Goodbye.
So long. Drop in again.
I sure will.
Hello. Let's see, where were we? Oh, yeah, the pulleys. Yeah, like you said, I held up 3 number 7s, 3 number 9s, and 2 9As. You can pick them up any time you want. The price? Like we discussed, to the penny. Right. 2 o'clock? Yeah, I'll be here. Goodbye. Yeah, how's Mr. Marconi today?
Looking for bargains as usual.
Is that all you can find?
Oh, but it's all I dare take home.
Hey, the missus doesn't go much for you being a ham radio operator, huh?
Not when it gets too expensive.
They're unreasonable. Hey, tell me, do you still talk to that guy down in Austria by shortwave like you told me?
It's Australia, not Austria. Hey, what is this?
Well, it's sort of a Geiger counter.
Says who?
Some guy picked it up in a junk pile.
He should know. Can't tell whether it's fish or fowl. Have you had it apart?
No, I just got it. Tell me, can you use it in your radio stuff?
Well, maybe a few parts. Just wonder what it is. How much you want for it?
For you, my friend, $5.
My wife had cut my head off.
Hey, does she have to know?
Do you know any way of keeping it from her?
Yeah, you win. $4?
3.
Oh, impossible. 3 1/2.
3 1/4 for science. Well?
Sold for 3 1/4. Sure you're a lucky day, mister.
No, sir, I haven't seen Mr. Adams for a whole week now. Of course, he doesn't... Well, speaking of the devil...
Oh, you, Mr. Adams?
I suspect so.
Excuse me. Hey, come here. Did you find an oil indicator, that is to say, a gadget with dials on it, on Brenton Road today? This is a very dangerous machine. Oh, is it in there in the sack?
No, sir, I just sold it.
Where and to who?
To a fellow in a junk shop.
What junk shop? This is very important. What's the address?
I don't know. But it's down on Fulton, just below Murdoch.
Will you take us there?
Sure.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Fellow is or where he lives?
Like I said, he lives in the city. He's married. He's a ham radio operator. Period. That's absolutely all I know.
You've got no record of the purchases?
No.
Excuse me, Mr. Matthews. May I make a suggestion about finding this amateur radio operator?
What have you got in mind?
Couldn't we trace him through the government licenses, which are issued to all amateur radio stations?
You mean I should call the FCC and check off the list one by one? No, that'd take too long. I'm sure there are at least 500 within a radius of 50 miles. Wait a minute. There used to be an organization that made evening broadcasts to all ham radio operators. Just before the war, it had something to do with civil defense. Let me have that. 2150 to headquarters.
Go ahead, 2150.
2150. Is there an organization that makes daily broadcasts to all amateur radio operators?
Sure, the American Radio Relay League. They're on every night at 6:30. Sort of a swap shop and general information pool.
Get me the address of that broadcasting station. Call me back. 10-4?
10-4.
Thanks very much for your help, gentlemen. You hear from me.
Gee, Gee, I wish I'd never picked that thing of a jig up.
I wish I'd have held out for $5, and they'd have that thing instead of that guy that's always talking to Austria.
I'm in here, Mel.
An appropriate place, woman. Hi, sweetie. I'm starved. Oh, and I love you.
Thank you. They're lovely. And, what do you have behind your back?
What back?
Come on, confess now. You'll get your dinner no matter what it is.
You promise?
Cross my heart. What bargain was it impossible to resist this time?
It's a beaut.
I give up. What is it?
Well, I don't know. That's why it's a beaut.
Mm-hmm. More scientific research?
Well, how am I ever going to find out anything if I don't ask questions?
You go on and wash up. Dinner's almost ready.
Okay.
Mel?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ever going to bring flowers home without a slightly ulterior motive? Hidden behind your back?
Oh, no. At least, not until the baby's born. Shock's bad for you.
Oh, get out of here.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, I know a lot of the amateur operators, but the only lead you have on this fellow is that he talks to Australia. That doesn't identify him for me. No telling how many of them do that day in and day out.
Yeah, we know all that. It's the way a case breaks sometime. A friend's got a friend who calls Australia, our case is solved. But not this one. I hope our friend is listening tonight instead of sending. One thing I do know, the commercial radio and the newspapers are cooperating. Mr. Hoyt, how can they let an instrument like this lie around?
But they don't just let it lie around, Mr. Matthews. It's handled by technicians who have knowledge of its use and its dangers. Why, of itself, it's as safe as a gun on safety. But in the hands of a person who is ignorant of its radioactive component, it can be disastrous.
Something better work. Come on.
This is amateur station QTQRT2 of the American Radio Relay League, coming on the air for intermittent evening broadcasting by authority of the Federal Communications Commission. Good evening, friends. This is Eric Pride speaking. Before we begin tonight's regular broadcast, we have a special statement on behalf of the Highway Patrol. The Highway Patrol has asked us to announce...
What is it, honey? What happened?
Radioactive...
I don't know. I just got dizzy. Look what I did.
Oh, who cares? What's the matter, Anne?
Nothing now. I'll be all right.
Not if you so much as move your little finger, you won't. Now, come on and sit down.
No, I'm all right now.
Yes, you're not all right now. Now, come on. Come in the other room, we'll listen to the broadcast, and then I'll do the dishes.
Who's sick now?
Now, don't be sassy. Just do as you're told.
We repeat, the contents of the tube, the pellets, are radioactive. Exposure to them for more than 5 seconds can be deadly.
Feel better now?
If you're the one the police is searching for,
10,000%.
contact
I don't know what happened to me.
Armament
Oh, it's simple.
9091 immediately.
I'll just have to stop bringing you
Our
flowers.
report from Washington, D.C. on
Crazy.
procedure for next year's FCC amateur
What did you say this thing was?
Oh, just another guess what?
Federal Communications Commission has announced that FCC Bulletin 12-7...
Are you sure you're all right now, Anne?
October 4th is still in effect.
Positive.
Would you like a nice, tall, cool glass of water?
These dates are modified to the extent that...
Go ahead. You'll feel better if I do.
Which was formerly
Can I
May
play?
15th.
Oh, be my guest.
Set ahead to May the 30th, while the closing date, which was formerly November 15th, has now been set back to November 1st. Therefore, in total, the period for license renewal application has been shortened 1 month. All other qualifications remain unchanged. The FCC has also requested that all applicants be certain to fill out the application form in triplicate, and that the applicants sign each form. Failure to do so will result in a delay in the issuance of the license. Ladies and gentlemen, before continuing on with the news, I want to repeat an announcement which could mean life or death to one of our members. The Highway Patrol has asked us to announce that a radioactive device, an oil indicator, is known to have been purchased at a junkyard today by an amateur radio operator. This device...
Get out of here, Anne. Get out.
It contains radioactive pellets...
Mel, what are you doing?
That gadget I bought is radioactive. They just announced it.
What?
Those pellets. They're radioactive. You could have been killed.
Oh, Mel.
I'll call the Highway Patrol.
Matthews here. So you found it? All right, fine. Have they disassembled it? They have.
Tell them to keep away from the pellets.
Tell them to keep away from the pellets. They're radioactive. Now, where do they live? Yeah, I know where it is. Second house from the corner? Fine, we'll be right over. Let's go. Everything's fine. Thanks very much for your help, Mr. Roger. Where is it?
It's in there.
How long were we exposed?
A second, 2 at the most.
It couldn't have harmed you. The pellets I handle that long every day. I'll handle the pellets that long myself, picking them up. May I?
Oh, with pleasure.
Close call, huh?
Thanks to you.
Good day.
Goodbye.
Goodbye,
Mr. Matthews.
Thanks.
See Highway Patrol again next week. Until then, remember, it isn't what you drive, but how you drive that counts. This is Broderick Crawford saying, see you next week.
laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Highway Patrol encounters many different types of criminals. Some are hardened, some inexperienced, and some are reformed only a short time. The temptation becomes too great. On November 7th, Frank Wood, a reformed criminal, was presented with such a tempting situation.
Was he carrying?
A little over 31,000, all negotiable.
Frank Woods, age 33, just promoted to assistant manager.
He's been with the Farmers Cooperative about 5 years.
And these are branch deposits?
Right. They're picked up once a week and brought to the main office in Grantwood.
When was he last seen?
Marshville. He left there 10:20 a.m. en route Grantwood on State 14.
Oh, let's get an APB out on Woods in the car. Pay attention to that 14 area. I better check him out here. Rush the fingerprints on Frank Wood to state criminal records for a code check, will you? No, you're going to have to pick them up. They're at the Farmers Cooperative. But they got them on file there. No, listen to me. I want state records. Washington won't be able to dig anything up for a couple of days. That's right. Thanks.
Attention, all units. Missing person, Frank Wood.
Male, white, 33, 5 feet 11, 175, light brown hair, blue eyes.
Last seen at Marshville, 10:20 a.m. en route to Grantwood on Highway 14. 3822 on missing person.
Pick up the search along 14.
3822, bye.
Cover from Marshville to Hawk Canyon.
3822, 10-4.
10-4.
Did you get the prints on Wood off yet? All right, fine. Now, give me a direct line to state criminal records, will you? No, I'll wait. Hello, this is Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol. About the fingerprints on Frank Wood. What? No, I'll wait. I want them right now. Go ahead. Frank McCauley. The prints match? Now look, you're real sure about this, huh? Okay, thanks. Set up perimeter roadblocks. Cancel the missing persons report. Make it wanted, felony warrant. Get the car.
Are you certain this information is true?
It's like I told you. His real name is Frank McCauley. He's been in and out of trouble since he's been 16. Right now he's wanted on a no warrant, attempted robbery.
He's lived in Grantwood for 7 years.
He disappeared about 7 years ago, too.
He's a good worker. Why, I just promoted him to this job.
Did he ever pick up the deposits before?
No, he's never handled any of our money before.
Which one is his desk? I'd like to go through his papers. Maybe he'll give me an idea which way he's heading.
He sang in our quartet.
He's got a 4-hour start. I can't block every road in the state. Which is his desk?
Oh, right over there.
Thanks.
He's taken dinner at my home. There's no gratitude in a thief. Once a thief, always a thief. Matthews, I want him convicted. Make sure he's convicted.
He's a wanted criminal. He's disappeared with somebody else's money. We'll let the jury take it from there.
Other units stand by to cover the following locations.
Here's your phone. It's inside. Brentwood Cooperative. Hold it just a minute, will you, operator?
In which it was disclosed that the Brentwood Farmers Cooperative had been embezzled of over $30,000. The suspect was disclosed to be Frank McCauley, employed by the Farmers Cooperative under the name of Frank Wood. The Highway Patrol describes him to be 5'10", medium build, brown hair, blue eyes, with a receding hairline. He may be carrying a canvas money satchel.
I ain't seen nothing, mister. I ain't seen nothing. I ain't heard nothing. Please, mister, I got $10, $12, maybe $15. It's all yours. You were gonna hit me. I don't want your money. But the cops are looking for you, mister. There are a lot of cops around here.
Attention all units. Suspect McCauley reported at Midpoint Service Station on Highway 14. 3822, take the call. Roadblock units converge on the Grantwood Hills area.
point. The dirt's soft. After that is decomposed granite. I doubt if an Indian could follow it.
Didn't try to cut back at all?
I'd have seen him.
If he keeps up that path, he's going to be in trouble. It goes into Hawk Canyon. Tries to get up either side, we can spot him. I'll tell you what. You put Baker on the base. I'll have Allen and Tilling cruise the rim.
Right.
Uncharted on topographical maps, a flood drainage tunnel runs from Hawk Canyon under the highway to the valley on the other side of the ridge. When it became apparent Macaulay had used this tunnel to escape, all units were immediately assigned to the valley area. It became important to know which direction he might travel.
Come in.
Oh, that's far enough. Who are you?
Martin Rock. I'm pastor of the church down the street.
I never had to drop on a pastor before.
I understand. It could have been Frank. Your sergeant made quite a mess here. I've just been sort of tidying up.
Why, expecting him back?
Why, certainly.
I might have to take it apart again.
Well, maybe I can help you. Just what are you looking for?
You knew him well?
Very well. I was his first friend here.
Has he got any other friends in the valley?
Oh, yes. The Browns, the Knapps, the Bradburys, old Hutchins, the Thompsons.
You make it sound like he's got a lot of friends.
You seem surprised.
I checked his record.
Is it that bad?
Are you surprised?
No, not really. But there was something. You police, you don't go a lot on faith, do you?
Well, we hang up our badges occasionally.
I'm sorry. What I really meant was, you don't really have any faith in a man with Frank's record.
I've seen hundreds like him. They're all alike. They're from broken homes, crazy parents. They start off by stealing penny candy, then it gets bigger. So we put them in jail, and they serve their time, we put them back in jail. It's a merry-go-round. Maybe jail's not the answer, but that's all we've got.
And you don't think Frank ever got off that merry-go-round?
With his record, do you?
Let me show you something. That night school diploma, certifying that Frank Wood, after working hours, graduated from high school. And this photo, Frank and 3 others, the local quartet. Looks like they're having fun, doesn't it?
What's this trophy?
Bowling trophy, 3rd prize.
Looked like you almost leveled.
Why almost?
I've got to be truthful with you. I'd like to believe that he did. Because the more they do, the more sense my job makes.
But
there's $31,000 involved, and I have no choice in the matter.
Maybe you better see the Browns first. Can I go along?
Yeah, sure. Sure, be glad to have you.
Hey, Ed. Anybody around?
You look tired.
I think I could go another step. Have you heard about the radio about me, I mean?
Yep.
It's not true about the money, Ed. You know that, don't you? You know me too well.
Come on in the house. Rest up. You'll feel better.
The tire blower went into the ditch, somewhere on 14. Walked for miles. I don't know where it was.
Well, now you just sit right there. Take it easy. I'll get you a cold drink. Fix you something to eat.
Thanks, anything.
Freeze, Macaulay.
Dad, please.
Now you just raise your hands and stay right where you are.
Can't anyone understand?
not trying to steal this money. I'm trying to return it.
You denying your name is Frank McCauley? You denying they want you on another charge, too?
I was Frank McCauley. I'll take what's coming on that old charge. But I'm Frank Wood now. Ed, we go to the same church. I've held a plate to you for the offering.
You had your reasons, but a leopard don't change his spots. Now you just stay right where you are while I call the highway patrol.
Let me talk to him.
I'll do the talking. And I'll do the collecting of any reward, too.
Rewards are for conviction. I'm innocent. I'm trying to return this money.
How are you going to prove that when I take you in at gunpoint?
I might have guessed it would be this way.
Hello, Elsie? Call the highway patrol. I got that crook, Frank McCauley, here. No, don't worry. I got my gun on him. And I'm keeping my gun on him, too. Like I said, leopards don't change their spots. Goodbye, Elsie.
Frank McCauley's capture by Hutchins was broadcast to all units. Cars 2150 and 3822 responded within minutes.
Hutchins! Hutchins!
He's alive.
Hey, it's broadcast at once. Suspect still at large. Have all units converge on this area. You get out to Bartlett Road. Cover south of there.
Got it. He'll be all right. Just a bump.
Hutchins had him at gunpoint. Where is it?
It had an old shotgun. I'll look for it. Matthews, the shotgun, it's gone.
Oh, that's great. .2150 to station.
2150.
Broadcast this to all units. Suspect still at large, armed with a shotgun, considered dangerous. Have 34, 33, and 34, 39 converge on Bruner Road, 10-4.
10-4.
Then he threw the satchel at me and grabbed the gun. Oh, careful, man. There's Tender up there.
Sorry. You were such good friends, too.
Friends? I suspected him all along.
Like the time he helped you with your roof?
Yeah, like that. No charge, Ed. No, thank you, Ed. Always glad to help a friend, Ed. The sneaky type, you know.
He'll get his now.
Yeah, stretching prison will teach him.
He'll never see prison.
What?
He's got your gun. I just heard the radio call. Armed and dangerous. They'll cut him down. Or you'll get your share of the reward. They pay for dead men.
The roads cut this valley into neat rectangles. Look, we have a car here, 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 and here. Now, McCauley, to get out of this area, has to cross a highway, and he can't do this without one of our boys spotting him.
2150. 3439 just reported suspect crossed Harvey Road heading east.
3139, hold your location.
Leave me alone, can't you? Your job is not questioning.
My job is conscience. Your conscience.
I done nothing illegal.
Did I mention the law of man?
Wait, Reverend.
to 2150.
2155.
3822. Suspect just crossed Barrett Lane. Still heading east.
2150. You meet us at the cutoff.
got to be a way of reaching Matthews. Yes, send a car right away.
He's heading for Grantwood Cutoff.
Then to Mid-City, Carson, and out of the state.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Have Allen and Silling meet us at the cutoff. Park him where nobody will see him. I don't want anybody to get hurt. We'll let him walk into a trap.
Just spotted up the road.
We'll try to take him without a gunfight. Let me know when he gets close.
Hutchins. I talked with Hutchins.
All right, get in here close.
Matthews, he was trying to return the money. He didn't steal it.
I'd like to believe you, but the evidence is against him. He's overdue when he attacked Hutchins.
Because Hutchins held him at gunpoint. Frank wanted to bring himself in.
Keep your voice down, will you?
He wrecked his car in a ravine on Highway 14. You can check that.
We haven't got time. Maybe we'll do it later. Now, look, Martin, he's a known criminal. He's wanted and he's armed.
I'm positive he's trying to bring that money in. If you try to pick him up, he's liable to panic. He may even run. He might even turn and fight. Dan, we must let him prove himself. His whole life depends on it.
If I let him through now, I might have to start all over again. What about my officers and the people that live in this valley? Do you want me to sacrifice them?
What about the faith we were talking about?
There's different kinds. There's the faith that people have in me to do my job. The courts decide who's guilty or innocent, not the police.
Here he comes.
All right, you let him through here. I'll go through the cutoff.
That's foolish, Dan.
That's an order.
It'll be him or you.
If he goes the wrong way, you're right.
I'll say a prayer for you.
Say a prayer for both of us.
That's the right road.
You're open late, Mr. Hastings.
Here, count it.
I don't have to count it, Frank.
The tire blew out and
I know.
How?
The pastor and Matthews.
Matthews?
Highway Patrol.
I figured you'd be around. I'm ready to take what's coming on that old charge.
The judge will decide that. I'd say you had some pretty good character witnesses.
One passenger off the merry-go-round.
Well, even one is important.
We have the same motto, even in my work.
Well, who do I thank?
You better check with the Reverend. I'm sure he's got somebody in mind. Come on, let's go. Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, it isn't the car that kills, it's the driver. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Traffic violator has his own personal excuse for breaking the law. But the Highway Patrol is trained to recognize the difference between excuses and reasons. Usually, the reasons involve lack of judgment, carelessness. But on October 9th, Officer Len Dorsey spotted a driver exceeding the speed limit for another reason. Fear motivated by guilt.
Hope you got a license. May I see it, please? Just 17, huh? You keep cruising at that altitude, you might not see 18. I expect you got a reason for going so fast. No alibis? But you can talk, can't you?
Yes, sir. No alibis.
Well, that's refreshing. What are you doing with all these accessories?
Highway Patrol, Sergeant Betts. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thanks. We'll be there right away. Dr. Miller. Right.
What's the matter? You look sick.
Len Dorsey's out of action. He's at the county hospital. May not live.
What happened?
Ran down. Somebody ran him down.
Dr. Miller?
Yes?
I'm Dan Matthews. This is Sergeant Betts. How's Officer Dorsey?
Just fair, no more. The human body just isn't built to have an automobile roll over it. He's young, though. He might make it. Sorry, I can't be more optimistic.
Well, did he talk at all?
No, he's unconscious. You might ask young Elliot over there.
That's cool.
The boy who brought him in, Grant Elliot.
Wait a minute, son.
I'm Dan Matthews. I'd like to thank you for finding Officer Dorsey.
I didn't find him. I hit him.
All right, tell us about it.
I was speeding. That's the first thing. I was speeding and he went after me. I'd never had a ticket before. Well, I guess I was nervous. I don't suppose I knew what I was doing, but when he went back to copy the license number down, I started the truck and...
You hit him?
No, not like that. I didn't just set out to hit him. Not like that.
How then?
I just jammed it into gear and took off. It wasn't till he screamed and I felt the bump that I realized I'd put the truck in reverse. When I saw him, he was under the wheels. I thought I'd killed him.
Why didn't you run?
How could I run? I hit him.
What's your name, son?
Grant Elliott.
Where do you live?
Victory Road on a farm.
Any family?
My father. We live alone. Sometimes I stay in the city with my aunt.
The truck's in your father's name, I suppose. Aren't you tell him I'd like to have you drive into my office tomorrow around 4 o'clock? That's the highway patrol.
You mean you can go now?
Mr. Matthews.
Yeah, well?
That officer.
Look, you did everything you could. Thanks, we'll take it up tomorrow.
Suppose he panics again and decides not to turn up tomorrow.
I wouldn't worry about him, Betts. I think the kid's all right.
It's 2:30. Where have you been, Grant? Some girl, maybe? You shouldn't have taken the truck like that while I was resting. Could have waited till I woke up, couldn't it? Look at me, boy. Now, don't get in one of them moods. What's it all about?
I drove to Wharton.
That's all, huh? Just drove to Wharton. You're up to something, Grant. What is it? Come on, speak up.
All right. There was an accident.
What do you mean?
Not the truck. I ran a man down, Dad. A highway patrolman who was giving me a ticket.
You're being smart, aren't you?
His name's Dorsey. I hit him by mistake.
Mistake? Tell that to the highway patrol.
I already have.
Grant, this really happened?
Sure it happened. It's all there, Dad.
They didn't get to it?
Only Dorsey. It's what caused the accident. Tonight, when I noticed that tarp and saw it was there, I jumped in the truck and started home. Don't you understand? He asked me about all those accessories. I got scared. He thought they were stolen. I thought they were stolen.
You don't think your dad stole those auto parts?
But a whole truck full of parts. They must have come from someplace. Suppose that patrolman tells them about it. Suppose they ask me how it got there.
Forget it, Grant. Leave it alone. They let you go, didn't they?
They want me back tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And they want you to come with me.
Me? What do they want me for?
You're my father, aren't you? At least you can explain how the stuff got there. You can explain it, can't you, Dad? Can't you?
Yeah, sure. I can explain it all right.
Dad, you did steal that stuff, didn't you?
You're calling me a thief. You got no right. Listen to me, Grant. You don't know what it's like. You got your school, your friends. You're just a kid growing up. You don't know what it's like to run a farm like this, never having money to buy the things you need.
Sure. Like the new truck. Truck farmers need new trucks every year, don't they?
It's not just a truck. It's been a bad summer. I'm in debt up to here. Grant, this is the first time I ever did anything like this. I'm not a thief, Grant. I did something foolish, I know, and I need your help. Bad.
Sure. So you can steal another truck full of accessories?
No. Forget all about this.
Sure. Just like that. What do I do when they ask me about the stuff? What do I do then?
Deny it. It means 5 or 10 years in jail. I'm still your father, Grant. You gotta help me.
Dad? Well, what can I do? If that patrolman tells them.
Deny it. It's just your word against his.
But he's a cop.
It's still just one man's word against another's. Deny anything they ask you tomorrow. Deny it. No, it's not a good thing. I made a mistake. Well, everybody makes mistakes. You can't sell me down the river just because I'm a human being. I need your help, son. I need your help real bad. I need all the help you can give me. Morning. Bet you're Matthews.
That's right.
Charles Elliott, the boy's dad.
Is Grant around?
Sure, he's getting ready for school. Hey, Grant! Grant, come on out here. That officer's he any worse?
I just saw him. He'll live.
You hear that, boy? Mr. Matthews says the officer's going to be all right.
That's wonderful.
Grant, I let you go last night because I thought you were honest. I'm not so sure right now. What about those automobile accessories?
About... Sir?
The back of your truck was full of auto accessories. When Dorsey found them, you couldn't account for them. I'd like to have you account to me right now.
There weren't any.
Dorsey says there were.
Then he's wrong.
I'd like to believe that.
The truck's in the shed if you want to see it. I'll show it to you.
I don't want to see it. I want you to tell me the truth right now.
Hold it, mister. I think Grant's been pretty straight about all this. If I were you, I'd put my trust in him before I'd believe some officer who just had his brains scrambled in an accident.
That officer was trained to remember everything he sees.
Maybe he just saw more.
You don't make any sense.
Well, suppose I had some youngster put me in the hospital. Suppose he and I were the only ones who knew how it happened. I got feeling sorry for myself. It'd be pretty easy to cook up something that'd, say, let me get even without getting out of bed. Some little thing. Some simple thing like automobile accessories.
Dorsey's still in bad shape, but he hasn't lost his sense of values. He's lying like a pro, and I don't get it. He's not the type.
Here. A dozen small thefts involving automotive parts. All in the last few months within a radius of 50 miles. Service stations, small shops. Same M.O.
Yeah, I know. Haven't seen anybody. They don't know anything. Just nothing.
Here's the latest one. Take a look at the date on it.
October the 9th, Springfield Super Service. There's not much to go on.
And take another look. Some alert old lady got a partial license number, Sam 712.
Sam 712. Well, that's a start, anyway. See what you can dig up. Wait a minute. Let me see the Dorsey accident report.
Right here.
Take a look at the license number. Looks like I was wrong. Kid is the type.
How do you want to handle that?
Grand larceny, handled like any grand larceny case.
Yeah? What is it?
Is Grant Elliott home?
Yeah, I'll call him. Grant, come on out here. What's this all about? Our appointment wasn't until 4 o'clock. The boy just got home from school.
I'd like you to come to the station with me.
Why?
Suspicion of grand larceny.
The officer must govern his actions by evidence, not instinct. In Grant Elliott's case, it was instinctive to think of him as innocent, but the evidence seemed to prove otherwise.
Okay, Grant, come with me. He'll be all right.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Comfortable?
Yes, sir.
How does that chair feel to you?
All right.
I'm sorry to hear that. You know who sat in that chair before you? Murderers, thieves, pickpockets, blackmailers. And now you. You're accused of grand larceny. If they convict you, you'll get 10 years. You know why we're accusing you, Grant? All right, let me read you these reports. October the 9th. Greenfield Super Service Station burglarized. Auto accessories. Value of merchandise, $536. Here's another item. October 9th. Witness identified truck owned by your father at scene of crime. October the 9th. Patrolman Dorsey stopped that truck on the highway with Grant Elliott driving. The back was filled with auto accessories. Anything you want to tell me, Grant? Look, kid, you're in trouble. Now, it's only circumstantial evidence, but it can convict you. So speak up. Because if you're guilty, we're going to find out for sure. If you're innocent, we want to help you prove it. So come on, tell me. If you don't tell me, we're going to start questioning all of your friends and relatives.
No.
No what? No friends and relatives? Which ones don't you want us to question? How about that aunt of yours that lives in the city? How about your father?
No.
Why don't you want us to question your father?
Well, you know how he is. He always starts arguments.
That's not the real reason, is it? Okay. Betts, book Elliott.
All right, Grant, let's go. Come on.
Grant. How often do you come to town?
Not much. Just to see my aunt once in a while.
Who brings the produce to town?
Well, usually my father delivers.
How often?
Depends on the crops.
Okay, that's all. Get me the address of the produce place and meet me at the car.
Right.
A dozen small-time robberies within a 3-month period, all occurring within a 50-mile radius. And right in the middle of that area was the produce warehouse. The traffic manager knew the Elliots all right, and his records revealed the dates on which the elder Elliott delivered his produce. According to those records, Grant Elliott's father just happened to be in town the day following every single robbery on the list. The next step was to find out if he was delivering anything more than fruits and vegetables. Pawn shops, surplus stores, and junk dealers were covered. A check was run on every auto supply shop in the area that bought stock from independent operators. All suspected fences were questioned, and their purchase records, such as they were checked. One of those suspected was a former petty thief, Ralph Yates.
Well, what can I do for you? Oh, highway patrol.
That's right. I'm interested in the auto supplies in your window.
Anything in particular?
Yeah, the price. You sell cheaper than anybody else.
Low markup, quick turnover.
And a good buy now and then.
Bankrupt stock, odd lots.
And stolen merchandise?
Officer, I don't know what you mean.
Did you ever buy anything from a man by the name of Charlie Elliott?
Never heard of him.
Got invoices for all your stock purchases?
No. A lot of times I pay cash. There's nothing illegal in that.
No. Did you make any cash purchases yesterday, the 10th?
Yes, I did. I don't remember the guy, though.
Did you ever buy from him before?
Got a bad memory for faces.
In other words, you couldn't identify him?
Live and let live. That's my motto.
Got a record of all your cash purchases?
Yes, you can look for yourself.
How about September 7th? Show anything for that date?
Yes.
What'd you pay him?
$336.
September 20th.
$500 even.
September 28th.
$675.
At this rate, he builds himself up a dandy bank account.
Anything else? All right, Yates, we may be back.
Okay, anytime, gentlemen, anytime at all.
Thanks. Well, the kid's innocent. Now, if we can prove Elliot guilty, we'll have no trouble with Yates.
You want to try the bank next, Dan?
You need a court order to look at the depositor's account. Tell you what, you take care of that, drop me at headquarters, and pick me up there when you're through.
Right. I checked the record with the bank cashier. Only one small account.
Not even one large deposit? How about a savings account in his name or his son's name?
Bank cashier says he knows all the depositors. Nothing at all. No safety deposit box either. But he had a suggestion.
Yeah, what was that?
He asked if we tried express check agencies.
You know, that's the best suggestion anybody's had all day. Charles Elliott. Charles Elliott. Charles Elliott. And you say you never heard the name before?
I told you I got a bad memory for names.
You've written that name at least a dozen times in these express checks.
I don't remember the name. I don't remember the face. I don't remember anything about it. It's no crime to not have a good memory.
No, that's right. But just in case you don't remember the evidence, we'll have it with us, if you don't mind.
Pretty good.
It's almost mechanical the way Elliot followed a pattern. After every theft, he'd bring his produce to market as a cover-up. Sell his stuff to Yates for cash, then get his express checks. You know, that might be the motive. He might be pretty far in debt.
Is this evidence any good?
No, as it stands, right now it isn't. But it might help to make old man Elliot talk. I'm not going to let the kid take the rap for his old man. I think the kid is innocent. I'm not going to let him come to trial. Have them both in my office at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mr. Elliott, that truck farm of yours, is it successful financially, I mean?
You know it isn't. I'm a poor man. I've worked hard for everything I own. Listen, if you're trying to establish some kind of thing to make my son a thief...
No. Where do you have your bank accounts?
At the Wharton Bank. Well, I told you, I'm a poor man.
Mm-hmm. Got all your money on deposit at the Wharton Bank?
Say, what is this? I'm not on trial here.
No, that's very true. You're not. But in view of the jam that your son is in, I thought you wouldn't mind answering a few questions. That is, unless you have something to hide, of course. Tell me, you ever do any business with Yates General Store?
Yates? Well, I
mean buying and selling. Buying and selling items such as these. Those checks were issued to you by Yates. He also sells automotive supplies. He admits to buying large quantities for cash. The dates of his purchases coincide with those of the recent burglaries.
This has nothing to do with me. What are you trying to do?
Oh, I'm just stating a few facts that may or may not concern you, that's all. Such as the dates and the amounts of the burglaries, Yates' purchases, the express checks, they coincide all the way down the line.
This is a lot of foolishness. Anyone can buy express checks. There's lots of Charles Elliots in this state.
You'll have to do better than that, Dad.
Grant, you don't think I had anything to do with those auto supplies? What are you trying to do? Turn my own son against me?
You've already done that, Mr. Elliott. I've been on this patrol a long time. I've seen evil and ugly things, but it's the first time I've seen a father allow his son to go to trial for crimes that he committed.
Don't listen to him, Grant. It isn't true. You know it isn't true.
Grant, where were you at the time of the Greenfield burglary? 2:15, October the 9th.
I forget.
Let's see if your father remembers. Where was he?
How should I know? I can't follow Grant around.
He was in school. We checked the records. He hasn't been absent one day this semester. You've allowed guilt to be placed on your son's shoulders. Boy, that's something. You've got to look at yourself in the mirror every day. If you got a confession to make, I suggest you make it right now before you hurt this boy any more than you have already.
Well, I thought he'd get off for sure. I didn't think he had anything on him. I thought he was sure to get off.
Then you confess?
I don't know what to do, Mr. Matthews. He's still my father.
Yeah, I know. You remembered it, but he didn't. But you're young. He's young. Maybe when it's all straightened out, he'll have learned something. Come on, kid. We'll go visit your house. Next week's case, handled by the Highway Patrol, is a very exciting one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the careless driver isn't driving his car. He's aiming it. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Patrol maintains a constant vigilance to protect the lives of the citizens of the state, even to the point of special protection for certain individuals. On November 9th, the newspapers carried the story that Jack McCall, a retired gangster turned gentleman farmer, was to testify before the grand jury on November 14th. It was the Highway Patrol's job to see that McCall arrived safely.
McCall.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Sure. Why not? I can't stop you.
I'm Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol. You read this?
Makes nice headlines. Personally, I don't read the paper.
I'd advise you to read this. You're due to appear in 5 days.
That's what it says?
That's what it says. They've asked us to keep an eye on you, too.
Look, Mr. Matthews, I'm not going to appear for any grand jury.
All right, have it your way.
I won't go unless they send for me, and when I get there, I haven't got a thing to say.
They can put you in jail for contempt if you don't talk.
They can't hurt me. I'm retired. I'm completely legal. All I ask is to be left alone.
Can't leave you alone. You know too many things.
I've forgotten.
How about your friends? How do they know you won't talk?
They know me, they know I don't talk.
You know enough to worry a lot of guys into not being able to take a chance that you won't talk.
I can take care of myself. I always have, always will.
Now, look, McCall, you'd make it a lot easier for me if you'd move into town and check into a hotel.
I like it here.
My job is to look after you no matter what you think.
I still like it here.
Okay, you're making it rough on me. I'm going to need more men.
If you want to go to all that trouble, you go right ahead, but I'm not leaving this ranch. You're wasting your time. Who'd want to kill me?
Houston, for one.
I haven't got anything to say, Matthews. You do your job, I'll take care of myself my own way.
Robert Wilson Houston. Businessman, legitimate businessman. Used to work for you. You taught him everything he knows.
Houston tends to his business, I tend to mine.
You know what his business is?
Suppose I do.
Well, if you were in his shoes, wouldn't you knock a guy like you off pretty quick?
I'm not in his shoes.
Won't be easy, but that's the way it's going to have to be.
I can't stop you from guarding me.
I'm going to put a man on this ranch 24 hours a day and one guarding the entrance from the highway.
Sounds like quite an operation.
Yeah, sometimes it's tough to keep a man alive. You'll have somebody with you all the time.
Do what you want.
To the station.
Go ahead, 2150.
Give me a 1020 on car 2169.
Somewhere east of Three Corners.
Tell them to get to the McCall Ranch cutoff right away. How long do you think it'll take that car to reach the highway?
4 or 5 minutes, I'd say.
At 2169, pick up a late model blue sedan that'll be at the McCall Ranch turnoff on the highway in about 4 minutes. Bring it to the ranch. Use caution. Somebody in it's armed.
10-4.
So you can take care of yourself, huh? What do you think, Mel?
Still doesn't prove anything.
Could have gone right in your chest.
Lucky I moved.
Lucky you didn't get killed, you mean?
Like being a cop?
That's a good job.
Why do you worry about me? Most cops would be only too happy to see me get knocked off.
As far as I'm concerned, you're just Joe Citizen who needs protection. You get it like anybody else. What happens to you matters to me.
Just a job.
That's right. I'm McCall. You stay where you are. You can't be sure this guy didn't have a friend in the hills.
Claims he was hunting.
Looks like it could be the same 405. You're sure dressed for hunting. What were you hunting?
Deer.
Out of season?
So what? Didn't hit it.
You got a license?
Yeah.
Ed Kramer. You always use a 405 with a telescopic sight when you hunt deer out of season?
Look, that's my story. If I hit something around here, Tell me about it.
No, you didn't hit anything. McCall, did you ever see this hunter before?
No.
All right, take him in and book him.
What charge?
Discharging firearms in an inhabited area.
Waste of my time and yours. You can't make the charge stick.
Okay. Nobody's trying to kill you?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
I think I'll move in with you. That is, unless you say no. I'll feel a lot better if I could handle this personally.
It's all right with me. Might be a few laughs.
Laughs?
Yeah. Well, the time you cops gave me a hard time. Now you can make up for it and give me a few laughs. Mind if I see that?
No, here. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Oh, you notice it's a steel jacket slug, not the kind they used on a game with.
Still doesn't prove anything.
You look awful nervous.
I'd be a fool not to be.
Kramer wasn't able to do the job. No, they picked him up. We'll try something else, but it's going to be a little tougher now that they're watching the place. Right. Right.
Would you mind waiting just a minute?
What's wrong?
We have to clear all vehicles for the McCall Ranch.
This load of hay's for McCall from Simpson Feed and Grain.
2169 to 2150. 2169 to 2150.
Thanks. 2150.
Have a load of hay here from Simpson Grain and Feed for the McCall Ranch.
2150, just a minute. McCall.
Yeah?
You expecting a load of hay?
Uh-huh. Simpson Grain and Feed.
2150. Send it in. 10-4.
Okay. Go ahead. They'll check out at the ranch.
Thank you.
Yeah?
This the one?
Yeah, I've been coming here for over 5 years.
A lot of excitement.
We don't like excitement. We like things very quiet. Let me see your identification.
Yes, sir. Usual stuff. McCall knows me.
Jimmy Wilson, you know him?
Regular driver.
Okay.
Get her unloaded, Jimmy.
Okay, Mr. McCall.
Sorry you had all this trouble.
No trouble.
You always here when Jimmy brings in the hay?
Sure, I check it in. I really run this ranch, all of it.
He don't trust me. Figures I'll hijack a bale of his hay.
Look, Matthews, whether you're here or not, I still got work to do. I gotta help this boy unload.
Okay. Get an ambulance out here right away.
Right. 3256.
concealed inside the alfalfa had been triggered by the pull on the baling wire. Jimmy Wilson had been rushed to the hospital, a critical. McCall had received a minor cut on the forehead. This was the second attempt on McCall's life, and there were still 3 days before his grand jury appearance.
McCall.
Yeah?
We're trying to find out who put the hand grenades in the truck. You still think nobody's trying to kill you?
You do your job, Copper, and I'll take care of myself no matter who's trying to do what.
I don't understand you, McCall. Somebody's trying to kill you. You know it and I know it, and you won't do anything to save your neck. Look, why don't you let me take you in town?
No, every man does what he has to do for his own reasons.
Tell me who the guys are that are gunning for you. I'll pick them up.
Sure. And instead of one guy after me, I might end up with a dozen.
I think I could think of a dozen right now. Jimmy Wilson's in the hospital. He's hurt bad. I hope nobody else gets hurt because you won't help.
We'll try again, but time's running short. We better start thinking of calling someone like Blaney in. Right. It'll be tomorrow.
Here.
All right, wise guy, what is it?
A bomb. That's all right, it's all right. My men disarmed it.
What'd you bring it here for?
I thought maybe you'd go back into town.
You're doing a good job. I feel safe here. Sit down, relax.
2 more days and I'll relax.
You know, from your end, this is a real nothing. I'm still not going to talk to that grand jury.
That's no skin off of my nose, but you might do the state a favor.
What for?
For keeping you alive, that's what for.
State got me into this mess.
That's where you're wrong. Got yourself into it a long time ago.
That's a souvenir of a long time ago.
Don't you know that gambling devices are against the law?
That's no gambling device. Go ahead, pull the handle. Nothing inside to make it work.
Say, whatever happened to that kid who used to run your slot machines for you? The one who thought he was big enough to take over and tried to gun you.
Oh, Roberts. Pete Roberts. He's been out a couple of months.
Highway Patrol Headquarters. Miss Matthews. Put a tail on Pete Roberts. He's been out of the pen about 2 months. What? Occupation? He never had one he could mention.
Just how many guys would you put a tail on to take the heat off me?
Oh, many as I have to. Who's trying to knock you off?
You know as much about it as I do.
Yeah, I deal with cards.
Your card playing's as bad as your personality. Still, it is kind of nice to have somebody around the house to play pinochle with.
It's kind of nice to have somebody around the house you can trust, too, isn't it?
You know, in the old days when I was running the mob, I could have used a guy like you.
You couldn't have used me. We're different.
We're the same. The organization's different. You could have been a big man by now.
Like Houston?
Maybe. He must be big. You haven't pulled him in.
You talk to the grand jury. I'll get him in fast enough. Right now, we're after the muscle, not honest Robert Wilson Houston.
All this is doing you no good. Day after tomorrow, I stand in front of that grand jury. I don't remember anything, and the heat's off me.
My job is to turn you over to the grand jury. What you do when you get there is your own choice. What about Max Jersey?
Two-bit heist man.
Don't say it so nasty. You were a two-bit heist man yourself.
I haven't seen Max in years.
You know, he might be the kind of a boy that'd hire playmates to put the finger on you.
Hasn't got brains enough.
He had brains enough to get back at you once with a knife. Highway Patrol Headquarters. Mrs. Matthews. Max Jersey's in the state. We got a bulletin on him from Canada. Never goes out without a gun. He can't get a permit. Shake him down. Right.
You're sure giving me the royal treatment. Seems like I ought to do something to help. Jerry Redmond. I once took $100,000 off him in a crap game.
How'd you get out of his joint with that kind of money?
I was with friends.
Oh. Highway Patrol Headquarters. Mrs. Matthews. See if Jerry Redmond's up at Lake Thunderbird at that seafood place of his. He had a stick up there a couple of weeks ago. Tell him I got some suspects I want him to look over, will you? Call me back on it. Right. What are you laughing at?
You pulling in Jerry Redmond. That hands me a laugh. I never did like that guy.
What about the $100,000?
Oh, it never happened. But the thought of that slob sweating when you pull him in, that's good for plenty of laughs. Come on. Want to get a little fresh air. No use objecting. You remember I told you I was going to move around like I pleased?
Okay.
$10,000 now, Blaney, and $10,000 when you finish the job.
Big money. Houston must want him bad.
Big money for a tough job. McCall's joint is sealed tight by the law. We don't care how, but we want him stretched out.
Well, let me show you the plan. They got a patrol car blocking the road to the ranch. Now, the car's parked here, with a cop at the wheel and another one standing here. Now, I'll send in a grocery truck. I'll be in the back. As it pulls up to the patrol car, I'll jump out the back and have the drop on both of them. At the same time that happens, another car will come up. I'll go on up to the ranch while one of the boys holds a patrolman.
How about your getaway?
Cinch, got it all worked out.
Okay, if it'll work.
It'll work. But tell me, why not get him on the way to the grand jury?
Too risky. We won't know what car he's in or when he goes. And if we miss, we'll never get another chance.
We won't miss.
I hate to wake you up, but I think you better keep moving around out here. You know about guns and how hard it is to hit a moving target, don't you?
Hey, you're pretty good.
Thanks. Tonight. Tomorrow and tomorrow night. That doesn't leave him much chance to take pot shots at you, does it?
You're more nervous than I am.
McCall, you're right. Because if they kill you, I failed. I've messed up everything.
That's important to you.
Yes, very important.
Does what I can tell or not tell mean so much?
Look, McCall, we know a lot about crime in this state. We know about the bottom of the pyramid and how it works. We know about the rest of it, too, about the narcotics and the gambling. And the money moves on up to the bigger people. From there to the biggest, and they invest it in legitimate business. Then we're stuck. We know who the top men are. We can only get to them to the bottom.
Sounds like a mighty smart business operation.
It is. And you organize the entire state.
That's what they say.
Now, look, we can't whip it. We can't whip it without the help of a fellow like yourself, who knows the operation from top to bottom, where the money goes, how it's invested, who gets what.
I sound important.
Yeah, you are. And my only worry is to get you where you can tell the people about it. Once I deliver you, it's their worry how they get it out of you. I'm going to go check with Jennings.
Make a move and nobody will get hurt. Put your hands up and don't try anything funny.
How's everything, all right?
Quiet.
But you better call Franklin.
3256 to 2169. 3256 to 2169. Come in.
Call headquarters right away. Tell them to send 2 cars to the McCall Ranch turnoff. Maybe Franklin's in trouble. We'll go ahead as planned.
Hold them here. This won't take us long.
keys.
What's up?
You've handled a gun before. You ought to know what's up.
The car on the way out to the ranch.
All right, fine. I'll take McCall with me. It might be a false alarm. We can't take any chances.
Right.
Jennings, you stay here, man.
It's already been mapped out. Come on.
Going in alone?
No, we've got an escort. We'll pick him up at the highway. I'd feel awful embarrassed if I had to tell the grand jury you got killed on the way in.
Yeah, especially after what you went through to deliver me.
Well, like I've been telling you for the past 5 days, it's a job.
Do you mind if I say something?
No, go right ahead.
I think you will want to know this. When I go in, I'm going to talk. Lay it on the line.
Why the change of heart?
Oh, I don't know whether it's out of gratitude for what you've done or respect for what you've done.
Well, respect, that's a pretty nice word. After you talk to the grand jury, maybe you'll have more self-respect. You know, I got to admit it. I'm very happy that you're going to talk.
Why?
I want to be proud that I kept you alive, that's all. Get in. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the clowns at the circus, they're real funny. But on the highway, they're murder. This is Roderick Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. On the highway can assume many forms, many disguises. The Highway Patrol is constantly reminded that the most simple inconvenience may be the cause or the effect of criminal action. Well, there are no new crimes in the book, just new variations on the old ideas, and new criminals to try them out.
You wait here, Gus.
Yeah, wait up.
Wait here.
More trouble, Mr. Holly?
Yep. Oh, hi, Masterson. Might have known you would show up today.
I understood you were having another run of bad luck.
So naturally, here you are again, hovering around like a buzzard. Excuse me.
Oh, no, you've got it all wrong, Mr. Holly. A buzzard thrives on misfortune. My plan is designed to prevent it.
I'm sorry, Masterson. I told you last week I had all the insurance I could afford.
But I'm not selling insurance.
Well, whatever it is you call it.
Transportation maintenance service.
It even sounds expensive.
It's a lot less expensive than those breakdowns you've been having.
You let me worry about that.
Mr. Holly, how much does it cost you for your breakdowns and delayed runs, spoiled cargoes, and unhappy customers?
All right, so I can't afford those expenses, but neither can you. Why, you would go broke paying off on my bum luck.
Now, Mr. Holly, if I were selling insurance, I'd agree. But I'm selling a service, a transportation maintenance service that guarantees to keep your trucks running.
You mean to tell me your mechanics are better than mine?
Mr. Holly, the best mechanics in the world can make mistakes. Now, let's face it, you've been suffering from a lot of mistakes lately.
So?
So, if your mechanics make mistakes, you lose money. If my mechanic makes a mistake and is working for you, then my company pays you every penny of your financial loss. Think it over. Of course, if you feel that it's too expensive, well...
Just a minute, Masterson.
Yes?
I couldn't afford to pay another mechanic's salary. Not just now, anyway.
No. All you have to do is pay the premium for the service. I pay the mechanic to supervise your shop and check every piece of equipment that's put out on the road.
My mechanics do that.
And?
Your deal's too good. I still think there's a catch somewhere.
You're a hard man to convince. Here, have one of my cards.
I already have 4 of them.
I have another one. Call me when you decide.
Yeah.
Goodbye for now.
Well?
You're softening up. Get in, Gus.
The others never took this long.
It needs a little more convincing.
We've been too easy on him. A stubborn guy like that needs more than flat tires and leaky gas tanks.
Get in, will you, Gus?
Okay.
Hello, Helen. Just a minute. Hey, Freddie, hold it up a minute, will you? Helen, get me George Morton at the Truckers Association.
Yes, Holly, I know about the load you lost on the highway, but you can't blame that on Masterson. As far as the Trucking Association's concerned, he's running a perfectly legal business. What? What kind of evidence? Well, yes, might be a good idea. Yeah, I'll call you back. Right. Miss Johnson, get me the highway patrol. I want to speak to Dan Matthews.
This is how we do it, Mr. Matthew. 4 strands of rope. Any one of them strong enough to keep a load on the tailgate. Now, the load that hit the highway was tied on exactly like this.
You say that all 4 strands broke?
Yeah. I can understand one of them breaking, maybe even 2. But all 4 at once.
There are never any major breakdowns. Just ropes breaking, no water in the batteries, gas leaking. I've been with the Trucking Association a long time, Dan. Things like that just don't happen regularly.
I might be willing to say it could happen by accident, but coming after all those other breakdowns, the flat tires, the leaky radiators, and broken accelerator cables, and then this Masterson guy popping up to sell that maintenance service, I don't know. Looks like the old protection game to me.
The report from the Trucking Association says he runs a legitimate business.
Well, we investigated as far as we could, Dan. The truckers that have signed up with him claim he's living up to all his promises.
What promises?
To cut down the number of accidents on the road or cover the financial loss.
In other words, they have breakdowns till they sign up, then the breakdowns stop, is that it?
Of course, that's what they're paying him for. Dan, we realize we have no definite evidence.
A leaky gas tank can set a highway on fire. A blowout can send a truck out of control and kill a lot of people. The clutch slips today, the brakes don't hold tomorrow. Then we have a mass funeral for the victims. Oh, there's no evidence that these breakdowns are premeditated. Let's find out fast.
What do we do first, Mr. Matthews?
These the ropes that broke?
Yeah, all 4 of them.
Oh, we'll start with these.
The first shred of evidence was found on the ends of the ropes. They had been made to look frayed and worn to the naked eye, but the microscope revealed definite evidence of knife cuts. Obviously, this so-called accident had been planned in advance. In view of these facts, a complete check was run on Masterson's operation. His business background was found to be above reproach. Nevertheless, a day and night watch was maintained on the activities of Masterson and his assistant, Gus Montana. With the help of the Trucking Association, a timetable was compiled of all the breakdowns that had occurred since Masterson's appearance. It was discovered that the breakdowns would be confined to one area for a few months, then they'd shift to another area, then another. As the reports of the breakdowns came in, the information on hand was checked against the stories of the truck drivers themselves.
Oh, Dan, another Harley breakdown, Dan. The report just came in.
Where's this one?
About 12 miles out of Louisville.
That's the current trouble spot. Have him hold the driver there. I want to talk to him.
Okay.
I'm Matthews, Highway Patrol. Do you need any help?
No, thanks, officer. One of your boys stopped by and told me to wait here. He radioed for a tow car.
What happened?
Motor's burned out. Started smoking about a half mile back. I can't figure it out.
Did you stop any place before this happened, I mean?
Well, I stopped for lunch a half hour ago, so.
Where?
At the Walnut Cafe, about 2 miles back up the road. Why?
Do you stop there very often?
All the time. It's the best truck stop on this route.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Let me have a number 4.
Tomatoes are pretty warm. Refrigerator's on the blink. It's a good thing I got a dishwasher that knows something about motors. As soon as I get that refrigerator paid for, it goes haywire.
Let's give it. Give me something cold to drink. What's that building over there?
A bunkhouse for truck drivers who want to grab some shut-eye. It's good for business.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
One of the hauling men's bunking up for a while. Want you to wake him in an hour.
Okay, Artie.
You want me for anything else today?
Nah, take off. See you tonight.
Okay.
Good boy, that Artie. Works hard. Keeps that bunkhouse as clean as a whistle. That's why drivers like stopping here.
Just a little dirt in the starter switch. It'll be okay now.
Where are you going?
Out for a smoke.
What about them dishes?
I gotta relax once in a while.
He's gotta relax. That Jenkins is so relaxed that sometimes I think his spine must have been removed. Right in the middle of a job, out he goes for a smoke. Half the time I don't even know where to look for him.
Well, I gotta get back to work. How much do I owe you?
10 cents.
I think we struck pay dirt out here at the Walnut Cafe. The dishwasher, his name's Jenkins. I'll stall out here till you can send a man out. No. Don't pick him up, just tail him. Now, in case I'm wrong about Jenkins, check the other personnel out here. One is Mike, he's the owner, and Artie, the handyman. They might be our link to Masterson.
I don't like this, Artie. I don't like it a bit.
Business is business.
Suppose I don't give you this money.
I told you. I go to the cops.
That landing you and Jenkins right in the jail.
For malicious mischief? You don't think I'd mind that, do you, Mr. Masterson?
You know something? Maybe you're right. Sometimes it's a good business to protect one investment with another. Yeah. Maybe you deserve a bonus, Artie.
When I have to work like a bum, sweeping out a greasy spoon cafe and making up beds in a bunkhouse, I expect to be paid like a gentleman. Besides, the cost of living's gone up.
We'll discuss the economic situation some other time, Artie. Get out. You know, Gus, I think that Artie's troubled with the cost of living. Tell Jenkins to solve his problem for him.
Hey, Dan, take a look at this.
What is it, Jenkins?
No, it's a rundown on that handyman's activities so far today.
Left Cafe 9:20 this morning. Arrived the office building, 790 South Webb Street, 9:50. Left office building, 10:25, returned to cafe. That's all?
Take another look. That building there.
790 South Webb Street. Wait a minute. 790, that's Masterson's address.
It's 1:30 now. He hasn't left the cafe yet.
Just bring him in. Where's Artie?
In the bunkhouse, I guess. What's the matter?
Thanks. Artie, you in there? Artie! All right, come on, Artie, wake up. Come on, Artie.
It began as a series of truck breakdowns, premeditated and prearranged. A new variation on the old protection racket. But now it had become the oldest crime of all, murder. The murder weapon was a jackhandle from the victim's own car, but the lab found no fingerprints that could be identified with the crime. An examination of the victim's personal belongings revealed no new evidence, no motives to help establish the guilt, no new suspects. Mike, the owner of the cafe, swore he hadn't left the counter between 11 and 1:30, and customers verified his story. Jenkins, the dishwasher, admitted he had left the cafe during that time, but he claimed he had not gone to the bunkhouse. There were no witnesses to prove or disprove his statement, and not enough evidence to link him to the crime. Somehow, Artie's visit to Masterson had something to do with the murder, but so far there was no way to prove it. The reports from the officers tailing Masterson verified everything he had to say. But the reports on Gus Montana's activities were a bit more revealing.
Yeah, Artie was a friend of mine. We both worked for Mr. Masterson upstate.
What kind of work?
Checking insurance claims on trucks mostly. I'm pretty good at mechanical stuff. So was Artie.
What kind of work do you do now?
Well, I'm sort of an inspector. You see, Mr. Masterson has these mechanics working for the truckers, you know. And my job is checking up on them, inspecting the work they do.
Okay, that's all.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, okay, if that's all.
Hiya, Mr. Matthews.
Hi, Mr. Hawley. How your trucks doing lately?
No breakdowns for 2 days, but that doesn't mean much. I still haven't signed up for Masterson's service.
Yeah, I know. I want you to sign up with him now.
With Masterson? Are you kidding?
No. Once you sign up, your breakdowns will stop. Isn't that right?
That's the way it usually works.
All right, fine. You take the service, but keep having breakdowns. We'll make Masterson pay till it hurts.
And if it doesn't, I'm the one that gets hurt. I've got customers to service.
You go along with me. I'll take full responsibility.
Well, all right. I'll take a chance. Your idea is you want Masterson to think his signals are crossed. Is that it?
Yeah, that's right. Now, can you make the breakdowns look legitimate and expensive?
Well, if Masterson has been doing it to me all this time, why can't I do it to him? You know, I could go to jail for this, faking insurance claims.
Oh, hi, Gus. Well, I landed the big one.
Hawley, how'd you do it?
Persistence, my boy, persistence. Look, you'd better get a hold of Jenkins. Tell him to lay off Holly's trucks. After all, he's a client of ours now.
Jenkins is staying away from all the trucks till the heat about Artie's death cools.
I know, but he ought to know about Holly. After all, he might get a little restless, so you give him a call, huh? Now.
Look, Mr. Masterson, the cops might be able to trace the call.
All right, then send him a note. You've got his post office box number. Well, what's wrong with you now, Gus?
I don't like it. The cops are too close to us now. And it was like this before.
Listen, Gus, remember this. Jenkins killed Artie. Not you and not me. Jenkins. So just relax and stop worrying and get word to him, will you?
All right.
Jim Hawley put the plan into operation almost immediately. His drivers, understanding the situation, were more than willing to cooperate. The only problem was that Masterson cooperated too. He paid off every claim without a whimper.
What'd you find, Gus?
Not a thing. The mechanic claimed he checked that load before he sent it out, and I can't see anything wrong with it now.
I told you the driver fixed it. There was a short in the starter motor.
Where'd he discover it?
At the Walnut Cafe. The driver stopped for a bite to eat, and when he got back in the cab, the truck wouldn't start. It was laid up for about 5 hours. I'm afraid this is going to cost your company a pretty penny, Masterson.
It's all part of our service.
Looks like my streak of bum luck hasn't run out yet.
Just send your report in, Mr. Hawley. We'll see that you get your check immediately.
Okay, fine.
They figured out the Walnut Cafe.
That makes 4 claims I've made, and they're paid off on every one. I think this plan of yours is backfiring.
Look, Hawley, my neck's as far out as yours. I told you if it doesn't work, I'm responsible. We're just going to have to keep plugging along till something breaks, and we hope it's Masterson. Yes, that's right. I want more breakdowns. Make them as expensive as you can, because if this idea is going to be a flop, let's make it a big one.
Do you really think Jenkins is trying to cross us up?
Listen, Gus, Jenkins works for money. I wouldn't be a bit surprised by what somebody's paying him higher wages than I am. Masterson speaking. Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Hawley. All right. Another one.
That's right, Masterson. 7 claims in 10 days. 7 breakdowns in spite of this service you're giving me. Sure, you make up my losses, but I still have to explain things to my customers. Unless something is done about it pretty quick, you can count on paying for some canceled contracts.
All right, I'll be right over.
What's that about?
Better get ready for a showdown, Gus.
With Hawley?
With Jenkins.
Let's go.
7 breakdowns and he hasn't squawked. I don't get it. No, we can't cancel out the idea. We're in too deep. I guess we're going to have to play our trump card, the big one, just as soon as you can. Right.
Glad you could make it, Masterson. I think I found the answer to those breakdowns I've been having.
Yeah?
One of my men spent the night at the Walnut Cafe bunkhouse, and he awoke this morning a little earlier than he planned. When he went out to the truck, he saw somebody leaning over the gas tank. Looked like he was up to no good.
Did he get a look at the man?
Not a good one. It was dark, and the guy took off like a rabbit when he saw the driver. Now, my man isn't sure, but he thinks it's somebody that works around the cafe. I was going to report the incident to the Highway Patrol, but I thought you ought to know about it first.
Why?
Well, you know how tough competition is among truckers. This could be the start of a highway war.
You mean this guy might be working for another trucker? Somebody's out to keep your trucks off the road?
It's happened before. If it gets out of hand, Masterson, that maintenance service of yours will go up for grabs. I thought you ought to know about it before the Highway Patrol takes over.
Yeah, I appreciate that. After all, your competitors are my clients, too, you know. If that man your driver saw is being paid off by another trucker, I want to handle the matter my own way.
Need any help?
Oh, we can take care of it. Come on, Gus.
Take it easy. Right. Get me the Highway Patrol, will you, please?
Okay, Mr. Hawley, looks like things are going to work out for us.
Dan.
Yeah?
3264 just called in. Masterson is headed toward the Walnut Cafe.
Tell him to stay with Masterson. Alert all cars in the Louisville area to stand by for instructions. Come on, let's get out there.
Bunkhouse. Look, no rough stuff. At least not here.
It won't be too rough.
Just as a precaution. You know how enthusiastic you get sometimes. Come on. Hello, Jenkins.
What's this all about? What do you want?
We want you, Jenkins.
Mr. Masterson don't like any rough stuff, chum. Come on. Get on your feet.
All right, Jenkins, that's enough of that foolishness. Get on your feet.
Something wrong?
It's all right. Here, you take this. Whatever you do, don't leave this bunkhouse.
What are you gonna do?
Just let me take care of it my own way.
What's he up to?
Relax. Don't get yourself in an uproar. What do you think you're doing?
Maybe you ought to take a look, too. Go ahead, see for yourself. Looks like I'm going to have you for company, this little sellout. Go ahead, look for yourself.
You stay right there.
A ever-loving boss always takes care of his boys. Doesn't he, Gus? First he fixes a murder rap on me. Now he's fixing you, too. He's got us all framed and ready to hang. Right, Gus? Ready to hang. You and me.
You can only hang once.
We ought to get special privileges. Gus just saved the state some money.
That gives us more to use on you two. Take them in. Get an ambulance and a doctor here right away. This is one kind of a breakdown his insurance didn't cover. See the Highway Patrol in action again next week. Until then, remember, leave blood at the Red Cross, not on the highway. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Telephone communications keep the highway patrol in constant touch with its field of activity. Incoming calls concern violations of traffic laws, accidents on the highway, fugitives at large. On the morning of September 9th, still another kind of telephone call was received, an anonymous one.
Highway Patrol, Sergeant Milan. It's for you.
I'll take it here. Dan Matthews here.
Here's a tip for you, Matthews. You'd better round up Johnny Barr and all these men. They're planning a murder. A big one.
Trace this call. Speak up a little bit, will you? I think we got a bad connection.
I said Johnny Barr is planning a murder. You better apprehend him at once.
Who's the victim supposed to be?
I don't know.
What did you say your name was again?
I'm sorry, I cannot reveal that.
Then I'm afraid we can't help you.
You've been warned, Matthews. You might regret it if you fail to act on this call.
Look, we get 100 calls a day from crackpots.
I'm not a crackpot. I know what I'm talking about. Now, you've got to believe me. You've got to stop Johnny Barr before it's too late.
What do you got? Come on. That's a big help. A phone booth on 3rd and Center.
What was it?
Oh, it's a tip that Johnny Barr's out gunning for somebody.
Well, that's the story of his life. If he could just prove it.
Said it was going to be a big one. Can't afford to ignore it. You know, Barr might have a reason. He's the main target for the new crime commission.
You think it could be someone connected with the crime commission?
We're going to have to find out. Joe, get me the mugshots and the records of anybody known to be working with Johnny Barr, will you?
They may not all show up in the files. The Barr might have a couple of clean ones on the payroll.
City PD intelligence will have a record if anybody does. You know, Barr's too cagey to let this kind of news get around. Either that call was from one of Barr's men or it's a phony. We're going to have to find out which. Look, get me a list of all the cars registered to Barr and his playmates, will you? Hurry it up. We'll assume the tip was on the level and from somebody in Barr's outfit. Now, if his motive was to protect the intended victim, he'd have told us who he was, wouldn't he? Is that right?
So far.
All right, he's got to have another reason. Or maybe he's never been mixed up in a murder before and he doesn't want to start now.
Oh, I don't know. These boys are all seasoned veterans. They don't stack up.
Who in Barr's outfit does stack up? All I could find are these two here. Powers and Graham. That's right. Both clean, no criminal record. They stand to lose their valuable reputation if Barr decides to get rough. You know, the guy on the phone didn't talk like a hoodlum. He used words like, I can't reveal, apprehend. Very well educated. Could be a lawyer or a high-priced accountant.
It's almost got to be one of them.
Yeah, we got to be sure which one. If we talk to the wrong guy, he's liable to tip Barr off. We can't stop a guy from being murdered if we don't know who he is, can we? I'll tell you what I want you to do. Have Graham and Powers' tail. See if you can find out what they did in the past 24 hours. Here's the report on Powers. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Goes to his office every morning, keeps banker's hours 10 to 3. Then he goes home. Quite a family man, it says right here. I'll bet you his wife doesn't know he's mixed up with the biggest crime syndicate in the state.
This just came in on Graham.
Oh? Well, this clears Barr's lawyer. Graham's in Chicago, been there for a week. Now, this might not mean anything, but that phone call was made right here, 3rd and Center. Powers passes that way every day on his way home. Get me an appointment with Power this afternoon away from his office, huh? Oh, here's your pencil. I'm Dan Matthews.
What's this all about, Matthews? Why all the secrecy?
Mr. Powers, if you're the man who made the anonymous phone call, you understand why I couldn't meet you in your office.
Phone call?
Yeah, that's right. Somebody called to warn me that Johnny Barr was going to commit a murder.
Johnny Barr? The only thing I know about Johnny Barr is one of my firm's clients.
Yeah, we know that. We also know for a long time he's been making a bid for respectability. Wants to invest in legitimate business through a big accounting firm so his money can't be traced.
Now, just a minute, Matthews. Are you accusing me?
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying if you made the phone call, it would be
ridiculous.
The phone call was made from 3rd and Center Street at 3:15. You pass that way every day on your way home.
Well, so do hundreds of other people. How do you know what I do every day?
You've been under observation.
You've been having me followed?
That's right.
I'm getting up.
Wait a minute before you go. Let me tell you something. If Barr commits this murder, I promise you we'll find out who made the phone call. You know what that means? It means the informer had prior knowledge of the murder. And if you made that phone call, Mr. Powers, you'll be an accessory. An accessory to murder. Now figure out what that means. Think of the headlines, your social position, your business. But most of all, think of your family.
All right, Matthews. I made that call.
All right, fine. Whose bar got picked?
I don't know.
Powers, you've gone this far. Why don't you tell me the truth?
I don't know, I swear. He wouldn't tell me who it was.
Why'd you make the call?
Barr was getting me into something deeper than just keeping books for him.
How?
By making me have a meeting with the boys right in my own office. He said it was safer there. Now look, they're having a meeting tonight. I can find out who it is, give you a report on it. Tell you exactly what the plan is. If you'll give me police protection.
All right, I guarantee you protection.
As soon as you get the accident report, send call it a day. It wasn't heavy, was it? Good. I'll okay it today. Matthews might not be back in time. Hold it a minute. Was it Powers?
Yeah, and I want to talk to you when you're through.
Matthews just came in. Put the reports on my desk so I'm not there. What happened?
Oh, it was Powers all right, and he's scared stiff. He's in a lot deeper than he thought he was.
Did you find out who Barr's after?
No, that's the trouble. Powers says he doesn't know. And he would have told me if he did. I got to go along with him and believe him.
What about Powers now?
Well, I guaranteed him protection for 24 hours a day. I want to make sure he gets it till the whole thing is cleared up.
He's had it since your meeting was set up. It'll continue.
All right, our next problem is to figure out the guy that Barr's going to murder.
It doesn't look like such an easy job. A big-time racketeer makes enemies fast.
Yeah, and a sharp operator like Barr, well, he's not going to endanger his whole organization. Now, if he's going to use murder, well, the stakes might be pretty high.
Did Powers offer any information at all?
No, but he's going to be at the meeting.
And Barr might mention the man's name he's gunning for.
Yeah, that's right. And if he doesn't, well, Powers will tip us off anyway. There's only one thing that bothers me. Powers is scared.
He has reason to be, if Barr finds out what he's done. I hope he doesn't give himself away. Barr wouldn't wait to plan his murder. He'd empty his gun in him right there. It's like you said. We can't keep a person from being murdered unless we know who he is.
Yeah, that's right. Look, I'll tell you what I want you to do. I want you to put a tail on Powers' family for 24 hours a day. Now, when I talked to him, he didn't mention anything about his family. He was too upset to think clearly.
Right. He'll have full surveillance. Anything else?
No, I just want to go through these. I'll be out in a couple of minutes. We'll go over some more stuff.
We've got trouble, boys. We've got a crusader out to get us. And if he gets that crime commission set up, we'll blast our operation wide open. You've got to have time. At least 2 months to cover up our tracks. And there's only one way we can get that time. Is to stop Senator Day. And there's only one way to stop him. It's a big gamble either way. We leave the senator alone, we'll all be on the inside looking out. And if we stop him, the public will kick up a storm. That's a chance we've got to take. We've got to have time. So you boys will leave for the capital tonight. The day after tomorrow, the 11th, the senator's due to come here to set up the commission officially. He'll name the members who are going to work under him. They'll have a meeting. And the whole deal will be in operation. We can't let him get here. Lefty, you take the airport. And if he gets on a plane, see that he don't get off alive. And if he should decide to come by train, it'll be up to you, Ed. You know what he looks like. You'll have plenty of time to get to him on the train. I've got a tail on him down at the Capitol already, just in case he decides to leave early. Or if he should take the highway, he'll be followed. I'll work out the plans and details for you, Hank. The highway will be your department. Now, we won't know until the last minute just which way the senator's going to come. So you'll all keep in touch with me by phone. I'll clear all calls and coordinate the operation from here, this place. Any questions? All right, then get going. What are you so nervous about?
Well, how do you expect me to act? I don't like having meetings in my office.
You like handling my money, don't you? You like your fee.
That's not the point.
Makes sense to me. It's about time you got your hands on something else beside my bankroll. Now you know where the stuff's coming from.
Come on.
Okay. I carried out my end of the bargain. You're going to pick him up?
He hasn't committed a murder yet. He only talked about it.
Yeah, but you heard him. You heard him plan the whole thing. Surely you're going to arrest him at least for conspiracy.
Wouldn't hold without an overt act. Look, the law's been trying to indict Bob for years. When I pick him up, it's not going to be for a 2-week vacation.
Well, what about me? You promised me protection. Johnny will kill me if he finds out.
I promise you, he won't find out. Unless you tell him. Wrap it up. I think you're afraid to talk.
Senator Day was warned of Johnny Barr's plot to kill him. But the determined enemy of crime had refused to be intimidated on the grounds that any change in his plans would be a concession to crime. He was determined to be at the meeting to formulate his crime commission on schedule. And now it was up to the highway patrol to get him there, alive. Johnny Barr's men were placed at strategic positions along the highway. Positions arranged to permit an elaborate communication setup, which was to tell them of the escort caravan's every move, if the highway was used. Taking into account all possible moves by Barr, a decoy plan was immediately put into effect. The car that Barr was tailing turned off, changing its direction to the highway, while the decoy car continued on to the airport.
Pick up that squad car.
I thought we were going to the airport.
That's what I hope Barr thinks, too. I'd head for the highway.
Headquarters of 3200.
Car 3200.
Go ahead, 3200.
3200. We've made the switch. We're turning off Orchard Street into Leonard Avenue. We picked up the new Escort. Car 54 is planned at Leonard and Fuller. We are now headed for the highway.
Barr's own strategy was also well devised. They were aware of the switch to the highway. But the patrol was prepared for this, too. The problem was now out in the open.
made a switch, huh? What time? Check.
Hello? Yeah. Oh? You know what to do. Get going. They pulled a switch. They sent a decoy to the airport. Then took off on the highway. Almost like they've been tipped off.
Tip off? How could there have been? Probably just taking normal precautions.
Maybe.
Hank, they're coming down the highway now. They ought to be past here in about 10 minutes.
Then ought to put them past here about 11:30. We'll be ready. Start her up.
Car 3200 to headquarters.
3200, bye.
3200. We're now on the highway traveling east at 50 miles an hour. Car 91 is behind us. Car 54 in front of us. Car 78 is cruising a 20-mile area further down.
What about the switch?
3200. Didn't work. They're still in back of us. Between us and car 91. 10-4. 10-4.
Don't get too close to them, or they'll spot us.
That's a fancy-looking car. I'd like to have a hot rod like that.
Pick it up a little. We're almost at Hank's location. We're too far behind.
Car 3200 to car 78. Anything ahead of us looks out of line?
Car 78 to car 3200. We haven't seen a thing. We're cruising a 20-mile area and it looks clean.
Keep your eyes open.
Car 78 to car 3200. 10-4.
Headquarters of 3200.
3200.
I'm worried about the hoods behind you. Do you want me to have 91 pull them over?
3200, no. I'll call car 91 myself and have them pull the car over as soon as we get out of this area.
Right. Any change in position?
3200. Still the same, except we're a few miles further along.
10-4.
10-4. Car 3200 to car 91. How's everything behind us?
Car 91 to car 3200. You've still got your tail.
Yeah, I know. I get a glimpse of them every now and then.
Thought they were going to move in on you a while ago, but they're still hanging back.
Look, let's not press our luck. Pull them over and check them out, but be careful. These boys might play rough.
Car 91 to car 3200. 10-4. This one might be rough, boys.
Hey, that car's after us. Step on it. We'll lose them.
Not so fast. We've got a job to do. We don't want any trouble now. Maybe we'll get away with just a ticket.
All right, boys, let's don't try anything we'll be sorry for. Let's see those hands as you get out. Come on.
Maybe we'll get off with a ticket.
Headquarters to 3200. Anything new?
Car 91 is overhauling the hoods. They were tailing me. More later. Car 91 to car 3200. We made a clean sweep, and they were carrying an arsenal.
Car 3200 to car 91. That's good work, boys. See what you can get out of them. We want to pin this one on Johnny Bob for sure.
Headquarters 3200. What area are you in now?
3200, 3 or 4 miles this side of Beckett County.
He'll be approaching an S-shaped bend in the road shortly. It's a likely spot for him to try something. Be careful. 10-4.
10-4.
Feels better without him breathing down the back of our necks, doesn't it?
Be ready to move this heap across the road in a hurry.
I hope the boys are on time. I sure hate to handle this job, just the two of us.
No, don't worry. They'll be right behind the caravan. All right, start her up.
Hey, you hear that?
Get ready to pull across the road. Hold it, false alarm.
That's one patrol car out of our hair. That guy will keep them busy all the way to the city.
All right, you know what to do and do it fast.
Hey, it's a roadblock. Spin it around.
Something must have happened to the boys.
Car 3200 to car 45. Get back here quick. We hit a roadblock.
Let's make a break for the car.
Car 3200 to car 54. Pull over and wait for us. We're headed your way. You men take care of things here. Get the truck off the highway. We'll pick up 54 down the road. They'll take us in. Take off. Get that man to a hospital right away.
Sorry, somebody had to get hurt.
That's a chance you take on a job like this. But don't worry, he's not hurt very bad. Oh, tell me, Senator, how was your ride?
Well, I won't recommend the speeds like that, but that's the most fun I've had since I was a kid.
You're doing town in about 15 minutes, Senator. If we leave now, we can still make it. Let's go.
I don't understand it. Should have been all over by now.
Maybe something went wrong.
What could go wrong? I had it covered from every angle. It was a cinch.
You, Mr. Powers?
Yes.
You're in bad company.
What's the idea of barging in here?
Didn't work, Johnny.
What are you talking about?
Attempted murder is Senator Day. That's good enough, isn't it? Now, don't try to deny it. One of your boys talked. You overplayed your hand this time. Oh, another thing I want to tell you. Senator Day's Crime Commission went into session 15 minutes ago.
That's supposed to throw me?
Yeah, it should. You're number one on the agenda. All right, take him away. Mr. Powers, we're going to need you for information. I'd advise you to continue to cooperate. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the clowns at the circus, they're real funny. But on the highway, they're murder. This is Roderick Crawford saying see you next week.
the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. In order to protect the community against crime, law enforcement agencies on every level must work together. But even to a greater degree, they must count on the cooperation of the people they protect. In this case, the Highway Patrol, working with the State Narcotics Bureau, received invaluable aid from a bedridden victim.
Hi, Angie. How are you feeling?
Lousy?
Well, even that's an improvement over yesterday. This is Mr. Matthews. He's with the Highway Patrol. From the information you've given us, the Narcotics Bureau may need his help.
Hello, Angie.
Angie turned herself in for treatment a few weeks ago, Dan. Since then, she's done everything possible to help us. Haven't you, Angie?
I'm doing it to help me.
It's the same thing, isn't it?
I guess so. I'm sorry. I get pretty jumpy lying here all day.
Angie, we hate to upset you, but this is so very important to all of us.
I want you to tell Mr. Matthews exactly what you told me this morning.
About Bolo, you mean?
Yes, please.
Bolo's a pusher. That's all I know about him. Just his first name. And the stuff he handles. Heroin. Bolo always had plenty of H for me. Once I needed it bad. Real bad. Like I was gonna bust wide open if I couldn't get a fix. Bolo promised me he'd have some for me. But when I met him, he didn't have any H. None at all. He said the car should have been down from upstate, but that he couldn't find it. It wasn't parked where it should be. He kept saying, no car, no H. No car, no H. Like that. No H, no kicks. No H, no nothing. No nothing at all. No nothing at all.
All right, that's enough, Angie. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Angie. We appreciate your help. Now it's our turn to help you.
Is that a promise, Coleman?
A promise.
It's pretty, isn't it? Yeah, no cars, no H. From what Angie says, they're using the highways to bring the stuff in.
That's why we need your highway patrol in this case.
Yeah, what about Bolo? We could pick him up. I think we can use him better by watching him.
Let's use him. We may be able to find out which cars are carrying the heroin, what highways they're using, and where the stuff's all coming from.
Hey, honey, look at this.
Oh, gosh, I forgot all about it.
Leave it there. The honeymoon isn't over yet.
Well, it better not be. Spoil sport?
Sorry, Mrs. Miller. Hey, that just married sign is false advertising. You two have been married for at least 4 days.
5?
And, 13 hours.
Well, we certainly hope you enjoyed your stay here at Lakewood Lodge.
It was wonderful, really.
Well, everything's all set.
Oh, really? Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, they just left here, Bolo. A young couple named Miller in a blue 55 convertible. Now take this down. License number 1M-905-80. Got it? Uh-huh. Yeah, their address is 645 Coates Avenue. Yeah, I got it from the hotel register. Yeah, they should be in town by tonight. Now listen, Bolo. It's in the left front wheel. Got it? Left front wheel.
According to Ed Coleman, the Narcotics Bureau knows that dope peddling is on the increase in this area. The pushers are more active. They want us to help get the big boys, the ones at the top, the ones who keep the pushers in business. And the addicts on the verge of insanity. All we have to go on so far is the testimony of one addict. And if what she says is true, somewhere upstate there's a dope ring operating. It's kind of a nerve center, a terminal point. And if our information is correct and the highways are being used to transport dope into this area, we all have the responsibility of stopping it.
I'm going to check the tires, sir. Might be a good idea. 30 pounds. All right. Sleepy, darling?
Just thinking about you and me and, everything.
Is that good?
Well, naturally. Funny, though. A month ago, we didn't even know each other. And here we are married 5 long days and heading to a brand new life, a brand new home. And still, we really don't know each other.
I'll be happy to help with the research, Mrs. Miller.
Well, thank you, Mr. Miller.
This tire's a little low, sir. How low is it? Oh, it's not too bad. About 4 pounds off. It was low the last time we stopped for gas, too. Well, it might be a slow leak. You got far to drive? About 50 miles. Only take me a minute to fix it up for you. Well, seems like a good idea. Come on, Line, let's get a sandwich while he's working on it.
Matthews. What? Why put him through to me? What kind of white powder? All right, let me talk to him. Hello. Do you know what the powder is? Or where'd you find it? In a hubcap. You stay where you are. Keep the man and woman in the car with you. I'll get some men out there right away.
The Millers and the mechanic were brought to headquarters for questioning, and the pouch full of white powder was turned over to the lab for analysis. The powder was identified almost immediately. It was heroin, but the Millers swore they knew nothing about it. And there was one good reason to believe them. If they'd known they had a hubcap full of heroin, they never would have let the mechanic fix that tire. A list was compiled of every stop the Millers had made during the last 5 days, and stakeouts were ordered for every one of them. Ed Coleman notified the Narcotics Bureau to run a background check on the staff employees at Lakeview Lodge. But there were still many questions to be answered by the Millers.
Mr. Miller, when you left the lodge, did anybody know where you were going?
Well, it was no secret. We were going home.
To our new apartment.
At 645 Coates Avenue, is that right?
Yes.
Was anyone expecting you at any specific time? Any friends or relatives? No. Ms. Miller?
Well, I come from South Dakota, and I don't have any family or friends here. Just Al, and his friends are my friends, and...
And what, Mrs. Miller?
Well, I really don't know much about Al's friends.
Now, what kind of remark was that?
Well, it's true. I hardly know your friends at all.
Now, look, honey. You don't think I'm mixed up in this dope thing, do you? Well, do you?
I didn't say that. It's just that... I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Look, Gloria, if you have any doubts about me, then... Mr. Matthews, what can I do to help solve this case?
Well, the best thing for you to do is get in your car and drive home as if nothing had happened. Park it in the usual place and forget all about it.
Well, suppose, somebody comes around to collect that heroin. Then what?
That's exactly what we want. A dope ring has chosen you two as a delivery service. Now, sooner or later, someone's going to show up to collect that delivery. Someone who might be able to lead us to the main source of supply.
Let us handle this and nobody will be hurt. You'll have protection from the minute you leave here.
Well, I'd like to do more than...
You've been very cooperative, both of you. We appreciate it.
Put a tail on the Millers. Coleman and I'll be in my car a few miles in back of them. Let me know when they arrive home and where they park the car. Looks like it's going to be a long wait.
Yeah. I guess I better have another look around. Hey, Dan, come here.
What?
There's our boy, all right.
Can't afford to lose him. I'll tail him on foot. You follow in the car.
Wait. Who's that?
Oh, no, it's Miller. He's going to get himself cut to ribbons. Now, watch it, Miller. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. I almost got him for you, didn't I? I almost got him.
Well, he's gone, not a trace of him. Well, Miller, you fixed things fine. Just fine.
Well, I'm sorry. Honest. I wanted to catch him. I wanted to bring him in and show Gloria I'm not mixed up in this.
The next time you want to be a hero in front of your wife, do it on your own time, will you? We're right back where we started from now.
Honest. I'm sorry.
Look, do me a favor. No, do yourself a favor. Go home, will you? Sure meet him, don't you?
Because of Al Miller's overeagerness, the one possible link to the narcotics ring might have been lost. But Miller recognized the man in the parking lot from his mugshots. It was Angie's old friend, Bolo. Now, Bolo had to be picked up before he warned his bosses that the law was on his trail. State narcotics agents who knew Bolo's favorite hideouts had him behind bars within 2 hours. But the law wasn't satisfied with a small-time pusher, not while the big game was still at large.
Impeccable service, luxurious surroundings, and the masterful planning of owner-manager Arnold Blackwell, whose other fine resorts are known the world over, make Lakewood Lodge the mecca for fastidious vacationers.
Yeah, I'll bet it does. Has the check on the personnel at the lodge come in yet?
No, it hasn't. Do you think we should wait for it, Dan?
No, I don't. We had time in our favor before the Bolo incident. But if the bosses find out we picked him up, they're liable to start crawling back in the woodwork.
You're up here at the lodge?
Why not? The Millers were there for 4 days. The car was parked outside for 4 days and 3 nights.
Yes, but your stakeouts haven't reported anything. They're still there, aren't they?
The lodge is a big place. We need more coverage. Well, let's face it, we had time before the Bolo incident. The news has got to get out about him eventually.
Hello, give me long distance. You better get yourself some sports shirts.
Oh, come on now. Use one of your own agents. It's out of my line.
Look, Dan, you've been on this case from the start. We could drive up there in the time it'd take me to brief a new man. Hello? Long distance? Put me through to Crystal Springs, please. Yes. I want to talk to the reservations clerk at Lakewood Lodge.
Mr. Arnold Blackwell, please. Call for Mr. Blackwell.
Right here, son.
Oh, Red, my boy, how are you?
Just fine, sir. A message for you, Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you. Thank you. Will you see that service is discontinued in those rooms until we can put in some improvements?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my boy.
Welcome to Lakewood, gentlemen.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Long drive from the city.
You should have taken our plane, sir. The lodge has its own landing strip, you know. We fly in tired tourists and fresh seafood every day. First time up here, sir?
Yes. This is Mr. Daniels. My name's Edwards. We have reservations.
Oh, of course, Mr. Edwards. I think there's a message for you at the desk. Your office has been trying to reach you. You can take the call here on our house phone.
Oh, thank you.
I'll pick up your keys at the desk. Excuse me.
You get the call. I'll take care of the stuff.
All right. I've got it. Go ahead. Richardson, William. Nickname Red. Medium height. Employed as a bellhop. I've got it. All right, fine. Thanks.
What's new at the office?
Well, the R&I report just came in. There's a bellhop up here by the name of William Richardson. Has a record for narcotics violations in 2 states.
Well, let's go have a talk with him.
All right.
Here you are, sir.
What?
Oh, yes. Frank, how are you?
Cops. One of them's a narcotics man. I recognized him, so I'm honored at his phone call. He's looking for Red.
Okay, I'll take care of it. Where is Red now?
He's packing.
There you are. Thank you, Frank.
Any luck?
No, not yet.
Enjoying your stay at the lodge, gentlemen?
Yeah, very much. You got a beautiful place here.
Thank you. I'm Arnold Blackwell, your host. Your room's all right? Service in good order?
Yes, thank you. Everything's just fine.
Well, you know how it is. We like to keep our guests happy. So if there's anything you want, just let me know.
We will. Oh, by the way, that red-headed bellhop still around?
Richardson? No, he's taken a few days off.
But the switchboard operator said he was around a little while ago.
Well, yes, that's right, he was, but he got an urgent call from his family. His mother was taken sick, so naturally he took the first train home.
Train?
Yes, the train. The plane here at the lodge is for the guests.
Where is Red's home, Mr. Blackwell?
Oh, in the southern part of the state. I never can remember the names of those towns. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll find out.
But just a minute, Mr. Blackwell. I'm afraid we'll have to ask for a little more definite information about your bellhop.
Oh, I see. Is Red in trouble? I don't want any scandal here at the hotel, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all.
Well, right now, all we want to know is exactly what time Red left here, where he's going, and what his home address is. I'm sure that your personal files would have it.
Well, yes, of course. I'll have the office get the information together for you. I can't believe that Red's in any difficulty. He's done such a fine job here.
There's one more thing. I'd like to get the license number of that plane.
The plane?
That's right, belongs to the lodge, doesn't it? Now, will you give it to us, or do we call the CAA?
Well, of course, I'll get it for you, but Red is traveling by train. He's probably still at the station. You can still catch him, I'm sure. I'm sure of it.
All right, fine. We'll talk to him. Thanks, Mr. Blackwell.
And while you're gone, I'll phone to the office for the files.
Yeah, please do. Come on, Ed.
Sure, Dan. What are you up to? You think they're hiding Red?
Well, you figure it out. Red's here. We show up, he disappears. Or maybe the bellhop recognized one of us. That's why he disappeared.
Could be. But even if this is the narcotics depot, Red couldn't have taken the whole operation with him.
Look, I'm with you. There's got to be some evidence around here someplace. Let's give him a chance to lead us to it.
What if Blackwell's telling the truth about Red?
I'll have a man cover the railroad station. You check the airport. Alert the CAA. Have them hold all passengers and the pilot, just in case Blackwell's not telling the truth.
Okay.
Listen, Frank, if they pick up that plane and find Red, he's bound to talk. You know how he is, under pressure. So we got to get rid of that stuff. Get rid of it fast. No, I got rid of the 2 cops for a while anyway. They've gone over to the railway depot looking for Red. Yes, so get down to the warehouse fast. Dump all of it. Dump it in the lake anywhere. Just get rid of it before those cops come back.
there, then cover me. Hi, Frank. Mind if I watch?
This is for employees only.
Oh, I'm not going to interrupt your work. You go right ahead. I just want to ask you some questions. Where's Red?
What?
Red Richardson.
How should I know?
I'm Matthews. I'm with the Highway Patrol. Red's wanted on a narcotics charge.
You won't find him here.
Why not?
Look, mister, I've got work to do.
Funny, so have I. All right, take it easy, kid. The noodles aren't going to run away from you. Well, these must be awful important to you, Frank. You mind if I taste them?
I can't open these cans.
Well, sure you can. I'm a guest here at the hotel. Put it on my tab.
I haven't got a can opener.
A bellhop put out a can opener.
It's against the rules.
Open this one right now. All right, dump it out.
You satisfied now? What are you so worried about? Here, taste them.
Now open this one.
For Pete's sake, I got a job to do here.
This is part of it. Open it. Now, are you going to open it?
Okay. This what the taxpayers pay you for? Stand around opening cans of dried noodles?
Well, get wise, kid. You're opening them. Looks like we got a lot of cans to go, too.
Mr. Black will be plenty mad when he finds out about this. He'll...
All right, let me see that one. Well, what do you know? In noodle cans or hubcaps, it's still heroin, isn't it? Too bad you couldn't get rid of the cans, Frank.
Still getting rid of them. Now you're going to help us. Come on, get those cartons out the station wagon and make it fast.
Well, that's kind of a shabby way to treat a guest at the hotel. I don't think Mr. Blackwell would approve of this.
Mr. Black will approve, all right. Don't worry about that.
He would? Well, that's all I want to know.
All right. So you know. But it won't do you any good when the evidence is gone. Mr. Blackwell's a very respectable citizen. A hard man to build a case against.
Case has already been built.
Well, there he is. He's all yours. Now we'll pick up Blackwell.
Well, that won't be any problem. The stakeouts are right on his tail back at the lodge.
Okay. Come on, chum. Outside.
What are you guys going to do with me? I was just doing a job for Mr. Blackwell.
You're going to be out of work for a while. We're closing the place for alterations. Let's go. Well, Ed, there's your evidence. All packaged and delivered.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks for everything.
Oh, it's nothing. Forget it. Just trying to help you keep a promise, that's all. To Angie, remember? Next week's case, handled by the Highway Patrol, is a very exciting one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the careless driver isn't driving his car. He's aiming it. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. For the most part, the wild, the reckless, the foolish driver is encountered on the road after sundown. But occasionally, the highway patrol meets up with one in broad daylight. And sometimes, upon apprehending a reckless driver, the patrol finds more than it bargained for.
About that man in the convertible crane stopped on 91 today.
Oh, you mean the one with the head wound?
Just got a line on him. He's been identified as Frank Douglas, a bank messenger. Lives in Crestfield, works here in town for the Urban Savings and Loan. Commutes.
A bank messenger?
Been missing since early this morning.
Was he carrying any cash?
Yes, but it wasn't on him when we found him, though. $53,000.
53? Well, can he talk?
No, he's still in a state of shock. It must have been a pretty bad blow somebody dealt him. According to Doc Kennedy, a few inches lower and he would have had it.
Well, when can we talk to him?
Well, the doc isn't sure. He says that no two people react alike to a head blow. Patient could come out of it at any time or never.
I'll tell you what you do. Check the denominations of the bill, see if the serial numbers were listed. Inquire around, see if anybody noticed whether he was being tailed or not. Then check his friends. Get everything you can on this Douglas and get it to me as fast as you can. Now, what about the car?
We checked it, nothing.
All right, release it to his wife. Call the bank, see how often he made this run. I'm going to the hospital. I want to talk to the doctor. Hello, doctor.
Oh, hello, Dan.
Could I see Mr. Lawson?
Yes, of course you can see him, but I'm afraid it won't do you much good.
Well, is he conscious?
He's awake. His eyes are open, but he isn't conscious. His wife is in with him now.
Did he recognize her?
There wasn't any reaction at all, not a flicker.
Is there anything you can tell me?
Well, although the blow Douglas received was a severe one, and certainly serious enough to induce a condition of shock by itself, there are certain conditions that lead me to believe that there might be a contributory factor.
Well, such as what?
An emotional blow of some sort. Something that hit him hard, suddenly, and unexpectedly. If my prognosis is correct, we can assume that the subconscious mind knows that the return to consciousness means that something unpleasant must be faced up to. So rather than face it, it prefers to remain in this trance-like state.
That's more or less of a withdrawal from reality.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think caused this emotional wallop?
Oh, it could be any number of things. Oh, Mr. Matthews of the Highway Patrol, Mrs. Douglas.
He just lies there and stares at the wall.
Try not to worry. We'll do all we can for him.
But will he recover? Will he regain his senses?
We're hopeful that he will. Unfortunately, we don't as yet know the full extent of his injury.
Has your husband been worried or upset lately?
Oh, Frank never worried about anything. If something was on his mind, I'd have known. Even if he tried to hide it from me, I'd have known.
That money he was carrying, was that part of his job?
Well, I don't know. He never talked about his work.
Has your husband ever been ill before, like this?
A mental breakdown? Never. Isn't there something I can do?
The best thing for you to do is go home.
Well, I can't go home and just wait.
This may not be as long as you think, Mrs. Douglas. Patients have been known to come out of this very same condition just as suddenly as they went into it.
Well, will his memory be impaired?
I don't think so.
Well, I think I will go home. You'll call?
The instant I have something to tell you.
Any change?
No. I'm giving him a sedative. 5 cc's.
Say, doctor, what is this?
Vaccination scar. Recent, too. And these 2 small punctures, unless I miss my guess, they were made by antivirus inoculations.
Oh, sure.
Means something to you, Dan?
Data does. United States Public Health Service.
Oh?
They require 3 shots before issuing a passport to anybody going to the tropics.
Of course.
Yeah, it looks to me like $53,000 was going south.
Were you followed? Well, how is he?
In a trance. Shock, the doctor called it.
He's not talking. Good.
But at last. The doctor said he could snap out of it any time.
Then he'll have lots to say. Everything's gone wrong.
What is it?
I just called the office. My run's been postponed.
How long?
I don't pull out till tomorrow. I don't like it. None of it. It all started to go wrong when Frank comes home with the dough 2 hours earlier than he's supposed to. He steals the money, comes home to pick up his wife, and what happens? He overhears how you're planning to leave with the dough and me.
Stop worrying about Frank.
I tell you, he saw me.
But he doesn't know who you are. Oh, look, you're not going to fold up on me now, are you?
He'll talk when he wakes up, just to get even, like he threatened to do. The whole thing's botched up, the whole plan. Look, why can't we just take this car?
Because we wouldn't get very far. The car is known. But there's only one mistake we've really made. You've made.
Yeah?
The next time you club a man, make sure it lasts.
Yeah, what?
Right on the button. Local field office of the Public Health Service reports that upon showing proof from a physician, let's see, I've got the name of the doctor here if you want it.
I don't want it.
Upon showing proof he'd received the necessary shots and vaccination, the Pan American Health Organization International Certificate number 043267, required by law for extended travel to Central and South America, was issued to a Frank Douglas of Crestville.
What date?
Date of issue, the 14th this month.
All right, what about his passport?
He applies for one the same day. Object, pleasure travel.
Yeah, sure, I bet $53,000 worth.
Was issued a week later, let's see, on the 21st this month.
And what about Mrs. Douglas?
Nothing. No health certificate, no passport application.
All right, get her maiden name, then check her again at the passport bureau.
Right. Thinks she could have been using a phony name?
No, you've got to produce a birth certificate.
Yeah. Could be Douglas is running out on her.
Or maybe it's the other way around. I think I'll go out to Crestfield and have a talk with Mrs. Douglas.
I'll have a search warrant authorized and ready for you just in case.
Good, right, thanks.
I'll take this.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Of course.
Well, we're on our way, huh?
Not now, please. Look, Frank may be talking his mouth dry at this very moment, and it wouldn't take the police any time to catch us here.
Where are we going?
In town, the railroad station.
The railroad station? But I thought...
Paul, the idea of leaving by truck was a good one. Only because we figured they would have every other way out blocked, looking for Frank and the money. But they've got Frank. By tomorrow, I'm going to be the most sought-after girl in town. I just think it would be a better idea if we left now. Openly, by train. It's much better than waiting until tomorrow and leaving undercover by your truck.
Okay. You're still doing the thinking.
Yes, I am. Okay? Stopping at my place. Now remember, no one's chasing us.
But I thought we were going
Oh, for heaven's sakes, will you calm down?
Where are we going?
Now I'm sure every terminal is watched and every road is blocked. Looks like we'll be getting away by truck after all.
But that can't be until tomorrow. What do we hold up now?
In town, your place. Well, look, they don't even know we know each other. I don't think we'll have to wait until tomorrow for you to take a truck out. I've got an idea. I think we'll be getting away by truck tonight.
How?
Look, I work at the Overdale Trucking Company, too. Remember?
She's supposed to be home waiting for Dr. Kennedy's report on her husband.
She's sure not here now.
Why don't you try and get the door open? I'll get out on all points on her.
quick check through the house showed that Louise Douglas had packed and gone. It was reasonable to assume that $53,000 in bank funds had gone with her.
Yeah, I've ordered all exits from town watched. They'll be on the tail of Douglas's car.
She couldn't have too much of a lead on us.
8 to 5, she's still in town.
Headquarters to 2150.
2150, go ahead.
The lab report shows blow Frank Douglas received was very severe, but did not break the skin. Mean anything?
Yeah, it might mean a lot.
Louise Douglas employed his secretary, Overdale Trucking Corporation, 359 South Courtney.
I'm on my way there. Now, if she gets past us, 53,000 can take her an awful long way. 10-4?
10-4, 2150.
No, the blow sounds like it might have come from a blackjack. That's not a woman's weapon. There's got to be somebody else mixed up in this.
Look, Louise, I don't like it. Jack Edwards is too nice a guy.
So are you, Paul. Much too nice to spend the next 20 years or so in jail. Oh, come on, you better get going. Now, did you pick out a spot?
Yeah, there's an alley over near the yard. He usually passes through on his way home. I'll wait for him there. Look, how can you be sure they're going to assign me his run?
You'll be there. That's what makes me so sure. They can't cancel the run. The truck's loaded with perishables, and they've already got it iced. They've got to move that load. I know. I typed the manifest myself yesterday.
You gotta be here in about 10 minutes.
How long do you think it will take?
I'll be back within an hour. Look, you wait right here. You understand?
Don't worry, I will.
Okay.
Paul.
Yeah.
Do it right.
I'm Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol. I want to ask you some questions.
I'll try to help.
You got a Louise Douglas here?
Louise Douglas? Sure. She works here. Didn't show up today, though.
How long has she worked here?
About 4 months.
Does she mix well with the rest of the staff?
Well, she doesn't have any special friends here, if that's what you mean. She's polite to everybody, but just hard to get to know. Very pretty girl, though. Boys all like her. Drivers, that is.
Well, the drivers.
Of course, being a married woman, naturally, she won't cotton to any of them.
She's not interested in any particular driver?
No. She's just pleasant and polite to all of them, nothing more. Sticks pretty close to business around this office, she does.
I see. Well, thanks.
I hope I was able to be of some help to you.
I'll let you know. How many?
2. One bound north and one south.
What about the drivers?
Both checked. The first one's a man named Carson, married just 3 months ago.
Who's the other driver?
Name's Jack Edwards, married 6 years, 2 children. A devoted husband and father, according to the report.
Well, that seems to let him out. I could be wrong on his truck angle.
Left about an hour ago. Did he say where he was going? Thanks.
No luck, huh?
I always figured Jack Edwards was one of my most reliable men.
Maybe something happened to him.
That truck's got to get rolling tonight. It's got a load of perishables, and there's a deadline on delivery.
Give him a few minutes more. He'll show up.
I can't wait any longer. Hey, look, Paul, I hate to cut in on a man's off time, but it's like I said. That truck's got to get rolling tonight, and you're the only available driver. Now, what about it?
Well, since you put it that way, I guess I got no choice, huh?
It's lucky for me, Paul, that you stopped by tonight.
Lucky for you, but not me. I had a date tonight. I'll take it out.
Any trouble?
Smooth as glass. Looks like we've got it made.
Not yet. Once we get to Lewiston, we're really on our way. Then we can leave by plane, train, anything.
Don't worry. We'll make it.
Sure we will. Come on, let's go.
Report just came in, Dan. One of the Overdale drivers was found unconscious in an alley near the truck terminal. It was Jack Edwards, slugged. Same sort of injury as Frank Douglas.
Oh, the blackjack again. Is this a driver who was pulling out tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Was he robbed?
No.
Somebody take his run for him?
That's right, a driver named Lawson.
This might be what we're looking for.
Well, we're out of the city. Just past the limit sign.
Oh, boy, am I glad to see the last of that place. Oh, I've got the whole big, beautiful world before me.
You mean we have? Don't you?
Of course, darling. Of course.
There's the license number on the truck.
Thanks. Now, this Lawson, the one you gave Edwards run to, he just happened to be here?
That's right.
Any specific reason why?
None that I know of. It seemed to me that he just had nothing to do, and he stopped by to jaw for a while.
He was scheduled to go out tomorrow night, is that right?
That's right. He had a run heading south. Look, I don't know what this is all about, but this Lawson, he wouldn't do anything wrong. He's a nice fella.
A lot of them are. Where's his route?
Here.
Thanks.
Hey, look, are you going to stop that truck?
I sure am.
Well, please, if you can help it, don't hold that truck too long. It's got a cargo of perishables.
We won't detain it any longer than we have to, because what we're looking for is perishable, too.
What's that?
A small fortune. $21.50 to headquarters.
2150, go ahead.
Another APB on Louise Douglas. Believed to be traveling north on Highway 104 in an Overdale Company truck. The license number is... Wait a minute. BE X-ray 84064. The truck's a 4-tonner, dark green in color. Now use caution when you approach. The occupants may be armed. I'm on my way there now. 10-4?
10-4, 2150.
We'll follow Highway 6 as far as Buell.
You got much of a lead?
Enough. And I hope you're right when you say they. For all we know, we might be following a truckload of vegetables, and that's all. We ought to catch up to them in about 30 or 40 minutes. All right, let's go.
I'm hungry. Let's stop somewhere.
Think we ought to?
Look, stop worrying. We're safe.
Okay. There's a diner up ahead. We can stop there.
Good. No, I'll get it. Go on in and order me a sandwich, anything.
Okay.
Please, I'm in a bit of a jam.
Yeah.
Well, that man, that truck driver, he was giving me a lift to Lewiston, but I've got to get away from him. I'm afraid of him.
Glad to come to the rescue. Just happened to be heading that way myself.
Oh, thank you.
Get in.
I left some things in the truck. I'll only be a moment.
Set?
Yes. Hurry up. I don't want him to see me.
Hey!
your name, Larson?
Yeah.
All right, open the door.
What for?
I said open the door.
Well, I haven't got anything.
We're going to
there.
search the truck. All right, where is she?
I don't know what you mean.
You're not going to tell me this stuff is yours.
Belongs to a friend of mine. I'm taking it to her.
What's her name?
Grace? Grace Jarvis.
How come the initials on the bag are LD? All right, come on, kid. Where's Louise Douglas and where's the money?
She beat it. She ran out on me.
When?
Just now. A dirty double-crossing.
How'd she go?
Some guys she met in here. They left in a green convertible.
All right, fine. You stay here. I'll radio in for another car for you and also another driver for the truck.
Right.
You live in Lewiston?
Yes, I do.
Me too. Lived there all my life.
Oh?
What part of town you from?
Well, I'm sort of between homes. I've got to find an apartment. Maybe you can help.
Sure thing, baby. Glad to help. What part of town you want to live in?
Well, I really don't know. Say, how about some music?
Okay.
To bring livestock prices on a parity with the cost of living index level. On the local scene, Frank Douglas, the bank messenger who disappeared yesterday with $53,000 of his bank's funds, has come out of the coma and appears out of danger according to the medical reports. The money, still missing, is believed to have been stolen by Douglas's wife, Louise, who, according to...
I prefer music. There.
By the way, what did you say your name is?
I didn't say.
A green convertible. Tell all units to head south on 104 and intercept. Proceed with caution.
I'm going to stop and get some cigarettes.
Oh, I have cigarettes.
Not my brand. I won't be a minute.
Well, Mrs. Douglas, it's nice to see you again. Let me see your makeup, kid, will you? All right, come on, let's go.
The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the clowns at the circus, they're real funny. But on the highway, they're murder. This is Roderick Crawford saying see you next week.
of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Highway patrol's activities frequently lead them far from the highways. Sometimes a search for a criminal takes the patrol to the remote, isolated, inaccessible areas like Mount Vista. But to the unsuspecting Walt and Frida Hollis, Mount Vista was merely an ideal spot for camping and deer hunting.
We'd better get some wood for the fire, honey. Warm the place up a little. Frida? Looking for something, Mrs. Hollis?
Civilization.
Well, just go back the way we came and you can't miss it.
Well, I miss it already.
All you have to do is walk about 6 hours through the woods and down the mountain, then drive about 2 days on that twisting, turning highway, and...
Walt? Walt, look!
What is it, hon?
Is he...
No, he's not dead. He seems to be burning up with fever. Better get him on one of these bunks. Here, give me a hand.
Oh, Walt, look, his ankle, it's all swollen. He may have other injuries, too. I don't think we should move him. May do more harm than good.
We can't leave him here. He needs help.
I'll get some blankets. He looks like he's been wandering around for days.
Frida, there's a ranger station about 3 miles down the trail. The ranger could radio a telephone for help.
Go ahead. I can stay here with him.
I'm not going to leave you alone here with him. We don't know who he is or what he
Oh,
is.
stop fretting. You can make better time than I can, and... Well, look at him, Walt. He's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah. Here. You think you can use this? I mean, if you have to.
Well, I won't need it. He doesn't look like he could do much harm now. Now, go on. I'll be all right.
Well, okay. Stay clear of him, though, just in case.
Worry, Ward. Hurry back.
There's another one.
Where this time?
Last night, a drugstore in Springfield.
What did they get?
Nearly $3,000 worth of narcotics.
Anything new on Demarest?
We combed the Mount Vista area. Not a trace of him since we found his abandoned car. And the car told us nothing.
He's the only one been identified. If we can find him, maybe we can find out who's behind the pharmacy stick-ups. Oh, how's the druggist at Demarest shot?
He'll be okay.
Good.
Walt! 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 brought you a blanket.
Thanks.
My husband and I found you here. You look like you've been badly hurt.
Yeah, my ankle. This your place?
My husband's mostly. He's been coming up here for years. You're burning up with fever. How long have you been here?
A few days. Up here to do some hunting. Got lost. That my gun?
Well, yes. Do you always hunt with that kind of gun?
Some people use slingshots or bows and arrows. I use a revolver. That one. Did you say your husband was around here?
Oh, he's gone to the ranger station to get some help for you. It's a few miles from here, but Walt knows every inch of these mountains. He's been camping up here since he was a boy.
Say, if you got any food, I haven't eaten.
Oh, of course. I'll get some.
No, wait a minute. I can make it. Give me a hand.
Well, I really don't think you should move around.
I'd feel a lot better off this floor. I guess I couldn't quite make it alone.
Well, all right.
I don't want any help, lady. Get in the other room.
What are you going to do?
Get in the other room, I said. Sit down. Sit down. You know, I'd be a lot better off if you couldn't tell anybody anything about me. But, well, you've been pretty nice. Put your hands behind the chair.
Is this the way you treat people who are nice to you?
Aren't many nice people around, lady.
This is an emergency call. Mount Vista Ranger Station calling the Highway Patrol headquarters.
Why the Highway Patrol? Can't you just get an ambulance up here for him?
Well, from the way you describe the man, he may... Hold on. Hello, Highway Patrol? This is Ranger Ben Seward, Mount Vista Ranger Station. Yeah, a couple of campers found an injured man up here. He's in pretty bad shape. He may be the man you were looking for last week. What? Oh, yeah, hold on. They want you to describe him.
Sure.
Go ahead. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, hold the line. Hold the line a moment, please. Yeah? Mount Vista Ranger Station on the landline. Some campers found an injured man up there. His description fits Mickey Demarest.
Is the ranger still on the line?
Line 4.
Mount Vista, Stan Matthews. Description of the man you sent in sounds like Mickey Demarest. He's wanted for armed robbery. What's his condition?
Well, he's in pretty bad shape, Mr. Matthews. He's still at Hollis's cabin about 3 miles east of here. They found him unconscious with a bad ankle and a high fever.
I'll have a helicopter in the air in 10 minutes. Now you stand by your radio to guide us in and tell the campers to be careful of Demarest. He's scared and probably armed, capable of anything. Yeah, that's right. Have him warm up the helicopter. Get me a map of the Mount Vista area. I want this guy alive.
Look, have you got an extra gun I can use? Frida has my rifle.
That copter will probably be here before you can hike back to your cabin. I'll have to stay here on the radio to guide them in. As soon as I make contact, I'll meet you at the cabin. Good luck.
Thanks. Thanks for this.
Hope you don't have to use it.
That's up to Demarest.
will it take to get this bird to Mount Vista?
About a half hour.
Helicopter to communications.
Communications to helicopter. Come in.
Have all cars in the Mount Vista vicinity. Cover the trails from the summit to the highways. Don't use your guns unless you have to. This Demarest can give us a lot of information on the narcotics job. Oh, send an ambulance up here. We're liable to need it.
10-4.
Hold it right there. You better drop that rifle. Drop it now! And please, mister, don't try and be a hero. Where's my wife? What have you done to her? She's at the cabin. She'll be okay. You alone? What have you done with her? I said she'll be okay. You've got a car down the highway, haven't you? Come on, give me your car keys. Listen, mister. Please don't try any funny stuff. I don't want to do any more killings. So don't spoil things for either one of us. All I want is out of this lousy wilderness, and you can help me. What about Frida? She'll be okay. Come on, move. We can't leave her. Move, I said!
According to this map, that should be the ranger station right down there.
Ranger station to helicopter. You're approaching the area now.
Okay, Seward, we see you. How far are we from the Hollis cabin?
Proceed on the same course for about 3 miles beyond this station. It's the first clearing you see due east of here.
Is there room enough to set this copter down?
Plenty of room. I'll meet you up there.
No, you stay right where you are by the radio in case we need you. We can handle this alone.
All right, mister, hold it.
Looks like company's coming, Demarest. The ranger called the highway patrol, you know.
Get under cover.
Walt! Walt!
I warn you, mister, get under cover.
Walt!
Ranger station to helicopter. Come in, Copter.
What's up, Seward?
Just heard gunshots, 3 of them. They came from the direction of the cabin where Demarest is.
All right, let's go.
The echoes of the 3 gunshots had hardly died out when the highway patrol helicopter landed at the Hollis cabin. Somewhere nearby, there were 2 innocent people and 1 desperate man.
Mrs. Hollis.
He shot him. That man, he shot Walt. We were trying to help him. Trying to help him. He shot Walt.
You got one on the shoulder. How does it feel?
Rough.
It's not too bad, Mrs. Hollis. Do you think you two could make it to the copter? Pilot will take you back to the ranger station, then come back and get me.
Was flown to the ranger station for treatment. He was suffering from shock and loss of blood, but his wound was not critical. While Hollis responded to treatment, Mickey Demarest, sick, injured, and desperate, was still at large. He had to be hunted down and taken alive if possible.
Highway Patrol Headquarters, please. Hello, Melton, this is Matthews. Keep this line open. It'll be better than having you monitor all the calls from the ranger station. No, Hollis is doing okay. Have the ambulance stand by. Are there any cars in the area yet?
1441 and 1450 are up there now.
Tell them to stand by where they are and cover all the trails leading from the summit to the highway. If we can't pin Demarest down with a copter, we might be able to chase him out in the open. Okay, thanks, Milton. How you doing, Hollis?
I'll be okay, thanks.
Mrs. Hollis, is there anything you can tell us that'll help us locate Demarest?
All I know is when he heard me, he turned. Walt tried to take the rifle away from him. They fell, and the gun went off. It looked like an accident,
That second shot was no accident. If he hadn't hurried, I wouldn't be talking.
Well, what about the third shot?
That was mine. The man was in the woods by then. I don't know if I hit him. All I could think of was Walt.
Thanks, Mrs. Hollis. Seward, I see you a minute. You know this country pretty well. Could you map out any of the trails that Demarest might take to get out of there?
Sure, but he'll probably stay off the trails, won't he?
No, I don't think so. He's hurt pretty bad. He'll stick to the regular trails. He doesn't want to take a chance on getting lost again.
Could be. I'll get the map.
Okay.
Now, this is the physical layout of the Mount Vista summit. The woods end here. The terrain becomes rocky.
Well, all the trails seem to be in there, so he's got to be on one of them. Any place in here he could hide from our copter?
Well, those boulders might help him. Actually, this map shows you the summit just as you'll see it from your helicopter.
Okay, thanks.
The helicopter buzzed back and forth across the Mount Vista summit looking for Mickey Demarest, the man who could possibly give the patrol a solution to the recent chain of pharmacy holdups.
Got a bad ankle, he may have a bullet in him. Helicopter to ranger station. Helicopter to ranger station. How's Hollis doing?
He's doing fine.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. He's got to be around here someplace. Let's double back, Roy.
found him, Roy. Look right down there.
We're in trouble. Can you land us between him and that gully over there?
I don't think so.
Put us down as close behind him as you can. Might still be able to use that rifle. Come on, we'll go back and take a look. There he is. He looks awful quiet down there. He's either out cold or playing possum. Well, I guess it's our move. Put this bird down. I move a lot better on the ground. Demarest! Demarest, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Demarest? That druggus you shot is alive, so is Hollis. So now I'm coming down to get you for armed robbery, not murder. That can be the difference between living and dying, so don't change things. All right, you cover me from up here. Don't shoot unless he shoots first.
That may be too late.
I don't think he's going to shoot at all. Demarest! Demarest, I'm coming down to get you. You're going to be covered two ways, by me and from up here. So if you shoot me, you're going to be a dead one, too. Watch it. Don't shoot unless he shoots first.
Why not, Copper? Why not pick me off? Why not put me out of my misery?
We're trying to do you a favor.
That would be a favor. A big one.
That'd be my guest if that's the way you want it. Go ahead and shoot.
Listen, I already shot up two people. Two of them, Copper.
Yeah, but they're not dead. You're not wanted for a murder rap.
You expect me to believe that?
Yes, I do.
All of a sudden, I'm a nice guy. I've got a gun on you, and so all of a sudden, you're on my side. My buddy.
Look, we could have picked you off from the Copter any time. We could have used you for target practice. Let you lay out there while we sat in a rock telling stories until you passed out. I'm coming down to get you because I need information on that pharmacy job. So either use that gun or throw it away.
Listen, cop, you think I won't use it? You think I won't use it?
All right, Roy. Warm up the Copter. I can handle him.
Hey, do I have to ride in that thing?
Don't worry. Our hostess will take good care of you. Get in.
See the Highway Patrol in action again next week. Until then, remember, leave blood at the Red Cross, not on the highway. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Many persons are convicted of crimes on the basis of a positive identification by another person. Law enforcement agencies rely heavily on this type evidence. Early on the morning of August 10th, Mrs. Ethel Carey, owner of a motel, went about her usual routine of starting another day. A day in which she would find it necessary to positively identify her first visitor.
Where's the money?
No, I won't tell you.
Where's the head?
I won't tell you.
Shut up.
Recovering from the attack, Mrs. Carey immediately placed an urgent call to the highway patrol. She stated that she had recognized the man who forced his way into her apartment, and that she could positively identify him as one of the guests now registered at the motel. Minutes later, officers Peterson and Bergen had apprehended the suspect, Roger Taylor, in his bungalow at the motel court.
Better take another look inside, see if you can find the hat and coat.
Yeah, okay.
Sit down, Taylor.
But I don't understand. I didn't do anything.
You do own a light trench coat and a hat, don't you?
Yes, I
Where
already
are
told.
they?
I don't know. I mean, I hung them in the closet last night. They should still be there. Why are you arresting me? I got a right to know.
I already told you. Attempted robbery and assault with a deadly weapon on Mrs. Carey. She's made positive identification. She recognized your hat and coat. You were wearing them when you checked into the hotel.
But I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. You gotta believe me.
What'd you do after you checked into the motel?
I went to bed. I was tired. I'd been driving all day. I didn't get out of bed until you woke me up.
What's your business, Taylor?
Grocery business. Own a small grocery in Bremerton, Washington. You can check that. Roger Taylor, that's my name. Lots of people know me. I'm on my vacation, driving to Baltimore to meet my wife. She's already there, visiting her mother. I couldn't get away from the store until now. You can check that, too.
We will. Watching. Yeah, Mike?
It's clean. He must have got rid of the hat and coat.
Okay. Why'd you get rid of the hat and coat?
Why would I get rid of them? I tell you, I didn't do anything. Why would I get rid of my hat and coat if I didn't do anything?
Let me talk to Dan Matthews.
Matthews speaking.
Dan, on the motel beating, we picked up the identified suspect, Roger Taylor.
Good. Book him right away and wrap it up.
I would. A couple things don't add up.
What? Well, what makes you think so?
Two things. Why would he admit owning the hat and coat and then take the trouble of hiding them? Secondly, if he did do it, what's he doing here? He's had plenty of time to get to the city and get lost.
All right, see how he feels about a lie detector test. We might be able to save him a lot of trouble.
Okay, hold it. Still claim you're innocent?
Yes, I didn't do it. I wouldn't beat up an old lady. Ask anybody who knows me.
Would you take a lie detector test?
Lie detector? Yeah, I'll take a lie detector test. I'm not afraid of it. Why would I be if I didn't do it?
He'll take it. I'll bring him right into the office. Okay. Let's go. Hold it down.
motel. Keep looking for the hat and coat.
Right.
Come in.
Here he is, Roger Taylor.
All right, Mr. Taylor. Will you sit in this chair right here, please?
I want to run an R&I check on this.
All right, go ahead and do it. Left hand, please.
I thought a lie detector was bigger than that.
Well, some of them are.
It'll get me out of this, won't it? It'll know if I'm telling the truth.
If half our suspects are as truthful as this machine, our job would be real easy.
Then it'll prove that I'm innocent. When you know I'm telling the truth, I can go, huh?
Mr. Taylor, it's not quite that easy. This is not allowed as evidence in court. But I will tell you one thing. Whatever you say, it's usually a great help. It usually puts us on the right track. Is your name Roger Taylor?
Yes.
Where do you live?
Bremerton, Washington.
What is your business?
Grocery business?
Did you beat Mrs. Carey?
No.
Where is your wife?
In Baltimore, Maryland.
Did you try to rob Mrs. Carey?
No.
Time and again, Roger Taylor was questioned. Time and again, the suspect denied that he was guilty of the assault and attempted robbery of Mrs. Carey. After nearly 4 hours of interrogation, the contacts were removed from his fingers.
Oh, what did it say? Did it prove I was telling the truth?
Well, Mr. Taylor, there's no indication that you were lying.
I'm sure glad of that.
Just came in on the teletype. Bremerton R&I says he has no record. Told the truth about the grocery store and the trip to Baltimore.
All right, Mr. Taylor, I'll be truthful with you. This test is all in your favor, but it doesn't get you off the hook. But I do think it warrants another visit to Mrs. Carey. Where is she, Pete?
Back at the motel. She refused to go at the hospital. Didn't want to spend the money. Guess she's pretty fussy about money.
Fussy, huh? All right, let's see how fussy she is about a lie detector. Find anything yet?
Not yet.
I will be inside. I'd like to talk to Mrs. Carey.
What for? What do you want to go bothering her for? She's already told you all she knows.
I want to talk to her anyway. Get the box, will you? What's your name?
Henry Carey. She's my aunt.
You live here?
Yeah, but I wasn't here when it happened, if that's what you're driving at.
Where were you then?
I was in town buying groceries at Clampett's store, and I can prove it.
Yeah. Tell your aunt I want to see her, will you?
What are you doing here? Henry, I told you not to let them in again.
I'm Dan Matthews, Mrs. Carey. I hate to bother you again. I'll make it as brief as possible.
What's he doing here? He ought to be in jail. What right have you to bring him in here?
Mrs. Carey, it's very important that we know for sure that Taylor's guilty. Now, take a good look at him. You might have been wrong on your identification.
No, I didn't make any mistake. I checked that man in last night. And he was wearing the same hat and coat when he forced his way in here with a gun. He tried to disguise his voice, but he couldn't fool me. Now, he's the one. I'm positive.
Okay, take him out. Mrs. Carey, we've had this man on a lie detector for 4 straight hours. The machine gives every indication he was telling the truth when he said he didn't do it.
I don't care about your lie detector test. It's no good as evidence anyway.
Do you know very much about lie detectors?
I know you can't believe them.
Suppose I prove to you that you can.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Mrs. Carey, you wouldn't want an innocent man to go to prison for a crime he didn't commit, would you?
Why, no, of course not.
Well, we're interested in finding the man who attacked you. You'll help us, won't you?
What do you want me to do?
Submit to a lie detector test.
You think I'm lying?
No, I don't think you're lying, but the machine will show whether you had any doubts about the identification.
You mean I could be lying and not know it?
Well, sometimes we hate to admit things to ourselves. Your nephew, Henry, he could help us with the test, and perhaps you could put us on the right track.
No, you don't. I don't have to take a lie detector test.
Maybe you've got a reason not to. Taylor wasn't afraid to try it. Maybe that's because he had nothing to hide.
I've got nothing to hide.
All right, fine. Then you'll help us.
Go on, Henry. I want to see the machine that can make me out a liar when I'm telling the truth. If it works for you, I'll try it.
All right, fine. Come over here. Sit in that chair. Over here. Write down any number between 1 and 5. Don't let me see the number you've written down. Let me have your hand. And now keep your hand spread like that. Say no to whatever questions I ask, even if I hit the number you've written down, right? Was it 4?
No.
1?
No.
Was it 3?
No.
2?
No.
Okay, the number was 3. Am I right?
Yes.
All right, Mrs. Carey. You're next. Now, let me have your left hand, please. And now keep your hand spread like that, please. Is your name Ethel Carey?
Yes.
You own this motel?
Yes.
Your nephew is Henry Carey?
Yes.
You were telling the truth when you identified Taylor as the man who beat you up?
Yes.
Following the usual procedure of asking unimportant questions and touching on the key question when least expected, the interrogation of Mrs. Carey continued for an hour, a shorter period of time than usually required because of her weakened condition, but long enough that a definite conclusion could be reached.
Well, the machine indicates that you're telling the truth.
I guess that proves your lie detector can't be relied on. They both can't be telling the truth.
Yes, they can. The machine indicates that your aunt really believes that Taylor is the man she's telling the truth about, but she still might be wrong in her identification.
Dan, can I see you a minute?
I'll be right with you. Thanks very much for your cooperation, Mrs. Carey.
So you put him away where he belongs. We can't go around tormenting people.
Thanks for your cooperation, too, Henry. What'd you find?
These. Fresh blood on the gloves. Found them down in back of Taylor's bungalow.
Can you identify these?
Looks like mine.
Where'd you buy this coat?
At home, Bob Jean's apparel store. That is, if it's mine.
It's yours.
I don't know how it got there. I didn't bury them. I swear it.
Well, there's not much more we can do here, Taylor.
Following the arrest of Roger Taylor, a routine questioning of other guests registered at the motel failed to turn up any new evidence in the attempted robbery and assault of Mrs. Ethel Carey. And then a man not previously questioned volunteered some information.
Oh, officer.
Yeah?
My name is Wilbur Morgan. I'm a guest here at the motel since yesterday. I stay here 2 or 3 days every month. I sell farm equipment. I just drove in a few minutes ago from making my calls, and I heard about what happened to Mrs. Carey. I saw the fellow you arrested.
Have you got something to tell us?
Oh, yes, I do. Maybe it'll help. It happened early this morning, about 7:30, I guess. I was just leaving to make my calls. Farmers get up early, you know.
Yeah, I know. What happened?
Well, I was passing the office building, going to my car. Wanted to smoke, but didn't have any matches, so I stopped this fellow and asked him for a light. He was wearing a light trench coat with a hat brim pulled down. Could have been the ones you dug up a while ago.
Did you get a good look at his face?
No, not a very good one. Like I said, he had his hat brim pulled down, but it could have been that fella Taylor. Now, I'm not positive, but it sure could have been.
You didn't notice which way he went, did you?
No, not exactly, but it seemed like he was headed for the office. I was lighting up with a book of matches he gave me, and when I looked up, he'd gone.
Oh, he didn't take the matches back?
No. In fact, I think I have them on me. Oh, yes, here they are. Only one match left, but I guess...
Skylark Motel, Portland, Oregon. You don't mind if I keep these, Mr. Morgan?
Sure, you're welcome to them. I hope this is of some help to you.
I'll let you know. Now, look, don't go too far away. I might want to talk to you again. Here.
This doesn't help Taylor's case any. Portland, Oregon. Can't be more than a day's drive from his home in Bremerton.
Yeah, but I can't forget the fact that the detective said he was innocent. It's never been wrong, Pete. Not once.
The evidence was piling up against Taylor. Evidence that contradicted the suspect's statements and even the lie detector itself. The following morning, having been released on bail pending trial, Taylor made another appearance at the motel.
Taylor, you're supposed to be in jail.
I'm out on bail. I've got to see Mrs. Carey.
What's going on here? Call the police, Henry. Tell him he's escaped.
It won't do any good. They just let him out on bail again. Now you get out of here.
Why do you keep on lying? What are you trying to do to me?
They won't blame me for killing you when I tell them you came back and tried it again. Now get out. And Ethel, you've got to do it. You've got to put your money in the bank.
I'll take care of my own money. I'll keep it right here where I know it'll be safe.
But you're not safe. As long as Taylor is loose, you'll never be safe. He'll come back, and next time he'll kill you. I'll take it to the bank for you, Aunt Ethel, this afternoon.
All right, you can drive me in, but I'll carry the money myself.
Wilbur, we had the break of our lives. Taylor's out on bail. He can be our patsy again.
Again? You crazy. I should never have listened to you when you wanted me to turn the matches over to the cops, taking a chance of them tying me in with it. But I'm not trying it again.
Listen, I know how much this old bat makes in this motel. She must have 10 grand stashed away. We're not taking a chance this time. It's not like before. We don't have to lift Taylor's hat and coat.
I don't see why you just can't find the money.
Don't you think I've tried? Turned this place upside down every day for a month. She's got it hidden too well. But this time, we don't have to find the dough. She's going to take it to the bank. She's going to have it with her. I'll be driving the car. You be waiting where I tell you. I'll fake car trouble and stop. This time it'll be a cinch.
What's the matter, Henry?
I don't know. Not out of gas.
What's the matter, Henry?
Probably died of old age. I always told you ought to get a new one.
Yes, but new cars cost money.
Yeah, I know. You wouldn't part with a plug nickel if it killed you. Nice going, Wilbur. Now get back to the motel and check out. Where you parked?
Across the field.
Now get on home. I'll get in touch with you in a couple days. Wilbur, you forgot something. And make it look good.
That call just came in. Somebody slugged and robbed Mrs. Carey on the highway.
And Taylor's out on bail?
I know it was Taylor. I saw him with my own eyes. He even showed up at the motel this morning. I had to run him off with a gun. Must have heard me tell my aunt to put her money in the bank, and he followed us.
Miss Carey's still alive. Could be a skull fracture. She's going to be all right. How are you?
I'm all right.
Wouldn't you like to go to emergency with your aunt?
No. Somebody's going to have to look after the motel. That is, if I'm free to go.
Yeah, you're free to go. But only to the motel. Don't go away. We might want to talk to you again.
Talk, huh? That's all you ever do. If you kept your eye on Taylor in the first place, this thing wouldn't have happened.
What do you say we take one more chance?
What do you mean?
On the lie detector. If Taylor's guilty on both counts, we ought to say so, at least this time. I want to see Taylor as soon as possible. Put a pickup on it.
.150 headquarters.
A call was put out for Taylor, and within the hour his pickup was affected. Patrolman Bergen rushed him to headquarters. As before, he willingly submitted to the lie detector, and as before, it indicated he was innocent.
Just don't get it, Dan. You've always had such good luck with the lie detector, I don't see how it can be so wrong now.
Well, what if it isn't?
Taylor's been identified twice.
What if the detective's telling the truth? What would that mean to you?
Well, it would mean Mrs. Carey was wrong. It would mean Henry was lying. But he had an alibi for the first time back at the motel. He'd have to have an accomplice.
Let's give the lie detector one more chance. Because if Taylor is innocent, somebody's got to be lying. Now, what about Wilbur Morgan? If Taylor is innocent, where did Morgan get the matches?
Now what do you want?
Been looking for you, Henry. We picked him up.
Had no business letting him out on bail in the first place.
Well, I think that's up to the judge. Oh, by the way, we tried the lie detector test again. Still says he's innocent.
So what? Don't prove nothing.
Well, let's assume that the lie detector is right. Taylor is innocent. Means that somebody's lying. Could be you when you say he slugged and robbed your aunt.
I suppose I slugged myself over the head, too, huh?
Oh, no. There's somebody else mixed up in this, and he's lying, too. A fellow by the name of Wilbur Morgan.
Wilbur Morgan. Now, what's he got to do with this?
Well, he had a book of matches that belonged to Taylor. He said that Taylor gave them to him. I suppose Taylor didn't. That means he found them in the pocket of the coat which he stole from Taylor to use as a disguise when he beat up your aunt yesterday.
You can't connect me with this. I had an alibi yesterday.
Yesterday, I agree. But today you're on the scene. We checked your register. Morgan is checked out. What would you say if I told you we'd picked him up? Had the money with him, told the whole story.
Can't prove nothing on me.
Henry, would you like to try the lie detector test again? You know how it works now. Maybe it'll say you're innocent. Mayor, put a call out to pick up Morgan. It's essential to have no money on it.
You said you already picked him up.
No, I never said that. I said we checked the register and found out he left.
You'd never trap me without lying.
I didn't trap you, kid. The truth did. Bring him along. Next week's case, handled by the Highway Patrol, is a very exciting one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the careless driver isn't driving his car. He's aiming it. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. There is not a moment in a highway patrol officer's life that he is not prepared to make a decision. Some decisions come directly from the manual, others from repeat experiences. But the split-second decision of when to shoot, take a life, is his alone. In the early morning of November 19th, Patrolman Mark Reynolds was faced with such a decision.
Let me see your driver's license.
Long time no see, Copper.
Get out of that car.
Now, is that any way for a highway patrolman to talk?
License 2 Nora 69824. Repeat, 2 Nora 69824. Driver described as male, approximately 29 years. 6 feet, dark hair, about 175 pounds. This is a Green Valley stolen, taken 15 minutes ago.
Hi, Mark. What's the matter? Is the graveyard shift catching up with you?
Hi, Mark.
Good morning.
What do we got today?
Mostly things to sign. I did get a rundown on the Copter case. I found him as the defendant in an old case in Superior Court files.
Oh, that'll give it something to go on. Let me have those papers. I'll sign them.
Can I see him for a minute?
Yeah, sure, Mark. Come on in. Well, what can I do for you? Well, what is it?
You better read it.
Oh. All right, I'll sign these papers later. Sit down, Mark. All right, what is it?
It's right there in front of you.
This is only a piece of paper. I want it from you.
I just want to resign, that's all.
Mark, patrol has been my life. I've worked hard to keep it a clean, efficient, respectable organization. Now, I can't have a smooth-running organization unless my men are happy and have full confidence in me. I wouldn't have a man in the department I couldn't back to the hilt. I've never been let down, so I can't see why we can't straighten this out now. Try me. Take a couple of days to get a replacement. Is that all right?
Certainly.
Mark, whatever it is, I'm on your side.
I know it, Dan.
I'm snowed under. Will you stop at Superior Court and pick up the Carter file? I think he was a plaintiff a few years back.
Sure, Dan. I'll swing by there on the way home.
Morse, give me the personnel file on Mark, will you? Read it to me.
Mark Reynolds, age 28, married, graduate from State U, honor student, captain of football team, 3 years in Army, commissioned in action, awarded 4 citations. Joined Highway Patrol 3 years ago, awarded 2 citations, efficiency and bravery. Next in line for promotion.
Well, what do you think of it?
Couldn't be better.
Well, I wonder why he wants to resign.
Resign?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I think I'll go see Mrs. Reynolds. You can reach me there if you want me.
So that's why you sent Mark at that wild goose chase. I thought for a moment you'd forgotten that I picked up that Carter file yesterday.
I haven't forgotten.
Mr. Matthews, this is a surprise.
And may I come in?
Of course. You'll have to excuse the room. I wasn't expecting company this early in the morning.
Company? And I wish this was a social call.
Oh, well, Mark should be along any moment now.
You see, I don't want to talk to Mark. I want to talk to you about Mark. Why is he resigning from the department?
Resigning?
You mean you don't know?
I can't believe it. Surely he would have told me. When did he tell you?
Well, this morning. I tried to talk to him.
Anne! Oh, Anne, child, you got company.
It's Mark's father. He's had a couple of strokes, and, well, I think you'll understand.
Of course.
Thank you, child. Who's your company?
I'd like you to meet Dan Matthews of the Highway Patrol. Dan, this is Mark's father.
Highway Patrol?
That's right.
Mark's friend?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Reynolds. You should be very proud of Mark. He's one of our best.
Mark? Oh, yes, Mark. He's a good boy. For a minute, I thought you were speaking of Bill. Now, there was a boy who would have wanted on your force. When it came to drive and ambition, Bill was way ahead. He always wanted to see the world, to be a success. He wanted to live. Mark, well, he just stuck to safe things. College, a job. He didn't have the adventure in him. Let me show you. And will you get his medals? See what I mean? When he was alive, he lived.
Mr. Reynolds, we'd have been very proud to have Bill in the department.
Dad, I think it's about time for your medicine. Will you excuse us?
Certainly.
Hello? Oh, yes, he is. Just a moment. It's for you.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Oh, hello, Sheriff Winters. How are you? You what? Oh, that's fine. Did you check it? What's the name? Oh, John Bennett. Did you check the prints, too? Okay, fine. I'll be right over.
That Carter file you sent me after this morning was checked out by Morse yesterday. What did you know?
Yeah, I knew.
Hi, darling.
Mark, now that everything's out in the open, I'd like to talk to you. Will you sit down, please?
Well, maybe I...
What I have to say concerns all of us, and I'd like your help if you let me try. Please sit down.
No, we've been through all this, Dan.
No, not this we haven't. That phone call I just received was from the sheriff at Starbuck. The suspect I put the alert out on, well, they picked him up. In his possession, he had keys that he admitted taking away from a highway patrolman. The keys were for car 2240. That's your car, Mark, and how you could allow a thing like this to happen is beyond me.
This morning I was faced with a decision. I couldn't follow it through. And this incident proved to me that I wasn't fit for the responsibilities of patrol work.
That's not true, and you know it.
This morning, I was slugged by this speeder. I guess that's when he got the keys. When I finally had him in the sights of my gun, I couldn't fire. I had his life in my hands with a split second to make a decision. I was incapable of making that decision.
Split-second decisions are not only made by the police, they're made in other businesses as well. Nobody knows how they're going to react to a given situation. You cross that bridge when you come to it, and you know it. Now, Mark, I don't think you're incapable. At the moment, I think you're... Well, I think you're tired, that's all.
It's no good, Dan. I've got to quit.
How will you call the office? Telling I'm going over to see the sheriff at Starbuck. I want to talk to the suspect.
Dan, this just came in. Jailbreak and shooting at the Starbucks Sheriff's Office. John Bennett escaped and is armed. He was last seen driving a light green sedan headed west on 36. No license number given.
All right, have 2218 stop all traffic at the intersection of 36 and 10. Have 2220 throw up a roadblock on 61, 2 miles off 36. I'm going to Starbuck.
Pretty bad. He stopped 2 slugs. The suspect overpowered him. He took his gun.
It's too bad. Winters was an old-time sheriff. He's going to retire in a couple of weeks. Look, you better get out to Highway 36 right away.
Right.
Highway Patrol headquarters right away, will you? Morse, it's Matthews. Get in touch with Mark Reynolds. Have him get to my office right away. I'm coming right in. Anything come in on the suspect yet?
Nothing yet. Mark's in your office.
If the call comes in, let me know immediately. Mark, your brother Bill Reynolds just shot the sheriff at Starbuck and escaped.
Having escaped jail, was on the highway. All avenues of escape were being blocked by units of the patrol and the sheriff's office. Back at headquarters, a strange story was being told by Patrolman Mark Reynolds.
And it was at the same time that Dad had his first stroke that Bill got into a jam. I kept it from Dad. That was only the beginning. Time and time again, Bill got into trouble. And finally, he served a term in the state pen. That's when I told Dad that he had a good job in South America.
Does Dad know this?
And when Dad had his second stroke, we figured that he didn't have much time. And the war came along. Bill managed a pardon to join the Army. Right off, he tries an Army payroll job, and he ends up in a military prison for 15 years. Dad got worse. Now, Bill's escaped. Dad's very much alive. Bill and I are on opposite sides of the law, and he's bound to be caught. Dad's got to die of a broken heart.
You think resigning will help?
I've got to. If I'd have done my duty, I would have shot my own brother.
Mark, you can't run away from it.
I can see it all now, Mick. Great copy for the newspapers. Cop's brother escaped criminal. You found out about it, others will too.
No, I guessed it. See, when the reports on the prints came in over the teletype, one of the aliases was Bill Reynolds. Let's go out and see Morse. Come on. Units in place?
Yeah, this whole section is blocked off.
It's not likely he'd be outside of that circle. But I'd like 50 extra men to help me prove it. Mark, I want you to stick with me. It's been 40 minutes now. He can't be.
2118 to headquarters. 2118 to headquarters.
I got it. Go ahead, 2118.
I picked up a young man stripped of his clothes and badly beaten. My location is about 5 miles north of Schaefer Crossing on a side road off 36. The ambulance is on its way.
We'll meet you at the emergency hospital. 10-4? Let's go, Mick. We got something.
Going as far as 103?
Sure am. Hop right in, boy.
Thanks, Pop.
When was he found?
Well, it happened just before I got there. It took about 15 minutes to get here. Must have been about 20 minutes ago.
Who found him?
Well, an old fella, but he was so rattled he couldn't talk much.
Did he give you anything at all?
Well, it seems the old fellow was working in an orchard. He heard a car drive up. He thought it was his boss driving in. He went over to investigate and stumbled on the boy here.
Did he give you a description of the driver of the car?
No, he didn't even see him.
Good afternoon. Where are you gentlemen from?
I am from Green Valley, doing a bit of surveying over on Clark Road. Well, what's up, officers?
Little trouble here. We're ordered to stop all cars. How about you, sailor?
I'm on my way back to the base. I gotta be back by tomorrow morning. This man was nice enough to give me a lift.
Got your Liberty card?
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
It was immediately established at the emergency hospital that Bill Reynolds was now disguised as a sailor.
Get this thing moving, Pop.
Look, son, I'm doing 30 miles right now. It's as fast as I ever go.
You better get going faster if you want to live.
All right.
Come on, flatten that out.
All right. Good.
Attention all units. This is 2150. Suspect now believed to be dressed as a Navy man, so hold all Navy personnel.
2218 to 2150. 2218 to 2150.
2150, go ahead.
Suspect just passed through roadblock here just a few minutes ago. He was dressed as a Navy seaman. In a station wagon headed north on 10.
Tail him. I'll be in contact.
10-4.
Here's where we are. Here's where he broke through the roadblock. Now he's trying to get to Highway 103. If he gets there, he's going to have a lot of roads to cut off on. If we can catch him on 10, he's only got this one dirt road that cuts back. That's the road we're going to take. 2150 to 2212. Established for roadblock at the intersections of Highways 103 and 10. Suspect headed north on 10. He's traveling in a 1954 station wagon. Dressed as a seaman. Use caution, he's armed.
Come on, faster!
There's our boy.
Contacted suspect heading north on 10, approximately 8 miles south of 103, heading straight for you. We're following.
Hey, these boys are playing for keeps. I better ease up. The old man will have a better chance. We'll let the boys up in front take care of them. You all right?
I don't know.
Tried to kill me. His own brother.
Him?
Yeah, that's him. Check the old man, see that he's all right. Then take care of the suspect.
Feel better?
All right, Mark, you can wrap it up. When you get the highway cleaned up, ride back in with Blake. I'm going in to make a report. Report? Yeah, on the suspect. What's his name again? John Bennett. It slipped my mind for a minute. It's your resignation. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, it isn't the car that kills, it's the driver. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. The average citizen in America, wherever he lives, does not expect to be robbed or assaulted or victimized. And the average criminal, although his chief weapon is surprise, usually does the expected after his crime. Usually he is quickly caught. Occasionally, a criminal does the unexpected.
Take a look. All right, let's see. Here's Crestdale. Suspects are heading west. We'll set a roadblock up right here in the west. In case they double back, we'll set one up in the east end of town, right here. Get these orders out right away.
Right.
Alert all units. Look for 3 men in a black sedan. I'm going to Crestdale.
Bank employees were able to give the police a description of 2 of the 3 bandits. At the roadblock west of Crestdale, the most probable point of contact, the officer reported that no vehicle resembling the bank robber's car had approached the checkpoint.
They've had plenty of time to reach either roadblock.
Yeah, they probably took one of the back roads out of Crestdale. That won't get them out of the area. They're still hemmed in.
Yeah, but what are they doing?
Probably stalling for time or figuring to switch cars. I'll have some other units check the back roads. 2150 to headquarters.
Go ahead, 2150.
Both checkpoints claim no contact with suspects. Have other available units check the back roads, garages, and motels in the area. 10-4?
10-4, 2150.
You know, they're probably figuring to steal another car or rent one. Probably scared enough to have a motorist switch with them.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think they've had time to double back and head east. Come on, Hanson, we'll check the other roadblock.
Quit stuffing yourself, Curtis, and get into this fast. I'm ready. You're a little too ready, Geller. With that gun. That guy was too nosy, Caxton. He looked like he was getting ready to do something. You heard Lorber's orders. No gunplay unless we had to. Explain it to him. He's running the show. Ditch these clothes in the brush, away from the car. Now, back to the highway, and after we cross it, we're in the clear. It's a mile to the beach. We've got 18 minutes. Let's go.
What gets me is if they're smart enough to avoid the roadblocks, what'd they pull a job in an area they can't get out of?
1430 to 2150.
1430, that's that.
2150 by. Go ahead, 1430.
1430, I believe I've located the suspect's vehicle on Dry Creek Road, half a mile north of the main highway. And it's apparently abandoned.
I'd use caution. The suspects might still be in the area. Check the registration and all stolen info on the vehicle. Alert all units in your sector. Have them search the Dry Creek Road area. You stay with the vehicle. I'll be right there. 10-4?
10-4.
Did you find anything, Edwards?
No, keys are gone. Nothing in the car, no registration.
Well, maybe it's stolen or somebody's trying to make it harder to trace. Possibly both.
Well, either way, it looks like the getaway car. The motor was still warm.
Other units report in yet?
Not yet.
Well, there's another angle. Maybe they broke up and started across country on foot. That's must have rolled there after the car stopped. Otherwise, it'd be crushed.
Bank robbers dropped it. That what you mean?
It could be. There's a lot of smudges on it. We'll have the lab check it for prints. We'll have the car checked for prints, too. Well, what have we got so far? Bank robbery, attempted murder, ineffective roadblocks, and an abandoned car. Does that mean anything to you? 3 weeks ago, there was a bank knocked over at Marble Point. 3 men were in on it. Roadblocks blocked every route of escape. The car was found abandoned a few miles from the scene of the crime. It was a rented car. No trace of the suspects.
You think it's the same gang?
Looks like the same M.O. Don't let anybody touch the car till the lab checks it for prints. After they take the car, you patrol the area south of the highway.
Toward the beach?
Yeah, the main highway's pretty well covered. If they're on foot, they'll stay clear of it.
Right.
Let's you and I check headquarters, see if there's any news in the sedan, then we'll go down the beach area, too.
Perfect. Now to soul around. Yeah, and there's the boat.
All right, set up those poles and make like fishermen.
Why bother? There's nobody around.
Do what I tell you. Lorber won't bring the boat in close until we signal all clear.
No, we're getting a better break here than we did at Marble Point. The water's not so choppy.
Give me that pole.
Pull it, Caxton.
We'll have to stall till he goes away. Act busy. Fuss around with a reel, anything.
I'm for waiting out to the boat right away. That skin diver isn't going to think anything.
It'll be even better if he doesn't see anything. Even if the cops found our car, they'll be searching the roads, not the beach.
Hey, he's coming toward us.
Relax.
Afraid you guys picked a bad spot for fish.
That right?
I ought to know I've been out there. Probably I scared them away. Tell you what, though, there's a pretty good place to fish around the point, about a half a mile. You'll know it when you get there. There's several fishermen just pulling them in.
Thanks for the tip. You're through for the day, huh?
No, I'm gonna have a smoke, then go out again. Out beyond where that boat is.
Say, isn't it pretty dangerous going skin diving alone?
Oh, not when you're careful. The thing you gotta look out for is the seaweed. A friend of mine got tangled up in it last spring, but we went down and got him loose.
Well, what do you know?
No danger, really, as long as you're careful.
Curtis, signal the boat. This has to look like an accident. We'll put his mask back on him and dump him in the water by those rocks. If they find him, it'll prove I was right. It is dangerous to go skin diving alone.
$21.50 to headquarters.
Headquarters, go ahead, 2150.
Have you got the registration and stolen information on that vehicle yet?
10-4. License is a 1953 four-door sedan, registered to Diamond Auto Rental Service in Harristown.
Or check with the registered owner. Get the name and a full description of the last person to use that vehicle.
10-4.
Rented car, like the Marble Point job. Looks like you hit it.
We'll find out. Is 1430 checked in yet?
1430 went out of service about 5 minutes ago for investigation on beach at Barker's Cove.
I'm about a half mile from Barker's Cove. I'll proceed there immediately.
10-4.
10-4. You wait here.
He was unconscious when I pulled him out of the water. I got the water out of his lungs okay, but he's got a nasty bruise on the back of his head.
We're going to need more help to get him up the top of the bluff.
I think I can make it once I get on my feet. I thought he hit his head on one of those rocks out there, but it says 3 men jumped him.
That's right, fishermen. For no reason.
You see anybody else on the beach?
Oh, it's completely deserted.
Well, as soon as we get him up top, I'll look for footprints. Is this yours?
I think one of the fishermen was eating out of it.
The 3 bank robbers, Caxton, Curtis, and Geller, had boarded the boat and were well on their way. While patrol units still searched for them throughout the Cresdale area, Bill Martin, the skin diver, told the highway patrol of the apparently motiveless assault by 3 fishermen on the lonely beach.
That's just the way it happened, Mr. Matthews. No argument at all. They slugged me for no reason.
How's your head feel now?
Oh, it's pretty sore, but I feel okay.
We'll have a doctor check you when we get to town. Did you find anything?
I found 3 sets of footprints going down to the water, but I can't tell which way they went.
You could only find that boat that was out there.
What boat?
Well, there was a small boat offshore, about 150 yards. Whoever was in it might have noticed which way the men went.
And if they were looking toward shore, they would have seen you slugged, too.
Yeah, that's right. They would have done something, not just let me lie there.
Well, can you describe the boat?
Well, it was a skiff about 15 feet long with an outboard motor.
All right, we'll check the boat and send for an ambulance. Take this into the lab for fingerprints.
I'm for getting right to the car.
We're staying right here until everybody on the pier has a chance to forget we came in on a boat. We're not in any hurry now. We don't want anybody to think we are.
Sure, Lover.
Geller, you and Curtis stick close while I brief Caxton on the next job.
The next job?
Yeah. It's the bank at Fairgrove, and we're working it right away. Right.
So soon? And so close to Cresdale?
It'll work in our favor. The police aren't expecting another job right on top of the other one. They're thinking we're getting as far away from Cresdale as we possibly can.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And there's another reason why it has to be Friday. Or not at all. Thursday, an armored truck is bringing in $100,000. Payroll for the Heddling Mills. It's to be picked up on Monday. Unless we, do them a favor.
$100,000?
Yeah. Like the idea?
Sure, about the money. But can we get away with it?
Why not? We did it at Marble Point and in Cresdale. Now we got a fine pattern working. Just keep it rolling for one more job, and then we'll take it easy for a while.
We use a boat again for the getaway?
Naturally. How else could we get away from Fairgrove?
After all the trouble we had at Cresdale, I don't know.
Yeah, you're worried about nothing. You ditched the car a mile from the beach. Who's going to link the bank job with the accidental death of a skin diver? You forget about Cresdale. Think about Fairgrove.
Yeah, $100,000. Okay, Lover, give.
You 3 will hit the bank at 10 a.m. Tonight we'll go over the maps and figure out probable roadblock points and the escape route to the beach.
Same procedure as Marble Point and Cresdale, huh?
If it works, why change? Now, come on, let's get to the car.
Thanks for getting it to me so fast. Right. Let's talk to headquarters. Lab ran a quick check on those prints.
Any luck?
Yeah, the guy that dropped the cup with the car is the same one that left the carton on the beach.
And they were the bank robbers. Why did they slug Martin?
Well, the only thing that makes any sense is they were trying to cover their getaway. They didn't want Martin to see him wade out to the boat.
Now, that figures. No point hitting Martin if they were just going to walk up the beach.
So now we know. Next time they try it, we grab them.
You think they'll try again?
Look, they got a good thing going for them. They have no idea that we know they're getting away by water. So the next time they try, we're ready.
That's a long coastline. How can you tell where they're going to hit?
I can't. We'll figure out a plan that can't miss. Usual roadblocks and also string some nets along the beach. How about this? We didn't have to wait long. It's Fairgrove.
So near Crestdale.
Yeah, these guys are in a rut trying to take on Banks. We got the roadblocks figured for Fairgrove, haven't we? All right, set them up. Dispatch all available units to points along the beach near Fairgrove.
Right.
Oh, one more thing. Get in touch with the Coast Guard. Tell them they might have to patrol offshore. Anything comes in, get it to me fast. I'll be in Fairgrove.
Slender, probably of small stature. Use caution. These men are armed. Attention units 2119, 4210, and 3116. Proceed to the ocean front at the following points.
I told you to slow down.
$14.30 to $21.50.
$21.50 by.
$14.30. I've just spotted a car that matches the description of the Fairgrove bank robbery car. It just turned off into Crescent Road from the main highway. Waiting instructions.
Proceed with caution. I'll have 1810 block the other end of Crescent Road where it joins the highway again.
Okay, hurry it up. Make this change as fast as you can. Yeah.
14.30 to 21.50.
21.50 by.
I've lost that sedan. Did it come back on the highway?
No, I just talked to 1810. He's covering the intersection.
I'll double back.
Cut through that brush to the beach. It's only a few hundred yards.
I found the car I was trailing.
Anyone around?
No, but they can't be very far away. Probably headed for the beach.
What's your position?
At the foot of a dead-end trail. It's about 2 miles from the north end of Crescent Road.
All right, stay at your car. Keep the road blocked. Until we flush them out, they might try to get back to their car.
Right.
Now, let's go. Edmonds found their car 2 miles down the road near the beach. We'll take up a position on the bluff with the others.
Break, except for those kids, there isn't a soul around.
That's the boat. Forget the boat. Set up the fishing pole. Somebody might be watching from those houses over there.
They're going to head for the water as soon as that boat gets in close. That doesn't give us very much time. They wouldn't hesitate to use those kids for shields. We got to get them out of there.
How do we do that?
I'm going down there.
You know, with miles of beach to play in, those kids certainly picked a fine spot.
All right, you tell Roberts to get over here as quickly as possible. No gunplay. Till we get the kids out of the way. Get the rifle out of the back. They might make a break for it before we get in close. Well, hi, kids. What are you doing? Making a cake?
Whoever heard of making a cake out of sand?
Out of sand? What are you doing then?
We're looking for money.
Money. Have you found any yet?
No.
That boat is getting nearer. Should we signal? Not with that guy there. Wait till he moves on.
You know something? I think you're looking for money in the wrong place. I know where there's a lot of money buried. It's right down the beach in that direction.
By those houses?
Yeah, by those houses. Now, believe me, if you don't go, there's going to be that much more left for everybody else. Here's what I'll do with you. I'll make a deal with you. I'll buy this sieve from you, then I'll go back.
No! Let's go, Kenny.
Guy will be clear down the beach by the time we get down to the boat.
Ah, any luck?
Nah.
All right, hold it. Drop your gear. I'm a police officer. Get your hands behind your head.
Look, mister, is this a joke?
You're under arrest.
What for? Fishing?
Robbery and attempted murder.
Oh, you've got us all wrong.
I have. Open that tackle box. Come on, open it. Nice bait these guys use. Check him and do what's necessary. Well, there's one for the Coast Guard. Okay, move out.
Headquarters to 2150.
2150 by.
The Coast Guard advises that one of their cutters picked up a man in a boat a mile off Fairgrove. He is identified as Miles Lorber. The Coast Guard will release him to the Highway Patrol at Greenport.
Tell the Coast Guard commander at Greenport I'll proceed there immediately.
It's a great day for the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure is. You know, I envy those kids. I hope they find something. Let's go. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, it isn't the car that kills, it's the driver. This is Roderick Crawford saying see you next week.
laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. The United States has more automobiles per capita than any other nation in the world. It also has more automobile thefts. To combat this situation, our law enforcement agencies are ever busy, applying new and improved methods of crime detection. But the criminal, too, has also applied himself to devising new and improved methods. On the surface, there was nothing suspicious in the visit of Leroy Edwards to a wrecking yard, nor in the fact that he wished to purchase a car.
Can I help you, mister?
Yeah, I'm looking for a 55.
Any make or model?
Nope. Doesn't make the slightest bit of difference.
You're the customer. Got a 55 sports model. Just came in a couple of days ago. Well, there she is. Isn't good for much more than salvage.
I said I wasn't particular.
Got eyes for this, mister?
Yeah.
800.
For this? Why, it's good for nothing but salvage. Your boy here admitted it.
800. That's my price.
You know, I can go someplace else. This isn't the only wrecking lot in the county.
Suit yourself. Go get the registration slip and make out a receipt. And arrange for a vehicle transfer to Mr.
Russell. Frank Russell. Pushing a little hard, aren't you, Charlie?
What's fair is all I ask. I take risks too, you know.
Try explaining that to Virgil. You know how he is with money.
You gotta spend money to make money, Leroy.
Not Virgil. He still got the first nickel he ever made.
Under the hood.
What about that new boy?
Jimmy?
All right?
Don't worry about Jimmy. He doesn't know a thing. Eat, sleep, and pick up his paycheck. That's all he knows.
Ouch! Here, I should work up a sweat. You do it for the price I'm paying. I'm gonna use your phone, okay?
Be sure and leave a dime.
Operator, I want Walnut 48737. Virgil, it's Leroy. I'm over at Charlie's. I just picked up a 55 sports car.
What's the make?
Uh-huh.
Good. How much?
800.
All right. It's done now. There's no sense in crying about it. I'll keep my eye open for one that'll match it. Yeah. All right, I'll let you know as soon as I spotted one.
What? Another one last night. Ernie's used car lot. That makes 6. We're doing everything we can. All the B cars have been alerted. Every used car dealer in town's posted.
That's not enough. Matthew speaking. What? No, believe me, you did the right thing. It's fine work. We'll check it immediately. Where's it located? Good, thanks. We'll be right over. Come on, let's go.
Patrolman Ellsworth had checked out Charlie's wrecking yard, reporting that he had talked to an employee regarding the same model car that was taken from Ernie's used car lot.
couldn't help being suspicious. A customer pays $800 for a wrecked car and then doesn't even bother to come and get it.
How long ago was this?
2 weeks. That's what I mean. All that time, no phone call, nothing. I think he'd show some interest in it. I guess I was a little out of line, Mr. Giddings. Talking to, well, the officer without your permission. I just mentioned it in passing.
I'd like to take a look at it.
What for? There's nothing to see. Just a pile of junk.
And you wouldn't mind if we'd examine it, would you?
Okay. Like I said, just a wreck.
It's all right. Take a look at this. Serial number's been taken off.
How about that?
How about taking a look at your books?
Okay. Here it is. May 8th. The car was sold to Frank Russell.
$800. That's kind of a steep price to pay for a hunk of junk, isn't it?
The guy wants to pay that much. I don't try and talk him out of it.
You give him the registration slip?
Yeah.
Check this through DMV, will you? Can you describe the man that bought the car? This fellow, what's his name? Frank Russell?
From 2 weeks ago? Are you kidding?
I remember. Who could forget him the way he was dressed? Cowboy hat, boots.
Anything else?
Well, he had sort of a western drawl, if that's any help.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Oh, sure. I'd know him okay.
How about you? Did your memory improve any?
Could be, looks something like that, but... Gee, with all the customers we get in here...
Well, if he comes in, you recognize him. Contact us, will you? Come on, Dylan, let's go.
You ain't sore, Charlie.
Haven't you got any work to do? Go on out and stack those tires. Go on, I said!
I have a dealer already picked out. You'll take the car in tomorrow morning and close the transaction. 6 cars this month. At this rate, Leroy, we'll soon be rich.
You'll be rich, you mean? You know, Charlie set me to thinking. A fella ought to get a fair price for the risks he takes.
And you don't?
Peanuts. That's what I get. Peanuts. I take the chances and you collect the gravy. You're safe and cozy. There's no way the law can tie you into this racket. But me, I got to operate out in the open. You call that fair?
I supply the brains, Leroy. The organizational know-how. The physical setup for our venture. I've got big operational expenses. Maintenance, equipment, overhead.
From now on, I am your biggest operational expense.
The Department of Motor Vehicles reported that a wrecked car registered to Frank Russell was transferred to Leroy Edwards, address RFD 19. But the car was still sitting in the wrecking yard.
You can pick up the truck later. Right now, I want you to get this car out of here. I'll phone you at the farm later and let you know where I want it delivered.
Right. Well, say, don't forget your promise to me about taking care of me.
Never fear, Leroy. I won't forget.
Oh, Virgil, I left my hat in your shop. Would you get it for me?
You're gonna lose this one of these days if you're not careful.
Operator, Walnut 48737. Virgil? Charlie, is Leroy there? Something's happened. I gotta speak to him right away.
The police? They what? No. Leroy just left here. Maybe if I hurry, I can still catch him in time.
right.
Matthews, Highway Patrol. You're the registered owner of this car?
That's right. I bought it a week ago from Frank Russell. Here, registration. See?
That's it. You got any idea where we can find this Frank Russell?
No. I heard he moved away. That's all I know. What's it all about, anyway?
Nothing. We're just curious how one car can be in two places. Here and also at Charlie's wrecking yard. Would you mind coming along with us?
No, not at all.
We have proof the car was stolen. The engine block's been altered. Serial number scratched out and a new one put in. Who did the job for you? Who else is mixed up in this?
100 times I've told you. I bought the car from Frank Russell. That's all I know.
I think you're lying, Edwards.
Prove it.
They're both out here. Do you want me to bring them in now?
Yeah, this would be a very good time to bring them in. You want me to prove it, you said? I'm liable to do just that. I don't think there is any Frank Russell. I think Edwards and Russell are one and the same man. Would you stand up? All right, turn around. Put your hat on. Is this the man?
Well, he's dressed like Russell was. Nah, it isn't him. Russell was taller and had darker hair.
Charlie's right. Slight resemblance, that's all. He isn't Russell. Never saw the man before.
You're sure?
I said it, didn't I?
All right, you two can go.
So? Now what?
So now what? I'm going to book you on suspicion of grand theft auto. Take him out.
Let's go, Edwards.
Further interrogation failed to shake Edwards' story. A thorough examination of the stolen car revealed that it had been processed with professional machine tools and baking equipment. What the examination did not reveal was where the work had been done.
This whole thing is too pat to be a one-setup operation.
You're thinking this stunt has been pulled before successfully?
Yeah, that's right. They case the wrecking yard. They find themselves a late model piece of junk. Then they go out and steal an identical car, repaint it, change the plates, have the registration changed. As far as DMV is concerned, they got themselves a registered motor vehicle.
Who'd get suspicious?
Look, I want to check on every wrecking yard in the area, find out all the models. Wait a minute. Better still, use this stolen car list as a check. Check all the makes and models on this list. Get on it right away, will you?
Right.
A systematic check was made of all the wrecking yards in the area. As they questioned the various proprietors, a picture slowly began to take shape. Too often to be mere coincidence, a dealer's record showed that he had sold a particular model only a few days before a car of matching description had been reported stolen.
We've made 39 absolute matchups.
It's that big, huh?
That's not all. Leroy Edwards used a flock of aliases. There's no mistaking his description. At least 12 wrecking yard operators are ready to testify that they sold cars to a man wearing hat and cowboy boots.
Sure makes a liar out of Gidding and his associate, doesn't it? Have Edwards brought to my office right away, will you? What? When was this? Okay, thanks. Oh, that's real nice. Edwards posted bail. He got out 2 hours ago.
Oh, no problem. With these new witnesses, we can bring them in again.
Oh, I got a better idea. It's liable to work in our favor. Edwards is only part of the setup. I'm interested in the rest of the group. If we lock him up, it's not going to stop him. At the moment, he's our only link to the rest of the gang, right? Come on over here. I'll show you something. Well, everything we've learned so far shows they're working within this 40-mile radius right in here.
Takes in a lot of territory. They must have their own paint shop or access to one.
Yeah, that's right.
Could easily be 15 or 20 paint and body shops that could handle the work in that area. How do we know which is the right one?
Would you get me Giddings' wrecking yard, please? If you're going to break a chain, work on the weakest link. Hello, Mr. Gidding? This is Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol. Would you mind asking Mr. Higgins to be in my office tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock?
Uh-huh. What's it all about?
Oh, nothing. We just found some new witnesses on the Edwards case. We'd like to go over his statement again. Alone.
Operator, Victor 23578. Leroy? Charlie, something's come up. I gotta see you right away. No, it won't wait. I don't care if it does mean taking a chance. You get over here now.
So they want to see Higgins in the morning. That doesn't prove anything.
Alone, he said. Do you know what happens if he gets Jimmy alone?
Well, you're suggesting I take him with me? Swell, and what do I do with him?
That's your problem. Virgil's supposed to be big in the brain department. Let him work it out.
All in all, this has been a very bad day.
It could be worse. But with Jimmy and you out of the picture, they've got no case. Let them bring up their other witnesses. With you gone, they got no one to testify against. I'm safe, Virgil's safe.
And I'm running the 100-yard dash. Oh, well, so I'll be the first guy to raise Rock Island Reds in Tibet. Come on, kid. Seems you're going with me.
Oh, no.
No time to argue. Get some rope, Charlie. Let's tie him up.
Leroy, come over here.
All right, so he's parked out there. That makes him a cop?
I don't like it, I tell you. Why take chances? Go out the back way. He won't even see you.
Coberly called in. He staked out at Charlie's wrecking yard. Says Edwards rolled in there about 10 minutes ago and hasn't come out yet. Must be holding an emergency press conference.
Jumping bail. Do you have any idea where that puts me? Not only do I lose my farm, I'm a fugitive from justice. I'm the guy they're looking for, not you.
Oh, I appreciate the fact, Leroy. But I don't see precisely what I can do about it.
You can finance me, that's what you can do. I need money for traveling, money for living. I gotta get out of the country, and I got no eyes for hitchhiking.
I can let you have 1,000.
Oh, no, Virgil. You're not gonna pinch pennies this time. You've been promising to take care of me. Well, put your money where your mouth is.
How much did you have in mind?
25,000 ought to do it.
I see. Well, the bank's closed. I couldn't get it today.
Wait.
No, I've got a better idea. You know my mountain cabin up at Lake Patricia. Well, I'll give you the key. You go up there and lie low until I raise the cash.
And my passenger, what am I supposed to do with him?
The lake is very deep.
Yeah, well, that's going to cost extra. $5,000.
I'll pick up the freight charges. Well, you'll need bedding and supplies. I'll go get them for you.
Oh, and if you didn't show with that money, I'd come back. You know that.
I know.
You sure took your time about it.
I wanted to be sure you'd be comfortable. Well, come on. You've got a long drive ahead of you. The sooner you get started, the better it'll be for all of us.
Matthew speaking. What? Where was this? On the road to Lake Patricia? Okay, we're on the way. All right, take it easy, kid.
I tried to warn him. The gag. I couldn't talk. All I could do was wait. It was awful. Annoying. Any second it might happen. He did something to the brakes, I think.
Who did something?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Where was this?
Where Leroy took me. He parked out back. I don't really know where it was.
Could it have been a garage?
Maybe. It's hard to say. A low building. I guess it could have been a garage.
We need your help very badly. Try and remember a landmark. Think hard, will you?
There was a poster. Sloan for Consulman. I remember that.
That's all? Just relax, kid. The doctor's here now.
We got Charlie Giddings in custody. Nothing.
What's the first thing a used car dealer does when he takes a car in trade? Gives it a tune-up and a lube job, right? Come on, get in.
A check of the stolen vehicle revealed that it had been driven a total of 15 miles between the time it was stolen and picked up. 3 of those miles were automatically disqualified, that being the exact distance from Edwards Farm to the Highway Patrol impound. The driving distance between the farm and the used car lot was 9 miles, leaving a 3-mile leeway. Somewhere within this specific area was the paint shop. Further investigation established that only one such shop existed in this area.
See something?
Where did we slip up? Where?
You tell me.
I will. Take a look.
Posted all over the place. That doesn't mean anything.
Sure it does. Now keep looking. Tell me what you see.
Horse and bicycle shop.
That's right. We made a mistake. We assumed that the only place that would fill the gang's requirements was an automobile paint and body shop.
Yes? Can I help you?
Looks like this is home plate.
Jerk. He forgot his hat again.
Book this as evidence. I'll call in and say we wrapped it up. Stay with him. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, it isn't the car that kills, it's the driver. This is Roderick Crawford saying see you next week.